12-е пленарное заседание Генеральной Ассамблеи объявляется открытым. Прежде чем продолжить, я хотела бы напомнить членам, что, находясь в помещении, все присутствующие должны постоянно носить маску, за исключением случаев, когда они непосредственно выступают на заседании. Продолжаем общее прения. Ассамблея заслушает выступление премьер-министра и министра финансов Содружества Багамских островов, его превосходительства Филиппа Эдварда Дэвиса. Прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. А где он? Я с большим удовольствием приветствую премьер-министра и министра финансов Содружества Багамских островов, его превосходительства Филиппа Эдварда Дэвиса. Приглашаю его выступить перед Ассамблеей.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, Shaba Kurusi of Hungary. Next year will mark 50 years since the Bahamas became a fully independent sovereign nation. Our ascension to full membership of the United Nations in 1973 was inspired by a recognition of the interdependence of this family of nations and by the hope that dialogue and partnership can be the path to shared solutions. We Bahamians are justifiably, I believe, proud of what we have accomplished in our 50 years of independence. We are free, democratic, entrepreneurial, and resilient. And our small size has not held us back from great achievements at home and on the world stage. But we are ever more aware that many of our greatest challenges emanate from or are made worse by events and conflicts outside of our borders. Hurricane Dorian in 2019 was a Category 5 storm that nearly destroyed 2 of our main islands. It wiped out 30% of our national economic activity. The impact on our economy, on our infrastructure, and on our people is still very much present. The scientific consensus is that as ocean temperatures rise, we can expect hurricanes of greater intensity to arrive with increased frequency. Small island nations, like mine, did not create the emissions that are warming the Earth. But nonetheless, we are on the front line of climate catastrophe. Dorian in 2019 was followed by COVID-19 in 2020. What happens in industrialized countries doesn't stay in industrialized countries. Every year, we welcome millions of visitors to the Bahamas. They are drawn by our country's beauty, culture, and people. But for a long while, visitors could not come. This health crisis quickly became an economic crisis and an education crisis too. Now, as we are working to recover, a global inflation crisis stubbornly endures. It is making the basics of life unaffordable for too many and creating more hardships for our people. The same is true for other countries in the CARICOM region and around the world. And of course, day in and day out, we must also defend our thousands of miles of ocean borders from trafficking in people, drugs, and guns. But we are not waiting for others to act. We are doing what we can to be stronger and to be more prepared. But no one country, large or small, acting alone can stop climate change, nor can we, individually, reduce the threat of future pandemics or end the policies and conflicts driving global inflation, or tackle global criminal networks. These problems require collective action. It was the second Secretary General of the UN, Dag Hammarskjöld, who was candid about the purpose of this organization. The United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, he said, but in order to save us from hell. The UN was born out of the ashes of 2 world wars. Today, we face different threats, ones that require us to mobilize and innovate, and above all, to collaborate. Of all the risks we face, none requires more urgent action than the climate crisis. The first UN climate conference took place in 1992. Yet, despite decades of conferences and meetings featuring warnings from scientists and experts, 1/6 of all the carbon emissions ever, some 407 billion tons, occurred between 2010 and 2020. I have frequently spoken, as have so many others, about the need for action in terms of climate justice and fairness. Why should small island nations like mine, we who have contributed so little to the climate crisis, experience the biggest burdens and risk of a climate-changing world? The argument might be straightforward, but it has not been effective. For a long time, decision makers in both the public and private sectors believed that climate action must come at the expense of economic growth. But now, many are beginning to understand that climate inaction is the most expensive option of all. Taking action is not just in the interests of those of us who are particularly vulnerable, it is in the interest of every country. And it is this enlightened self-interest that should motivate action. The good news is that there are also positive incentives. Transitioning to clean energy is going to create jobs, increase efficiencies, and improve living standards. Again, don't do it for us. Do it for yourselves. I do not believe in despair. I believe in determination and human ingenuity. We can do this. Countries that disagree on many other issues, including important ones, must cooperate on this issue in their own self-interest. We have roughly 40 days until COP27 in Egypt. Let this year be the year that we turn talk into action. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Let those who pledge write the check. Countries like mine, already trapped by billions in climate debt, need funding to transition to renewable energy infrastructures. We have begun to install solar microgrids across our islands, but scaling up will require a lot of additional funding. We in the Bahamas are playing our part. In February and July of this year, we hosted the One Young World regional and annual conferences for young people to support the next generation in their efforts to engage with climate-related issues. This was the first climate conference for young people in the region. We recognize the importance and value of the participation of young people. The Bahamas supports the 2030 Agenda and our common agenda on youth engagement. Then in August, the Bahamas took the lead in bringing together the member countries of the Caribbean to agree a consensus position for negotiations at COP27. We are actively defining ways to protect and safeguard our shallow seas, mangroves, and seagrasses, all of which act as a major carbon sink for the world. We urgently need to build capacity. Now we are inviting those with potential technological solutions to bring their innovations to the Bahamas. Mr. President, it's time for a new resolve and new cooperation. Last year, I brought to the attention of the General Assembly the threat to the financial services industry in the Bahamas and our region. I said then, financial services is a crucial component of the Bahamian economy. We see an indispensable role for the UN in leveraging its universal jurisdiction for greater oversight of global anti-money laundering, de-risking, and tax cooperation matters. Sadly, little to nothing has changed. We continue to struggle to recover from the economic shocks of hurricanes and the COVID-19 pandemic. We also have the additional battle with inflationary pressures created not by us, by the war in Europe. And now, to top it off, we are yet again the victims of inequitable and unjust measures on the part of major economic actors. All these factors place a stranglehold on our national development and that of other small island developing states. Just yesterday, the OECD issued a statement placing the Bahamas on their blacklist. Mr. President, this action is profoundly unfair. When we look at the countries that are flagged as high risk and blacklisted, several startling commonalities emerge. Why is it that European states that operate frameworks akin to that of blacklisted countries are not being even eligible for the inclusion on these lists? Why are all the countries targeted, all of them, small and vulnerable, and former colonies of European states? We find it astounding that the $2 to $3 trillion, which is estimated to be laundered each year through the developed countries, are never flagged as causes for concern. And yet my country, which is widely recognized as one of the best regulated countries in the world, and other countries like the Bahamas, are singled out for such reputational attacks. The robust regulatory regimes of our Central Bank, Securities Commission, and Insurance Commission are chastised on minor details of technical process, while much bigger transgressions in the developed world are ignored. The evidence is mounting that the considerations behind these decisions have less to do with compliance and more to do with the darker issues of prejudged discriminatory perceptions. Let me submit, black-governed countries also matter. Mr. President, Mr. President, we support the call for reforms in the global financial system to make it more relevant to the needs of today. But those reforms need ambition. They need to go beyond the incremental, and they need to apply to all. For example, the community of international financial institutions are in a position to forgive the debt incurred by the economic shutdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they should do so. Every year that we don't do the right thing to do becomes more expensive. Mr. President, when my neighbors are in crisis, whether the cause is climate or crime or instability, the Bahamas is impacted by the humanitarian and security needs which arise. We repeat once again our opposition to the decades-long embargo and sanctions on Cuba. COVID-19 has exacerbated the situation for the people of Cuba and made existing hardship and deprivation much worse. The people of Haiti continue to suffer. The political vacuum left after the assassination of the president just over a year ago has led to more violence, with the instability fueling more tragedy and threatening the entire region. Migration is not the only issue which the Bahamas is grappling with. We are also struggling from the proliferation of guns. We do not manufacture guns in our country, and yet they illegally find their way to the Bahamas, and within days can be connected to some criminal activity. In an archipelagic nation made up of some 700 islands and keys, range across 100,000 square miles of water, defending our borders is an expensive challenge. We believe more manageable and effective efforts can be made at the source to ensure that a right to bear arms does not so quickly and easily translate into a right to traffic arms. Mr. President, we in the Bahamas believe there is still real purpose in the mission of this United Nations. We will continue to support multilateral efforts to tackle the shared challenges of our time. We congratulate Secretary General Guterres for his leadership in achieving agreement with Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey to get the flow of trade in the Black Sea moving once again. The stabilization in world food markets has helped millions of people in the developing world. We see the involvement and participation of women and young people as inherent and central to our process. My government considers it vital that women play fully active roles in planning and decision-making, both in national and multilateral affairs. We also support the addition of a United Nations Youth Office. The needs and rights of small island developing states cannot be sustained by making policy advances only in times of global shock. We are grateful that the Alliance of Small Island States seized the moment in 2020 to secure the course of work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We consider this a critical step forward in ensuring greater equity for countries such as the Bahamas. We are aware that the global community is grossly underprepared in securing protections of the global commons that includes water, biodiversity, and the digital landscape. In moving forward on this agenda, we also recognize that a more robust and better change-making architecture is needed across the United Nations. In this respect, we hope that members will support the candidature of our citizen, Stephen Bureau, for the seat of Director of the Telecommunications Development Bureau of the International Telecommunications Union for the term running from 2023 to 2026. Mr. President, by each of us acting out of our own enlightened self-interest, we acknowledge that we ourselves benefit from doing what is in the best interest of all. In meeting the existential challenge posed by the climate crisis, it should be an increasing self-evident truth that none of us can be safe until we are all safe. Thank you.
От имени Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить премьер-министра и министра финансов Содружества Багамских островов за только что сделанное заявление и прошу службу протокола проводить его, превосходительство. Ассамблея заслушает выступление временного исполняющего обязанности премьер-министра Республики Мали, его превосходительства Абдуллая Маиги. Прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Я с большим удовольствием приветствую временного исполняющего обязанности премьер-министра Республики Мали, его превосходительство Абдуллая Маигу. Приглашаю его выступить перед Ассамблеей.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, de prime abord, je voudrais m'acquitter de l'agréable devoir de vous adresser les chaleureuses salutations du peuple malien, riche de sa diversité culturelle, religieuse et ethnique, ainsi que celle de son Excellence, le colonel Assimi Goïta, président de la transition, chef de l'État. Monsieur le Président, votre brillante élection à la présidence de cette 77e session de l'Assemblée générale et la fin des travaux de la 76e session de l'Assemblée générale, brillamment conduit par votre prédécesseur, son Excellence M. Abdullah Shahid, de la République des Maldives, m'offre l'heureuse occasion d'adresser à vos Excellences les chaleureuses félicitations de tout le Mali. Enfin, permettez-moi de réitérer à notre secrétaire général, M. Antonio Guterres, notre haute appréciation des efforts louables qu'il continue de déployer pour la réalisation des nobles objectifs de notre organisation commune. Nous sommes convaincus que vous êtes un ami du Mali et du Sahel. L'amitié reposant sur la sincérité, souffrez que je vous exprime mon profond désaccord suite à votre récente sortie médiatique, au cours de laquelle vous prenez position et vous vous exprimez sur l'affaire des 46 mercenaires ivoiriens, qui est une affaire bilatérale et judiciaire entre deux pays frères. C'est évident que la qualification judiciaire des infractions liées à cette affaire ne relève pas des attributions du secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Au Mali, notre administration ne travaille pas sur la base de l'oralité ni des déclarations par voie de presse. Par conséquent, nous nous en tenons scrupuleusement à la note verbale de la MINUSMA, la mission des Nations Unies pour la stabilisation au Mali, référence MINUSMA bar PROT bar NV bar 226 bar 2022 du 22 juillet 2022, dans laquelle il ressort clairement qu'il n'existe pas de lien entre les 46 mercenaires et les Nations Unies. Les récentes synchronisations des actions et l'harmonisation des éléments de langage consistant à faire passer le Mali, mon pays, de statut de victime à celui de coupable dans cette affaire des mercenaires sont évidemment sans effet. Excellence, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, votre position sur l'affaire des mercenaires a été suivie par certains responsables d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, c'est sous votre couvert que nous leur adresserons des messages. À l'endroit du président en exercice de la CEDEAO, M. Oumaro Sissoko Embalo, qui affirme, je cite, « On vient de voir avant-hier la déclaration du secrétaire général des Nations Unies qui dit que ce ne sont pas des mercenaires. Moi, à la place des Maliens, j'aurais relâché ces 49 soldats. » Fin de citation. Je voudrais très respectueusement signifier à ce dernier qu'il existe un principe de subsidiarité, d'ailleurs au contour flou entre la CEDEAO et les Nations Unies, et non un principe de mimétisme. Également, il est important de lui préciser que le secrétaire général des Nations Unies n'est pas un chef d'État et le président en exercice de la CEDEAO n'est pas un fonctionnaire. Par conséquent, il serait indiqué qu'il ne banalise pas la CEDEAO. Enfin, il est utile de rappeler au président en exercice de la CEDEAO qu'au Mali, les autorités n'interfèrent pas dans les dossiers judiciaires et respectent l'indépendance de la justice. Donc, nous n'avons pas vocation à interpeller ou relâcher. Ceci relève de la fonction judiciaire. Aussi, M. Oumaro Sissoko Embalo doit être conscient du fait qu'il est le dépositaire d'un lourd héritage et de plusieurs sacrifices qui ont fait la renommée de cette organisation. La dynamique ayant fait la grandeur de la CEDEAO ne doit pas être brisée. Par ailleurs, nous avons pris acte de la menace de sanctions proférées contre le Mali et loin d'être impressionnés par des sanctions, je voudrais signaler au président en exercice de la CEDEAO qu'à la fin de son mandat, les peuples ouest-africains le jugeront sur les efforts qu'il a fournis pour améliorer les conditions de vie des populations et non des shows médiatiques servant des agendas étrangers. À l'endroit de M. Bazoum, il remarquera que le gouvernement de la transition n'a pour le moment jamais réagi à ces propos injurieux pour deux raisons cumulatives. La première raison tient au respect de l'héritage laissé par nos ancêtres, qui consiste à ne pas répondre aux injures par des injures. La seconde relève de l'identité de M. Bazoum, l'étranger qui se réclame du Niger. Nous savons que le peuple nigérien, frère du Mali, se distingue par des valeurs sociétales, culturelles et religieuses très riches. M. Bazoum n'est pas un Nigérien, son comportement nous le reconforte totalement dans notre constat. Excellence, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, le Mali tirera toutes les conséquences de droit de vos agissements. Devant Dieu et en leur âme et conscience, nous demandons à ceux qui refutent notre version d'indiquer s'ils accepteront que les militaires ayant dissimulé leurs identités en mettant sur leur passeport qu'ils sont peintres, maçons, etc., avec des armes débarquent dans leur aéroport sans que le pays de destination n'ait été au préalable informé et dans le dessein funeste de déstabiliser ce pays. S'ils ne l'acceptent pas en tant qu'État, si cela n'est pas possible à Lisbonne ou ailleurs, le Mali non plus ne l'acceptera pas en tant qu'État et ce ne sera pas non plus possible à Bamako ou dans une autre localité malienne. Monsieur le Président, une nouvelle ère des solutions porteuses de changement pour relever des défis interdépendants. Thème de cette 77e session de l'Assemblée générale, suscitera l'espoir de meilleurs jours pour le Mali, à la condition que le bilan sans complaisance de l'ancienne ère soit établi, que les enseignements soient tirés et que des recommandations objectives soient formulées. Une fois cet état franchi, je ne doute pas qu'à travers notre action collective, nous réussirons à pacifier les multiples foyers de tension dans le monde, mais aussi à promouvoir un développement harmonieux et lutter efficacement contre les pandémies, la dégradation de l'environnement et le réchauffement climatique, les inégalités et les politiques de domination et de prédation des ressources. Depuis le mois d'août 2020, le Mali, mon pays, se trouve dans un processus de transition qui prendra fin le 26 mars 2024 par le transfert de pouvoir aux autorités élues. D'ici à cette échéance et conformément aux recommandations des Assises nationales de la refondation, les autorités de la transition se sont engagées dans 2 chronogrammes convenus avec la CEDEAO à faire des réformes politiques et institutionnelles avant d'organiser des élections dont l'objectif ultime est de refonder l'État malien, afin qu'il réponde aux aspirations profondes et légitimes de notre peuple à la paix, à la sécurité, à la bonne gouvernance, au développement et à la stabilité institutionnelle durable au Mali. Dans cette perspective, je suis heureux de souligner que certaines avancées majeures ont déjà été réalisées, notamment la promulgation de la loi électorale, qui comprend entre autres la création de l'autorité indépendante de gestion des élections, dont l'installation est à un stade avancé, ainsi que la mise en place d'une commission composée d'éminentes personnalités de toutes les composantes de la société malienne, chargée de la rédaction de la nouvelle Constitution. Monsieur le Président, sur un autre plan, peu de gens savent que le Mali est le seul pays au monde dans lequel se superposent et se déroulent simultanément 4 types d'insécurité: le terrorisme, les conflits communautaires manipulés par les terroristes et leurs sponsors étatiques étrangers, la criminalité transnationale organisée et les actions violentes d'individus isolés. Parallèlement à ce processus de retour à l'ordre constitutionnel, le Mali continue de mener une lutte sans merci contre les acteurs de l'insécurité, en particulier les groupes extrémistes qui sont responsables de toutes sortes d'abus contre nos paisibles populations. En ce qui concerne le Mali, je suis heureux et fier de vous annoncer que les groupes terroristes ont été sérieusement affaiblis et la peur a même changé de camp. Cependant, ces groupes criminels gardent encore et toujours une certaine capacité de nuisance dans leur tentative désespérée de porter atteinte à notre intégrité territoriale et de terroriser nos populations. Les vaillantes forces de défense et de sécurité du Mali restent déterminées à faire face à toutes les menaces d'où qu'elles viennent, sous l'impulsion de son Excellence le colonel Assimi Goïta, président de la transition, chef de l'État. Le gouvernement du Mali continue d'intensifier les efforts importants pour recruter, former, équiper et renforcer les capacités opérationnelles des forces de défense et de sécurité maliennes. Je dois dire ici que les actions offensives menées jusque-là ont permis à nos forces de remporter des victoires décisives contre les forces obscurantistes. Elles ont également permis à l'État de reprendre pied et de réaffirmer son autorité sur une grande partie du territoire national, ainsi que de favoriser le retour de plusieurs milliers de nos compatriotes dans leur localité d'origine. Cependant, nous savons que la solution uniquement militaire ou sécuritaire a ses limites. C'est la raison pour laquelle, en appui à l'action militaire, le gouvernement du Mali s'est doté d'une stratégie globale et intégrée, comprenant des mesures politiques, sociales, de développement, y compris la fourniture des services sociaux de base à nos populations, durement affectées par la crise multiforme que nous traversons depuis janvier 2012, avec comme objectif la restauration de l'autorité de l'État sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Dans cette dynamique, le gouvernement du Mali a approuvé le 24 août dernier la stratégie nationale de stabilisation des régions du centre et son plan d'action 2022-2024. Cette stratégie traduit la volonté des autorités de la transition d'avoir une approche holistique de la stabilisation des régions du centre. Elle vise à faire du centre une zone stable et prospère où les communautés sont réconciliées et vivent en harmonie avec leurs voisins. Parallèlement, la mise en œuvre diligente et intelligente de l'accord pour la paix et la réconciliation au Mali, issu du processus d'Alger, demeure une priorité stratégique des autorités de la transition. En tant qu'instrument pacifique de résolution durable de crise que traverse le Mali dans sa partie nord. Je dois dire que je suis particulièrement heureux des conclusions de la deuxième réunion de niveau décisionnel des parties à l'accord, tenue à Bamako du 1er au 5 août 2022. Cette importante réunion qui a regroupé les parties signataires et la médiation internationale a permis de lever certains obstacles afin de relancer le processus de mise en œuvre de l'accord. Poursuivant cette dynamique positive et progressive du processus de paix, la 6e réunion de haut niveau du comité de suivi de l'accord, CSA, s'est tenue à Bamako il y a à peine quelques semaines, le 2 septembre 2022. Cette session du CSA est un signal fort de la volonté des parties à s'engager dans une nouvelle dynamique en vue de parachever la mise en œuvre de l'accord. Je réaffirme ici notre attachement à ce processus dont la réussite demeure l'une des conditions sine qua non de la stabilité durable du Mali. C'est le lieu pour moi de saluer une fois de plus le rôle actif de l'Algérie et l'accompagnement de l'équipe de médiation internationale. Je n'oublie pas ici la situation des réfugiés maliens dans les pays voisins, que je salue au passage pour leur hospitalité à l'égard des nôtres. Je n'oublie pas non plus celle de nos compatriotes déplacés internes. Je veux les rassurer que le gouvernement du Mali reste très attentif à leur situation précaire et que tous nos efforts visent à créer les conditions propices à leur retour dans la sécurité et la dignité en vue de leur participation effective à la vie de la nation. Monsieur le Président, dans sa difficile quête pour la paix, la stabilité et le développement durable, le peuple malien reste reconnaissant des efforts et des sacrifices consentis par la MINUSMA de sa création en juillet 2013 à nos jours, visant à aider le Mali à restaurer son autorité sur l'ensemble de son territoire. C'est pourquoi je tiens à rendre hommage au nom du peuple et du gouvernement malien à la mémoire de toutes les victimes maliennes comme étrangères, civiles comme militaires, tombées sur le champ d'honneur au Mali. Cela dit, il nous faut reconnaître que près de 10 ans après son établissement, les objectifs pour lesquels l'aménagement a été déployé au Mali ne sont pas atteints, et ce, en dépit des nombreuses résolutions du Conseil de sécurité. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement du Mali réitère sa demande, maintes fois exprimée, d'un changement de paradigme, d'une adaptation de l'aménagement à l'environnement dans lequel elle est déployée et d'une meilleure articulation de cette mission avec les autorités maliennes. Dans cette perspective, il est extrêmement important pour l'aménagement de rester une force d'appui au Mali dans sa quête de stabilité. Le gouvernement du Mali dénonce les influences et l'instrumentalisation de certaines entités légalement présentes au Mali pour servir des agendas cachés, y compris à travers l'exploitation de la question des droits de l'homme aux fins de déstabilisation. Monsieur le Président, le monde se souviendra qu'après avoir été abandonné en plein vol le 10 juin 2021 par la France qui a unilatéralement décidé de retirer la force Barkhane du Mali, mon pays a été ensuite poignardé dans le dos par les autorités françaises. La précision est d'autant plus utile que nous refusons tout amalgame avec le peuple français que nous respectons. Les autorités françaises, profondément anti-françaises, pour avoir régné les valeurs morales universelles et trahi le lourd héritage humaniste des philosophes des Lumières, se sont transformées en une junte au service de l'obscurantisme. Je répète, les autorités françaises, profondément anti-françaises, et trahi le lourd héritage humaniste des philosophes des Lumières, se sont transformées en une junte au service de l'obscurantisme. Je répète pour une dernière fois. Les autorités françaises, profondément anti-françaises, pour avoir régné les valeurs morales universelles et trahi le lourd héritage des philosophes des Lumières, se sont transformées en une junte au service de l'obscurantisme. Obscurantisme de la junte française nostalgique de pratiques néocoloniales, condescendantes, paternalistes et revanchardes, qui a commandité et prémédité des sanctions inédites, illégales, illégitimes et inhumaines de la CEDEAO et de l'UEMOA contre le Mali et mon pays. Après plus de 10 ans d'insécurité et en fait des milliers de morts, autant de réfugiés et de déplacés internes, n'est-ce pas un sacrilège de mettre une population malienne victime de l'insécurité dans un pays enclavé sous embargo pendant 7 mois, en procédant à la fermeture des frontières et la saisie des comptes financiers du Mali. Grâce à sa résilience et à la solidarité de pays amis et des peuples africains, le peuple malien a tenu et a déjoué les pronostics de ses adversaires. Obscurantisme de la junte française qui s'est rendue coupable d'instrumentalisation des différences ethniques, en oubliant si vite sa responsabilité dans le génocide contre les Tutsis au Rwanda, coupable également de tenter désespérément de diviser les Maliens, enfants d'une même famille. Enfin, obscurantisme de la junte française qui a violé l'espace aérien malien en y faisant voler des vecteurs aériens tels que des drones, des hélicoptères militaires et des avions de chasse plus d'une 50aine de fois, en apportant des renseignements, des armes et munitions aux groupes terroristes. Afin de se donner une bonne conscience, la junte française accuse le Mali de n'avoir pas été reconnaissant en se gargarisant de la mort regrettable de 59 soldats français au Mali lors de diverses opérations de lutte contre le terrorisme. À cette triste accusation, nous rappelons que dans la majorité des interventions d'officiels maliens et des cérémonies, nous rendons systématiquement un hommage à l'ensemble des victimes de l'insécurité au Mali, sans distinction de nationalité, donc y compris les 59 Français décédés. Aussi, nous les invitons à ne pas s'arrêter à si bon chemin et de remonter le temps, en passant par leur intervention en Libye, décriée par toute l'Afrique, sans oublier la participation forcée des milliers d'Africains à la Première et la Seconde Guerre mondiale, sans oublier la traite négrière qui explique le sort économique de beaucoup de pays. Combien d'Africains sont-ils morts pour la France et le monde libre dans lequel nous vivons? Monsieur le Président, eu égard à la gravité des faits commis par la junte française, le Mali, dans sa lettre en date du 15 août 2022, a demandé la tenue d'une réunion d'urgence du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Cette réunion a pour objet de permettre au Mali de présenter les éléments de preuve en sa possession, démontrant que l'armée française a agressé en de maintes reprises mon pays, en violant de manière répétitive et fréquente l'espace aérien malien, sans autorisation des autorités maliennes, et parfois en falsifiant des documents de vol. Plus grave, Monsieur le Président, le Mali sera en mesure de prouver que la junte française a fourni des renseignements et des armes à des groupes terroristes. Le gouvernement du Mali s'interroge sur les raisons qui poussent cet État membre du Conseil de sécurité à faire obstacle au débat en vue de la manifestation de la vérité. Le monde doit être édifié sur les faits graves qui se sont déroulés au Mali et qui sont à la base de l'aggravation de l'insécurité et de la déstabilisation du Mali et du Sahel. Par la saisine du Conseil de sécurité, le gouvernement du Mali entend mettre cet important organe chargé à titre principal du maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale face à ses responsabilités et dénoncer les agissements de la junte française contre mon pays. Ces actes hostiles sont incompatibles avec la Charte des Nations Unies et son statut de membre permanent. Il y va de la crédibilité de notre mécanisme commun, de l'efficacité de la lutte contre le terrorisme, mais surtout, il y va de l'intégrité de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, qui repose entre autres sur le respect des engagements internationaux, de la légalité internationale et de la Charte des Nations Unies. Monsieur le Président, il semble opportun pour le Mali de demander votre implication personnelle auprès du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies afin que notre demande aboutisse pour que cesse la duplicité et la guerre par procuration imposée à mon pays. Monsieur le Président, dans la lutte contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent, le gouvernement du Mali est fortement interpellé sur la question des droits de l'homme. Je tiens à souligner que les droits de l'homme constituent avant tout des valeurs qu'incarne chaque Malien. Aussi, le gouvernement du Mali reste déterminé à les respecter et à les faire respecter, conformément à sa politique de tolérance zéro contre l'impunité. Et cela par fidélité à nos valeurs ancestrales inscrites dans la charte de Kouroukanfouga, proclamée en 1236 par l'empereur du Mali, Soundiata Keïta. Le Mali, berceau de grandes civilisations, héritier de grands empires, terre de brassage, d'hospitalité et de tolérance, fait de la promotion et de la défense des droits de l'homme une priorité nationale. C'est pourquoi je réaffirme avec force que les opérations militaires des forces de défense et de sécurité du Mali sont conduites dans le strict respect des droits de l'homme et du droit international humanitaire. Cependant, comme je viens de le souligner, le gouvernement du Mali s'oppose avec véhémence à l'instrumentalisation de la question des droits de l'homme à des fins politiques, de positionnement, voire de chantage ou d'intimidation. De même, nous regrettons la sélectivité observée entre les droits des populations dont des villages entiers sont massacrés et rasés, qui ne suscitent presque pas d'indignation particulière, et la manipulation communicationnelle faisant passer des terroristes neutralisés sur le champ de bataille pour des civils innocents. Monsieur le Président, pour terminer, je dirais que le peuple malien a décidé de prendre son destin en main. Il soutient pleinement le gouvernement dans la refondation du Mali, ainsi que le retour à un ordre constitutionnel apaisé et sécurisé en mars 2024, à l'issue d'élections libres, transparentes et crédibles. La réalisation de ces vastes chantiers exige du gouvernement de poursuivre et d'intensifier les efforts en vue de l'amélioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans le pays et de la protection des personnes et de leurs biens. À cet égard, je me réjouis de la tenue à Lomé, le 6 septembre dernier, de la 3e réunion du groupe de suivi et de soutien à la transition. Les conclusions de cette importante rencontre, notamment la reconnaissance des progrès réalisés par la transition et les appels lancés en faveur de la mobilisation de tous les partenaires économiques, techniques et financiers à la République du Mali, ainsi que pour soutenir les efforts des autorités de la transition du Mali en vue d'un retour harmonieux à l'ordre constitutionnel. Je voudrais rappeler que la transition au Mali résulte de plusieurs années de dysfonctionnement de notre jeune démocratie qui a engrangé quelques résultats positifs. Malheureusement, à l'heure du bilan, les passifs sont plus importants que les actifs, d'où la survenance de la transition. Je saisis cette opportunité qui m'est offerte pour remercier chaleureusement notre respecté aîné, son Excellence le Président Alassane Dramane Ouattara, pour les sages et éclairés conseils qu'il nous a prodigués dans son allocution mémorable à cette 77e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Je voudrais le rassurer que les autorités de la transition malienne n'ont d'autres objectifs que de faire des réformes politiques et institutionnelles avant d'organiser des élections tout en luttant obstinément contre le terrorisme. Ces réformes permettront d'améliorer la gouvernance et toutes les dispositions seront prises pour que la démocratie malienne soit la plus enviée au monde. Dans ce chantier, nous prêterons une attention particulière au troisième mandat, qui ne sera pas possible. Le troisième mandat. Le troisième mandat pour un public moins averti consiste pour un président de la République d'effectuer une manœuvre en 4 temps, en vue de conserver le pouvoir pour lui seul et son clan. Premier temps, presque en fin de second mandat, donc en principe non rééligible, il s'agit pour le président de la République sortant de déclencher une révision constitutionnelle de manière non consensuelle. Deuxième temps, au cours de cette révision constitutionnelle, le président de la République sortant modifiera quelques dispositions constitutionnelles. Troisième temps, une fois la nouvelle constitution adoptée, sur fond de crise politique naturellement, le président sortant devient candidat en violation de la limitation du nombre de mandats à 2. Sa candidature est alors justifiée par l'adoption de la nouvelle constitution et le prétexte est tout trouvé. La limitation du nombre de mandats à 2 concernait l'ancienne constitution. Par conséquent, il est candidat au regard de la nouvelle constitution adoptée. Quatrième temps, une farce électorale est organisée. Forcément, il remporte les élections et s'ensuit une chasse impitoyable aux opposants politiques, dont certains sont arrêtés, d'autres s'exilent et d'autres assassinés. Les allégeances sont obtenues grâce au pouvoir de l'argent, le clientélisme et les intimidations. Dans un langage plus simplifié et en référence à une métaphore footballistique, le troisième mandat est une magie. C'est l'art de se dribbler soi-même tout en gardant le ballon. Excellence, Monsieur le Président Ouattara, vos conseils nous rappellent la triste histoire du chameau qui se moque de la bosse du dromadaire. Malgré les efforts tangibles de la transition malienne, dans la mise en œuvre des chronogrammes des réformes politiques et institutionnelles et celui des élections, salués par la communauté internationale, Madame la ministre des Affaires étrangères de la junte française, à qui le Mali n'a pourtant rien demandé, a estimé qu'il n'y avait pas eu de progrès, oubliant que nul ne peut aimer le Mali plus que les Maliens eux-mêmes. Sa position singulière et son adversité ne nous surprennent guère. Victor Hugo, dans Claude Gueux, a classé le genre humain en 2 catégories, en indiquant, je cite, qu'il y a des hommes qui sont fers et des hommes qui sont aimants, fin de citation. Madame le ministre, dont il s'agit malheureusement, n'est ni fer, ni aimant, elle est hideusement sui generis. Devant l'incertitude et les situations étrangères, le peuple malien adopte une attitude prudente. C'est ce que l'écrivain et le sage Amadou Hampâté-Bâ met en relief en conseillant dans l'étrange destin de Wangrin que, je cite, « Si observer est une qualité, savoir se taire préserve de la calamité ». Fin de citation. Madame le ministre de la junte française, le Mali vous conseille de vous contenter d'observer sa situation. C'est l'occasion pour moi de saluer les relations de coopération exemplaires et fructueuses entre le Mali et la Russie, tout en réaffirmant que le Mali reste ouvert à tous les partenaires qui souhaitent l'aider à relever les défis multiples qui l'assaillent, dans le respect strict de sa souveraineté, de son unité et de la dignité du peuple malien. Le Mali rappelle que, conformément à la vision du colonel Assimi Goïta, président de la transition chef de l'État, 3 principes guident l'action publique nationale. Premier principe, le respect de la souveraineté du Mali. Deuxième principe, le respect des choix stratégiques et de partenaires opérés par le Mali. Troisième principe, la prise en compte des intérêts vitaux du peuple malien dans les décisions prises. En application de ces principes, le Mali reste disposé à poursuivre et à renforcer ses relations de bon voisinage avec l'ensemble des pays qui l'entourent. De même, le Mali, fidèle à son engagement panafricain, continuera à œuvrer au sein des organisations sous-régionales et régionales pour la réalisation de l'intégration africaine. Également, l'atteinte des objectifs de la transition requiert l'accompagnement de l'ensemble des partenaires du Mali, y compris les Nations Unies. J'en appelle donc aux amis du Mali à rester mobilisés aux côtés du gouvernement en vue de l'aider à relever ensemble ces défis importants. Pour la grande majorité des États du monde, convaincus par le respect mutuel et le partenariat gagnant-gagnant, je leur garantis que les portes du Mali leur sont grandement ouvertes et les Maliens les accueilleront les bras ouverts. Pour la minorité qui serait tentée de ne pas respecter ces principes, nous leur promettons qu'ils feront face à des millions de Assimi Goïta soucieux de défendre leur honneur, leur dignité et leurs intérêts vitaux. Je terminerai en donnant 2 conseils aux nostalgiques de la domination. Ayez le sens de l'empathie en traitant les autres comme vous voudrez être traités ou en ne faisant pas aux autres ce que vous ne voudrez pas qu'on vous fasse. Le second conseil, revoyez vos copies, revoyez vos modèles, revoyez vos logiciels pour intégrer le changement de mentalité et l'évolution du monde dans vos grilles de lecture et d'analyse. Sortez du passé colonial et entendez la colère, la frustration, le rejet qui remonte des villes et campagnes africaines, des populations africaines, et comprenez que ce mouvement est inexorable. Grâce au principe de la multiplication fractale, vos intimidations et vos actions subversives n'ont fait que grossir le rang des Africains soucieux de préserver leur dignité. S'il n'était qu'une centaine aux indépendances, aujourd'hui nous sommes des millions, et demain, tant que les paradigmes inégalitaires demeureront, nous serons des milliards. Le Mali et son peuple ne seront pas des spectateurs face aux assauts et l'adversité. Pour chaque mot employé de travers, nous réagirons par réciprocité. Pour chaque balle tirée contre nous, nous réagirons par réciprocité. C'est à ce prix qu'une nouvelle ère sera une réalité avec des solutions porteuses de changement pour relever des défis interdépendants, avec des États interdépendants et en valorisant l'homme sans distinction aucune, notamment de race, de couleur, de sexe, de langue, de religion, d'opinion politique ou de toute autre opinion, d'origine nationale ou sociale, de propriété, de naissance ou de toute autre situation telle que stipulée à l'article 2 de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Que Dieu bénisse le Mali et préserve les Maliens des forces obscurantistes et destructrices du monde. Que Dieu bénisse l'Afrique et préserve les Africains des forces obscurantistes et destructrices du monde. Que Dieu bénisse le monde et préserve l'humanité entière des forces obscurantistes et destructrices du monde. Je vous remercie de votre très aimable attention.
От имени Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить временного исполняющего обязанности премьер-министра Республики Мали за только что сделанное заявление и прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Ассамблея заслушает выступление премьер-министра и министра национальной безопасности, законодательства и информации Сен-Винсента и Гренадин, его превосходительство Ральфа Гонсалеса. Прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Я с большим удовольствием приветствую премьер-министра и министра национальной безопасности, законодательства и информации Сент-Винсента и Гренадин, его превосходительство Ральфа Гонсалвеса. Приглашаю его выступить перед Ассамблеей.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, in these dawning years of the third decade of the 21st century, despite the progress and huge potential for the further upliftment of the world's civilizations, the human condition is racked overwhelmingly by global turmoil, convulsions, dislocations, and the gravest uncertainties about the future. The specifics which have produced in their aggregation and multiple interconnections this debilitating malaise and tumult, are well known. We identify here and now those of centrality and urgency: irresponsible and dangerous man-made climate change, a dominant economic and trading system awash with antagonistic contradictions, which has delivered unacceptable burdens to the poor and the weak on the one hand, and benefits in abundance to the rich and strong on the other. Unnecessary and unwise conflicts, declared and undeclared wars, which subvert the settled norms and precepts of international law and contribute to economic hardship and immense suffering globally. Avoidable public health emergencies, inclusive of pandemics, and the distorted, uneven responses thereto, and the dangerous vanities, delusional vainglories, and hubris of men and women in power, particularly in the global centers of imperialism and in the locales of those intoxicated with the quest for hegemony. Mr. President, across the world, the faces of ordinary men and women are strained and anxious. Indeed, there is increasingly a sense of despair. At such junctures historically, civilizations have either descended into barbarism of one sort or another, or accepted the necessity to despair, to embrace fresh hope, conjoined with love for humanity and an abiding faith made perfect in works. Surely, this is the time to embrace fresh hope. This existential longing that touches the human spirit and soul goes beyond the mere amelioration of our current travails. It demands correctives or reformations of a structural or fundamental kind and fresh thinking. Without fresh hope, a desecration of our future awaits us. Fresh ideas are a core foundation of fresh hope. Over 130 years ago, the Cuban patriot José Martí advised that weapons of the mind vanquish all others. Through Martí, we learn that a vital idea set ablaze before the world at the right moment can, like the mystic banner of the Last Judgment, stop a fleet of battleships. Our tumultuous times demand fresh ideas and an invigoration of those which have stood the test of time in the march of civilizations into modernity and uplifting governance. Unfortunately, stale and outmoded thinking too often shapes and dominates the global outlook and conduct of the most powerful nations to the detriment of peace, security, and prosperity for all. For example, at least one mighty state affirms wrongly that it possesses an exceptionalism grounded in a manifest destiny to rule the world. Another considers also wrongly that its population size, growing wealth, enlarged military prowess, and a civilization that goes back to near antiquity justifies its quest for global hegemony. And still others, not quite behemoths, conjure up ancient glories and historic empires as the illusory bases to reconstruct the past, oblivious to the fact that any such presumed future of unalloyed grandeur is actually behind them. Amidst all this competitive jostling for power and vainglory, confusion reigns, and the overwhelming majority of the world's population suffers. It is instructive to note that the contemporary circumstances of the global political economy and society have prompted the powerful and some wannabe powerful countries to proclaim the necessity to construct a new world order, each with its own peculiar agenda. But from the global periphery, which encompasses most of humanity, I ask the relevant and haunting questions. What's new? Which world? And who gives the orders? The future of humanity depends on satisfactory answers to these queries. In this maelstrom, the center cannot hold, and things are falling apart. Yet, we must not wring our hands, metaphorically, in learned helplessness. The principles are certainly not innocent of the extant condition, and there are bundles of credible ideas in our multilateral system to fashion possible lasting solutions in pursuit of peace, prosperity, sustainable development, and security for humanity as a whole. So where do we go from here? Central to a credible, equitable path forward for humanity and our civilized life, living, and production is the requisite of quality global leadership. It is a truism that usually men and women make history only to the extent that the circumstances of history and contemporary reality permit them so to make. But it is also true, indeed necessary and desirable, for global leadership to transcend the existing circumstances given and transmitted from the past and to push the boundaries of possibilities for humanity's sake beyond the normally considered outer limits. I am satisfied that the world's peoples are demanding a quality global leadership which not only inspires them, but draws out of them their goodness, elemental yearnings of humanity and nobility of purpose, oftentimes to draw out of them this goodness, humanity, and nobility, which the people themselves may not as yet know that they possess. Mr. President, at this very moment of our assemblage here, in civilization's finest hours, we are eyewitnesses and air witnesses to immense conflict, strife, and harrowing suffering in the world at large. It is an indictment on our civilized assembly that horrific wars rumble on, unabated, in Ukraine, Yemen, Syria, parts of Africa, and elsewhere. At least one of these wars may lead to a nuclear Armageddon. How much longer, too, do we have to stand the balkanization and systematic oppression of the people of Palestine by those who are in arrogant disregard of world opinion and international law? Why are the illegal, unjust economic embargo, undeclared war, and criminal interventions against Cuba permitted to continue without let-up, despite overwhelming, near-unanimous denunciation by this General Assembly? Why do we not resist unequivocally the sordid attempts by imperialism to subvert the duly elected governments of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Republic of Nicaragua? How can we stand askance in relative silence and contented inaction in disregard of Taiwan's legitimate right to exist in accord with the wishes and the will of the Taiwanese people? Why do we not encourage peace and security across the Taiwan Straits by, among other things, permitting Taiwan's participation in the specialized agencies of relevance in the United Nations system, such as the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization? All these and other 20th century quarrels and contentions have potentially viable solutions, or at the very least, mutually acceptable levels of dissatisfaction, lodged within a framework of peace and security. Quality global leadership in communion with the world's peoples, credible ideas for resolution, and a coherent multilateralism grounded in international law constitute the only viable way forward for humanity. In short, let us give mature diplomacy a chance to succeed. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has had to face immense challenges since March 2020 and continuing. In March 2020, COVID-19, this pandemic arrived upon us like the proverbial thief in the night. Although we did not close our country down, not even in the darkest days of living and production were and still are. In April 2021, my small country suffered 32 volcanic eruptions which caused widespread destruction of property, immense social dislocation, immiseration of our people, and the evacuation of 1/5 of the population into emergency shelters. In early July 2021, Hurricane Elsa struck, resulting in further loss and damage. In late February 2022, open hostilities between Russia and Ukraine erupted, which exacerbated the economic turmoil which was already brewing globally. The knock-on effects of the Russia-Ukraine war has been terrible for faraway St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our Caribbean. Prices of basic commodities such as imported fuel, food, fertilizer, and hand tools have gone through the roof. Still, we are a resilient people. We are not a people of lamentations, and we are recovering and embracing fresh hope. We in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are working hard and smart, but without a fair and just economic order globally, and a special regard for small island exceptionalism, a global architecture of enlightened multilateralism and internationalist solidarity. Without these things, our Herculean national efforts are unlikely to yield the requisite abundant fruit. Trying to go up a fast-moving down escalator is a challenging exercise. Accordingly, I adopt and adapt the poetic words of the iconic Barbadian, Edward Kamau Brathwaite, from his Awakening, quote, "I will rise and stand on my feet. Ever so slowly, I will rise and stand on my feet. I am learning. Just let me succeed," unquote. Just let St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Caribbean, and other developing countries succeed. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses its profound gratitude for the regional, hemispheric, and international solidarity accorded it at its time of real peril, during and immediately after the series of volcanic eruptions last year. Within 24 hours of the first cataclysmic eruption, my dear friend, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, telephoned me and placed the Secretariat and the UN specialized agencies at my country's disposal. The World Food Programme, UNICEF, UNEP were particularly heroic in their efforts, admirably coordinated by the United Nations Regional Office in the Eastern Caribbean. The World Bank was most helpful. So too were the Caribbean community and its affiliate institutions, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, and individual nations across the world. The outpouring of regional and international solidarity was impressive and deeply appreciated. Episodic support must, however, metamorphose into structured, ongoing solidarity if small island developing states are to survive and thrive in this increasingly hostile world in which the metaphoric elephants trample with very little regard for the proverbial ants who make up much of humanity and are vital to the well-being of our global civilization's landscape and seascape. The agenda for small island developing states is well known. Some major planks of it are concerted global action on climate change, inclusive of a sufficiency of resources for adaptation and mitigation, availability of optimal financing for development, including the rollout of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index and a compensation mechanism for loss and damage, and a special and meaningful carve-out for SIDS in international trading arrangements, the cessation of the unacceptable weaponizing of the financial system, an appropriate reformation of the United Nations to reflect the interests of SIDS, and efficacious implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in relation to eliminating hunger, poverty, and inequality. Of especial concern, too, for our Caribbean is the urgent issue of reparations from the European states for their commission of native genocide and the enslavement of Africans that has caused painful legacies of underdevelopment. Time has surely now come for this issue to be addressed urgently. Reparations is a just and juridically grounded demand. It ought not to evoke confrontation from well-meaning peoples, but support. Mr. President, the continuing deteriorating situation in Haiti demands focused attention from the United Nations. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, to which Haiti belongs, is pained at Haiti's circumstances and the relative neglect by the international community of this nation of inestimable value. Together, we must do better with and for Haiti in concert with the Haitian people, based on their own homegrown solutions and led by them. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been actively engaged on this issue within both CARICOM and the United Nations. Haiti's 11 million people deserve better. Further, a safe and prosperous Haiti means a far more secure and peaceful Caribbean. In the Caribbean, beyond the Haitian issue, our national and regional efforts are stymied by the unfairness and relative unresponsiveness of the global political economy. Oftentimes, too, the unintended consequences of the actions by the centers of imperialism or hegemonic forces induce suffering or hold back our progress. For example, our Caribbean has had its correspondent banking arrangements compromised or withdrawn by the application of rules which our governments have had little or no role in making. Similarly, blacklists, and we heard the Bahamas this morning on that. Similarly, blacklists or sanctions are imposed or threatened by faceless bureaucrats in imperial centers for this or that matter, without any regard for multilateral rulemaking or settled international law. Meanwhile, interference in the internal affairs of our nations persists through external state agencies or private entities of imperialist or hegemonic centers bent on imposing their wills to their advantage. Oftentimes, their relentless misuse and abuse of the modern means of information technology, with falsehoods and misrepresentations galore, have the effect of polluting democratic discourse and undermining democracy itself. The United Nations must address this issue urgently. This United Nations, too, must reform itself to do its work better. In this regard, the reform of the Security Council ought not to be delayed any further. Many sensible ideas for reform are on the table. Let us get on with it and not make perfection the enemy of the good. The many-sided turmoil of today prompts me, Mr. President, to conclude with the probing insights of Guyana's poet laureate Martin Carter in his celebrated poem, Bitter Wood. Here be dragons and bitter cups made of wood, and the hooves of horses where they should not sound. Here is where I am, in a great geometry, between a raft of ants and the green sight of the freedom of a tree, made of that same bitter wood. Mr. President, in our final reflections at this General Assembly, let us never forget that our work here is to improve markedly the lot of all our peoples. To this mighty end, we must construct optimally a partnership between all nations, whatever our differences, to take care of yesterday's heritage, to accommodate and reasonably address today's interests, and to pursue effectively in peace and security tomorrow's hopes. Thank you.
От имени Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить премьер-министра и министра национальной безопасности, законодательства и информации Сент-Винсента и Гренадин за только что сделанное заявление и прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Ассамблея заслушает выступление премьер-министра и министра финансов, национальной безопасности, внутренних дел, государственного управления, информации и управления в условиях бедствий Гренады, его превосходительства Дикона Митчелла. Прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Я с большим удовольствием приветствую премьер-министра и министра финансов, национальной безопасности и внутренних дел, государственного управления, информации и управления в условиях бедствий Гренады, его превосходительство Дикона Митчелла. Приглашаю его выступить перед Ассамблеей.
His Excellency Kaba Kurosi, President of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, please accept my warmest greetings and congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I commit my delegation's full support and cooperation in the fulfillment of your important duties. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, for his able guidance of the last session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, I'm extremely honored to speak at this important global forum for the first time on behalf of the government and people of Grenada. Exactly 3 months ago today, the people of Grenada exercised their democratic right and voted for transformation in free and fair elections and a solid mandate at the polls. The Grenadian people placed their confidence in me to lead our country for the next 5 years. Mr. President, today I bring my transformational agenda to the United Nations General Assembly because although we are an island state, our world does not exist in isolation. Successful and sustainable transformation in Grenada is inevitably tethered to the sustainable forward movement of the global community. Mr. President, this noble institution is nearing its 80-year anniversary. a significant milestone that is worthy of distinct recognition. As my own country also draws near to a noteworthy milestone, that of 50 years as an independent state, it is an appropriate time to renew our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter and to international law. It is also a fitting time to review the achievements of the past decades and to proffer solutions to the challenges that have stymied progress. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic brought our world to a standstill without prejudice for the size and the economic might of nations. For a time, this disease was the great equalizer and forced us all to reevaluate our priorities and our approach to working together. Grenada notes with relief news from the World Health Organization that we might be finally entering the end phase of the pandemic. While we welcome the return to some semblance of normal, it is my sincere hope that the lessons learned from the pandemic will remain and we will not return to business as usual. Mr. President, the monumental challenges posed by the pandemic were unprecedented and seemingly insurmountable. Amid this worldwide disaster, however, our global community rallied and demonstrated what is possible when we resolve to work together towards a common goal. The pandemic taught us all the value of international cooperation, the timely exchange of information, and the sharing of resources critical to avoiding and mitigating similar global occurrences. Mr. President, it is imperative that the matter of climate change be escalated to this level of urgency amongst our community of nations. The devastating effects of global warming can already be felt all over the world, with higher temperatures worsening many types of disasters, including storms, heat waves, floods, and droughts. Our planet is undoubtedly in crisis, but as the ancient Chinese proverb reminds us, crisis is opportunity riding a dangerous wind. This window of opportunity is quickly closing, however, and we no longer have the luxury to kick these issues down the road. We are now faced with the reality that tomorrow is today. Mr. President, we have tinkered long enough and must now accept that solutions to the problems we face may not be found in this grand hall or in the highest echelons of global climate discussions, but rather with the people, especially our young people, who stand to lose the most from the inaction of our current leaders. Mr. President, approximately 60% of the world's population is under 35 years old. In my own country, 50% of the current population is between 18 and 35 years of age. Young people are therefore critical to the success of sustainable development policies and must play a central role in the implementation of the targets set by the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, I call on all young people to take action. It is not yet too late to do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for action is now. The reality is, the leaders of today will not be around to feel the consequences of their decisions. It is therefore up to our youth to lead the charge for the future they want to see. To all young people, I challenge you today to choose to be agents of change over victims of climate change. It can start with small actions that cause ripple effects throughout your families and friend circles, your communities, and eventually the wider world. Mr. President, it was not that long ago that I too was a young lawyer seeking to evoke positive change in my community through small actions. I knew that I could no longer sit on the sidelines and wait for the leaders of the day to solve challenges that have plagued Grenadian society for well over a decade. I had to become the change. In October 2021, I made the decision to enter political life, and shortly after was elected political leader of the National Democratic Congress. Only 8 months later, Mr. President, I led the party to victory, winning 9 of the 15 seats. My presence here today is testament that we can change and we can create the change that we would like to see. But it will only materialize if we step forward and accept the call to be the leaders of today. Mr. President, as leaders, the onus is also on us to create spaces where young people feel empowered to propose innovative solutions to the challenges we collectively face. This is a priority of my administration and has been backed by gender-forward, pro-youth policies and purposeful action. The appointment of the Honorable Kireen James as Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy at 23 years old is a milestone for my country and the Caribbean region, as the Honorable James is the youngest minister in the Caribbean. Mr. President, confronting the climate crisis will require a complete transformation of our mindset and behaviors, but also, and importantly, the transformation of our energy sources, economic models, and land stewardship. This is a unique opportunity to come together, welcome innovative ideas, and tackle the problems we have struggled with for generations. Our goal as responsible global citizens should be to leave the planet as good or better than we found it. This plea is not without urgency. Mr. President, as the leader of a Caribbean small island developing state, effects of climate change, and the stark reality that we may not have a country to pass on to future generations in the face of increasingly strengthened hurricanes and sea level rise. The small island states of the Caribbean are already experiencing significant adverse effects due to climate change. With each hurricane season, and we are in the hurricane season currently, that now brings increased and more powerful storms, we watch and we wait with bated breath and a silent prayer in the hope that this year it will not be our turn. In 2004, it was Grenada's turn with Hurricane Ivan. We lost 34 souls, 80% of our housing stock, and decimated our economic and fiscal bases with damage surpassing 200% of our gross domestic product. 10 months later, in 2005, it was Grenada's turn again with Hurricane Emily. In recent years, we have watched with horror as our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean experience their turn. Most notably, Hurricane Irma in 2017 which left the island of Barbuda nearly uninhabitable and wrought significant havoc on over 10 other Caribbean island states, including the British Virgin Islands, which lost approximately 85% of its housing stock. Only 2 weeks later, Hurricane Maria threatened cruelly to exacerbate the wounds freshly inflicted by Irma. Mr. President, the global community would remember the destruction visited on Dominica by the said Hurricane Maria, which left 31 people dead, 37 missing, and an estimated $930 million in damages. Mr. President, I can continue in this vein, highlighting the devastating consequences that Caribbean islands suffer due to the warming climate, including the harmful effects on our rich biodiversity and underwater resources. We are truly on the front lines, and we know it all too well, the ease with which one hurricane can wipe out decades of progress. As I stand here this morning, several Caribbean islands are reeling from the wrath of Hurricane Fiona. This is the reality we face, Mr. President, and why it is urgent that we act. Mr. President, given the focus of my address here this morning, it is evident that climate change is inimical to Grenada's transformational agenda. We continue to insist on a clear roadmap at the global level for ambitious climate action to ensure that global average temperatures remain below the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. As we seek to bolster climate resilience in our island home, I reiterate the call for the urgent scaling up of climate finance for adaptation and the removal of challenges that developing nations face to access climate financing. Additionally, my government calls for increased technology development and capacity building, especially for young people. Mr. President, we are encouraged and indeed proud that a son of the soil has been given the responsibility to manage global climate action. The appointment of Simon Steele as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat sends a clear message of the importance of island voices in the fight against climate change. We are optimistic that we will achieve the mandates of the Climate Convention and its protocols, as well as the Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, the government of Grenada is steadfast in its commitment to creating paths towards sustainability and promoting diversity. Evidence of our resolve can be found in the first ever long-term National Sustainable Development Plan 2020-2035, which is in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the anchor for the country's development agenda and the priorities for the next 15-year period. In this regard, the government of Grenada was pleased to be one of the 45 countries that presented voluntary national reviews of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development during the recently held high-level political forum for sustainable development. Mr. President, our country-led review of progress towards the implementation of the 17 SDGs of the 2030 Agenda comes at a critical juncture in our collective efforts aimed at recovering from the extraordinary socio-economic crisis created by COVID-19. Mr. President, for Grenada, the pandemic exposed critical structural weaknesses and resource deficiencies in our healthcare system. Managing the high incidence of non-communicable diseases, therefore, is an urgent priority, and so too is addressing the mental health of our citizenry. In addition, Mr. President, the economic fallout from the worldwide closure of borders and stagnation of tourism, a key economic driver, exacerbated already elevated levels of unemployment and poverty. My government intends to mitigate such dire circumstances in the future by diversifying our economy and developing a robust ICT and digital economy. Trends such as converging technologies and the digitization of production are rapidly transforming work and life, and they must be factored into training and development opportunities for our young people. Mr. President, we understand that to adequately equip our young people for the future, inclusive and equitable quality education is fundamental. To this end, my government has taken the necessary steps to ensure the framework for free universal education up to the community college level, and is committed to providing second chance opportunities to all youth who did not complete a primary, secondary, or tertiary education. Additionally, we intend to actively seek out opportunities for further studies in digital and creative fields to support our emerging creative and digital economies. Mr. President, the answers, once again, will lie with our young people and their invaluable contributions to the future of the labor force. My government will foster an environment where youth have access to and the support needed to thrive. In particular, we intend to provide incentives to young entrepreneurs, upgrade our agricultural production systems, and bolster our export capacity. Grenada will act deliberately to attract the attention and support of the international community and the favor of friendly nations as we seek to improve the standard of living of all citizens through the exploration of new frontiers of economic and social development. Mr. President, as we emerge from the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic and optimistically prepare to transform our economy, we cannot ignore the new crisis in the East due to current geopolitical tensions and conflicts, which has devastating and disruptive consequences for energy and food security. Mr. President, Russia's war with Ukraine has already threatened international peace and stability and induced hardships upon nations unconnected with the conflict. Grenada associates itself with the call of many for Russia to relent its war efforts in Ukraine and for the parties to negotiate a peaceful settlement of the conflict. Mr. President, mindful that peace is a supreme asset and a legitimate aspiration of all peoples, Grenada renews its firm call for the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace. We also advocate for the economic, social, and environmental development of all Caribbean states. In this regard, Grenada is satisfied that the removal of the US-imposed economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba will facilitate economic and social change there. Additionally, we call for Cuba to be removed from the US State Department's list of countries that are co-sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, in the same way, we lament that more has not been done for our brothers and sisters in Haiti, a country classified as one of the poorest amongst us. The Caribbean Community, CARICOM, continues to pursue various initiatives to assist Haiti. However, we believe that more productive engagements must be undertaken with all stakeholders to help achieve political stability, peace, and economic progress in Haiti. Mr. President, Grenada also reiterates its support for the ongoing judicial process at the International Court of Justice aimed at bringing a definitive end to the long-standing Guyana-Venezuela border dispute, and we reaffirm our unwavering support for the territorial integrity of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. President, we further remain resolute in our call for an end to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures against the Republic of Venezuela, contrary to the rules and principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, the net effect of the recent and ongoing crises continues to seriously dislodge the world economy and, in turn, the ability of countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The adverse impacts on production, employment, and poverty are growing, while at the same time jeopardizing fiscal management in many countries. The government of Grenada is firm in its determination to achieve the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We call, however, for the increased inclusion of youth voices as we seek to chart the future of our planet. We further note that if small island states are to eliminate poverty and attain sustainable levels of development, the vulnerability criteria now applicable to all countries must be comprehensively reviewed as a matter of urgency. The consequence of upper middle income status afforded Grenada and many other small states, without consideration to our specific vulnerabilities, continues to hinder our ability to access concessionary and grant financing. We continue to call for a new multi-vulnerable index, which will eliminate the threat to our economic development and security. And we encourage the submission of additional proposals that seek to address similar challenges that prevent our countries from moving forward on equal footing. Mr. President, the United Nations system over the last 77 years has contributed immensely to humanity. It is now time to consider strategic transformation if we are to achieve the goals set out in the 2030 Agenda and safeguard our planet for future generations. Thank you.
От имени Ассамблеи хочу поблагодарить премьер-министра и министра финансов, национальной безопасности и внутренних дел Государственного управления информации и управления в условиях бедствий Гренады за только что сделанное заявление и прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Ассамблея заслушает выступление премьер-министра Республики Северная Македония, его превосходительства Димитара Ковачевского. Прошу службу протокола проводить его превосходительство. Я с большим удовольствием приветствую премьер-министра Республики Северная Македония, его превосходительство Димитара Ковачевского. Приглашаю его выступить перед Ассамблеей.
Председавач на Генералното собрание на Обединетите нации, почитуван генерален секретар на Обединетите нации, почитувани шефови на држави и колеги шефови на влади, почитувани присутни. Силата е во заедништвото. оваа лекција дека здружено можеме повеќе отколку сами. Денес светот ја учи во неочекуваните околности со кои што сме соочени во 21. век. Прво пандемијата, а сега и суровата војна во Украина. Неопходно е заедништво на демократскиот свет, сега и понатаму, во надминувањето на последиците од светски размери, со кои што се соочуваат државите во Европа и пошироко во светот. Република Северна Македонија во здружените напори за одговор на почетокот на војната во Украина се постави веднаш и 100% на линија на надворешната политика на Европската Унија и демократскиот свет. И тоа го створивме како држава која што е определена кон мир, кон решенија базирани на диалог, кон европските вредности. Но и како земја која што од собственото искуство научи дека мирот, силата и напредокот доаѓаат со заедништвото. И кога воспоставивме независност по мирен пат во 1991 година и кога се издигнавме над внатрешниот меѓуетнички конфликт во 2001 година и денес, кога преку воспоставениот концепт на едно општество за сите сме пример за функционална мултиетничка демократија, значаен фактор на стабилноста на Западен Балкан, а со тоа и на Европа и доверлив партнер на меѓународната демократска заедница. Функционалните решенија на еден мал простор секогаш се патоказ за решенијата на еден глобален простор. Предизвиците, колку и да ги има на едно широко географско тло, кулминираат на едно место, а потоа стануваат потенцијална глобална закана. Денес тоа место е една независна и суверена држава, Украина, чиј што народ се соочува со неприфатлива и недозволива агресија од Руската Федерација. Два момента се исклучително загрижувачки и го бараат целото наше внимание. Едниот е фактот дека агресијата доаѓа од постојана членка на Советот за безбедност на Обединетите нации, како што е Руската Федерација. Тоа што низ насилство одлучува да решава предизвик, држава членка на организација која што во својата основа го одржувањето на мирот во светот е спротивно на сите заложби на цивилизираниот свет, да се застане на патот на сите форми на дејствување, чии што последици се човечки животи и загрозување на светскиот мир. Исто така, покажувањето сила на една географски поголема држава врз една географски помала држава, определена да споделува демократски вредности, е опасен и недозволив преседан. Во заедничкиот свет, составен од географски поголеми и помали држави, ова едноставно мора да се спречи да стане пракса. Проблемите, како што можеме да видиме, се повеќе димензионални и заеднички. Тоа се предизвиците пред кои што сме соочени сите во најтешката зима пред нас по Втората светска војна, да обезбедиме достапност до храна и енергија за нашите граѓани. И решенијата мора да бидат заеднички. Одговорот за испредпретените предизвици е во суштината на темата на оваа дебата. Решенија низ солидарност, одржливост и наука. Кога велиме одржливост, треба да се има предвид уште едно горко искуство од војната во Украина. Битката за мир трае и мирот бара постојана посветеност кон меѓусебното разбирање, будност и брзи реакции. Почитувани колеги, делегати и присутни, сакам јасно да ја пренесам пораката на мојата земја. Непредизвиканата агресија на Руската Федерација врз Украина представува флагрантно кршење на повелбата на Обединетите нации, како и на нормите и принципите на меѓународното право. Таа не може да се оправда, ниту да се релативизира. Руската Федерација мора веднаш да ја прекине агресијата и да ги повлече своите трупи од Украина. Историјата ни потврдува дека ниту еден проблем не може да се реши по насилен пат. Прекинувањето на агресијата е неопходност, предуслов да се отвори единствениот можен пат до решението. Тоа е патот на дипломатијата и диалогот, кој што може и мора да биде единствениот механизам за разрешување на споровите и предизвиците меѓу државите. Неизвестноста околу снабдувањето со храна и со енергија ќе ги продлабочи разликите на глобално ниво помеѓу богатиот север и сиромашниот југ и ќе доведе милиони луѓе на работна основна екзистенција, дури и во опасност од глад. Ефектите ќе ги почувствуваме сите, и економски повеќе развиените и помалку развиените држави. мора да се извлечат искуства од пандемијата, дека меѓународната солидарност не е добро да се води од тоа дали е потребна меѓу развиени или помалку развиени држави. Ако сакаме да спречиме отворање нов предизвик од растешко граѓанско незадоволство на глобален план. Пандемијата потсети дека сите сме еднакви пред заеднички во случајот невидлив непријател, кој однесе милиони животи ширум светот и упати колку се значени солидарноста и единството, преточени во конкретната меѓународна соработка. Овие принципи треба да ја раководат нашата акција и во иднина, во соочувањето со актуелните и соидните предизвици. Конкретно денес, во наминувањето на последиците на војната во Украина, неопходно е да се удвојат напорите за зајакната меѓународна солидарност и меѓусебно помагање на рамноправна основа во Европа, каде импактот од војната во Украина е најголем и пошироко во светот. Ова посебно се однесува на изнаоѓањето можни решенија за надминување на предизвиците околу снабдувањето со електрична енергија, но и со храна. Во овој контекст ја нагласувам значајната активна улога на генералниот секретар Антонио Гутереш, како и на Турција во посредувањето за извозот на жито од Украина. Почитувани присутни, случувањата воја околу Украина во втор план ги ставија бројните други конфликти во светот, но фокусот кон нив мора да се држи изострен. Тероризмот во сите своји форми останува глобална закана на целото човештво. Бројните хибридни закани предизвикуваат загриженост и неспокој. Лажните вести и можноста што ја даваат социјалните мрежи преку интернет комуникацијата за нивно масовно ширење е предизвик за целиот демократски свет. Авторитарните тенденции под превезот на лажниот патриотизам се сериозна закана за човековите права и потенцијална нестабилност. Останува актуелно и прашањето околу климатските промени и покрај сите настојувања за заеднички и обединет фронт во спасувањето на планетата Земја. Неодамнешните катастрофални поплави во Пакистан се само последна видлива последица во низата екстремни природни непогоди ширум светот, настанати како резултат на климатските промени. Гумењето на биодиверзивитетот, загадувањето на воздухот и недостатокот на вода се наметнуваат како приоритетни закани, не само за животната средина и екосистемите, туку и за животот на луѓето. Така ќе биде се додека не профункционира свеста кај секој поединец, дека природата не е наша, туку е дел од нас и кон неа така треба да се однесуваме. И за сето ова се потребни заеднички акции со засилени, консолидирани напори, во кои што тежиштето ќе се стави подеднакво на превенцијата како и кон решенијата. Конфликтите, нестабилноста, насилството, климатските промени, доведувањето до ширење тешка сиромаштија за милиони луѓе, кои предизвикуваат раселување на населението, што добива и размери на екзодус. Емигрантските бранови од претходните години од Сирија и Авганистан не стивнуваат. Сега се соочуваме и со милиони бегалци од Украина. Република Северна Македонија ги отвори вратите за граѓаните од Украина, кои приморани да ја напуштат родната земја побараа за солниште во нашата држава. Оваа прилика е момент да се оддаде должно признание на државите во светот кои што примија најголем број бегалци, како и на големиот број граѓани ширум светот кои се секојдневно се ангажирани во згрижувањето на бегалците и воопшто во помагањето на оние кои имаат потреба од тоа. Мојата земја Северна Македонија во рамки на постоечките капацитети останува посветена кон исполнувањето на меѓународните обврски на хуманитарен план. За успешно соочување со проблемите на имиграцијата од различен вид, неопходно е зајакнување на свеста дека се работи за глобален предизвик кој бара координирана активност согласно принципите на споделена одговорност. Почитувани колеги, искуствата не учат дека нема мал проблем. Секој мал проблем е потенцијал за голем проблем. Но нашето присуство овие денови во седиштето на Обединетите нации е добар потсетник дека силата и решението се во обединувањето околу вредностите. Мултилатерализмот и почитувањето на воспоставените правила и обврски, тргнувајќи од повелбата на Обединетите нации, се единствен начин да ја обезбедиме толку неопходната предвидливост во меѓународните односи. Иднината ја градиме сега и ја градиме заедно. Наспроти сите несовршености на меѓународните механизми, мултилатерализмот и Обединетите нации, како негова највидлива форма, со универзалната мисија, мир, се уште се клучниот катализатор во насочувањето на заедничките напори за подобар, побезбеден и поправеден свет. Глобалните предизвици бараат глобален одговор. Ниту една држава не може сама да се справи со проблемите на 21. век. Сега повеќе од кога било е време да покажеме дека мултилатерализмот функционира во време на криза. Во тој контекст, извештајот насловен "Нашата заедничка агенда" на генералниот секретар Гутереш треба да биде водич во глобалните реформи за управување, за да може мултилатералниот централен систем на Обединетите нации да се адаптира на иднината и да придонесе кон заедничките заложби. Агендата за одржлив развој 2030 секако останува појдовна точка во таа глобална акција. Таа не само што ги адресира хроничните проблеми на сиромаштијата и неравномерниот развој, туку може да послужи и како платформа за решенија за сите останати проблеми, почнувајќи од неопходноста за обединување врз основа на агендата за мир, доставање на човечката димензија во центарот на технолошкиот развој во дигиталната ера. Република Северна Македонија активно работи на остварување на милениумските развојни цели и дава поддршка на сите напори за појаки и поефикасни Обединети нации. Во остварувањето на милениумските развојни цели, заедно со останатите развојни активности на национален, регионален и глобален план, треба да трнеме од претпоставката дека сме должни на младите генерации да им обезбедиме услови за напредок. Младите, нивниот пристап до модерно образование, ориентирано кон иднината и решавањето на проблемите што тие ги адресираат, мора да бидат во центарот на нашето внимание и политички ангажман во годините кои што доаѓаат. Во оваа насока би сакал да истакнам дека втора година поред во работата на Генералното собрание учествува и младински делегат од Република Северна Македонија. Драги пријатели, Република Северна Македонија од 1. јануари 2023 година ја има честа да го преземе председавањето со Организацијата за безбедност и соработка во Европа, најголемата регионална безбедносна организација. Ова е голема обврска, пошто што доаѓа во време кога во Европа се случува воена агресија, со сите пропратни последици за мирот и безбедноста воопсе и просторот и пошироко, но јас сум уверен дека успешно ќе одговориме на дадената доверба. Северна Македонија некогаш и самата корисник на посредничко безбедносни механизми, вклучително и на мировната мисија на Обединетите нации, преку собствен пример ја научи полезноста од мировниот ангажман на меѓународната заедница. Со тоа искуство подготвени сме да придонесеме во заекнувањето и развојот на безбедноста во широк контекст. Како председаваш со ОПСЕ во 2023 година, ќе бидеме целосно посветени на благородната мисија во служба на мирот и безбедноста, како предуслов и за економско-социјалниот развој и верувам дека ќе придонесеме и во унапредувањето на мултилатералните безбедносни механизми. Таа верба е базирана на нашите пракси од заедништвото и придобивките на домашен, регионален и меѓународен план. Представувам пред вас денеска држава во која што сите етнички заедници имаат еднакви, уставно загарантирани права и обврски. Република Северна Македонија ја градиме во граѓанско демократско општество во кое што разликите се предност, а не пречка. И обединети како мултиетничка функционална демократија, денес сме успешен пример на Европа во мало на Балканот. Но тргнувајќи од значењето на меѓусебното разбирање, почитување и поддршка што ги мотивира заедништвото, заедно со два наши соседи, Албанија и Србија, ја основава иницијативата Отворен Балкан, што е денес успешен пример на регионално поврзување. Тоа придонесува во заедничките заложби за укинување на непотребните бариери во движењето на луѓето, трговијата, пренесувањето стоки и давањето услуги. Но во актуелен контекст не овозможи да осигураме достапност на храна за нашите граѓани. Со тоа што договоривме да си помогнеме доколку се соочиме со недостиг на својот домашен пазар како последица од глобалната криза и дека нема да имаме забрани за тргување на основните земјоделско прехранбени производи помеѓу нас. А активно разгледуваме и опции за меѓугранична трговија со електрична енергија и помош со енергенси во напорите за надминување на енергетските состојби со кои што е соочен целиот свет. Ги градиме и добрососедските односи со чувство на одговорност и низ диалог, уверени дека чувањето на националните и државните интереси не е спротивно на пошироките интегративни процеси и унапредената соработка со нашето обкружување. Туку напротив, себе потврдувањето најадекватно доаѓа до израз во поширока заедница на споделени вредности. Водејќи се од овие политики на мостови, преку функционална дипломатија, диалог и разбирање, постигнавме остварување на стратешката цел, полноправно членство во НАТО и денес сме достоинствена членка на Алијансата. И по 17 години од добиениот кандидатски статус ги почнавме преговорите со Европската Унија. Од исклучителна важност за мојата земја е забрзаната интеграција во Европската Унија и ние сериозно работиме на сите потребни чекори кон реализацијата и на оваа втора државна стратешка цел. Граѓаните на Северна Македонија заслужуваат најголем кредит, бидејќи предолго го чекаа овој момент. И јас разбирам зошто можеби се чувствуваат фрустрирано и уморно одејќи по тој долг пат кон Европа. Но ние немаме друга алтернатива, која ќе ни овозможи подобар животен стандард. А и никој не рече дека сето ова ќе биде лесно. Напротив, и покрај сите потешкоти, Европската Унија е се уште најдобрата опција за нашата иднина, за иднината на нашите деца. Ние едноставно ја немаме ниту можноста, ниту привилегијата да се откажеме сега. Дотолку повеќе, сега е вистинското време да продолжиме со полна пареа, уште побрзо напред. Сакам да потенцирам дека членството на Република Северна Македонија во Европската Унија е од суштинско значење и за самата Европска Унија, посебно во новите околности на глобален план, кога овој знак на охрабрување дека процесот на проширување е актуелен, го очекува целиот регион, кој што колку и да има прогресивни раководства, не е имун на глобалните предизвици. А и во услови кога треба и мора да се осигура евроинтеграцијскиот демократски пат на државите од Западен Балкан како придонес во европскиот мир. Приказната на мојата родна земја, Република Северна Македонија, која што пред 2 недели одбележа 31 година од независноста, е приказна за мир, соработка и разбирање, преку кој што е создадена низ предизвиците на занадминување на заканите по внатрешната стабилност и на патот на интеграциите на меѓународен план. Со ова сакам да посочам дека работиме низ фокус на решенија и низ заедништво во предизвиците кои што не познаваат државни граници, етнички, јазични, религиски или други разлики. Драги пријатели, колеги и присутни, ми причинува особена чест и задоволство што како председател на владата на Република Северна Македонија имав можност да се обратам на говорницата на Обединетите нации, организацијата чувар на мирот, солидарноста и просперитетот. Изразувам благодарност до господинот Абдула Шахид, председаваш на 76-тото Генерално собрание, за неговата досегашна успешна работа. Уверен сум дека господинот Чаба Короши, кој го презеде председавањето со 77-то Генерално собрание, ќе продолжи во таа насока. Пандемијата и војната во Украина потсетија на слабостите на човештвото, дури и во еден современ 21 век. Но како што пандемијата ја покажа, и моќта на човечката издржливост, и жилавост, и силата на инвентивноста и способноста на науката за кратко време да се дојде до потребните вакцини, човештвото мора да продолжи да се подпира на науката и да продолжи да верува во своите хуманистички основи и капацитети и за мир. Сите сме на истиот брод и немаме друг избор, освен солидарно да се поставиме едни кон други и обединато да действуваме во одбраната и унапредувањето на основните вредности – слободата и мирот во светот. Мирот се постигнува преку компромиси, но се чува со меѓусебно разбирање. Благодарам на вниманието. Да живее Република Северна Македонија, да живеат граѓаните на Република Северна Македонија. Ви благодарам.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muketsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Muketsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Saba Korosi, President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, allow me to congratulate you on your well-deserved election to the office of the President of the General Assembly for the 77th session. Mr. President, your illustrious career as a diplomat assures us of a successful session. I assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation during your tenure of office. I also wish to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his stewardship in discharging his duties during the previous session. To Secretary General Guterres, I extend my country's gratitude and support for the tireless efforts in the daunting task of finding lasting solutions to the persistent problems that face our organization. We particularly commend you for the wide-ranging reform efforts to equip the organization to provide more effective support for member states across the spectrum of the challenges they face, including stronger partnerships for the 2030 agenda. We welcome our Common Agenda report, which focuses on the next 25 years and represents your vision on the future of global cooperation through reinvigorated multilateralism within the United Nations at the center, with the United Nations at the center of our efforts. Mr. President, Excellencies, from the humble beginnings of a fledgling organization more than 7 decades ago to a massive expansion in membership today, the United Nations has undoubtedly stood the test of time. Our organization has witnessed several changes in the configuration of international relations. Some were traumatic, while others were benign. The survival of the UN through all those tribulations testifies to its resilience and the enduring validity of its mission. Some of the great strides that the United Nations has made span peaceful settlement of disputes, restoring calm in many countries through peacekeeping, decolonization, raising awareness of human rights, and eradicating diseases. Despite these laudable achievements, numerous challenges still remain in the path towards assuring humanity of a bright, prosperous, dignified, and secure future. The continuous eruption of armed conflicts throughout the world, terrorism, climate change, diseases, and the lingering effects of economic and financial crisis, and many others continue to transcend our borders and have remained in the foreground of international relations and preoccupied the international community. It is in this context that we welcome the theme for our general debate today, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Mr. President, we are living in uncertain times. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the nature of multilateral engagement, diplomacy, business, and of basic human interaction. The pandemic has not only hastened the pace and scale of digital revolution, but has also increased the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and furthermore exposed our vulnerability as Africa's landlocked, least developed country. We therefore need to make concerted efforts to protect lives and empower the citizenry across the globe through innovation and digital technologies to achieve sustainable recovery. It is of paramount importance for us as African leaders to be proactive in investing in research and development in readiness for a certain future pandemic. At the same time, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, which was already anemic prior to 2020, has been aggravated by the pandemic. The expectation of the international community was to intensify the decade of action to achieve the goals. But certainly, we find ourselves in a prolonged period of recovery. As we ushered in the new 17 Sustainable Development Goals on 1st January 2016, member states were optimistic that the better life for all was in sight. However, the 2030 deadline for the achievement of the SDGs is gradually approaching, yet there is still no significant progress in their attainment due to several factors that have adversely affected implementation. In addition to the pandemic, this includes unpredictable global shocks, including wars, climate-related events, and lack of predictable financing. The environment in which we operate is significantly less favorable than it was when we began 6 years ago. Our room to maneuver is much more constrained today. Nevertheless, our quest to pursue a sustainable future must never wane. Unless we can work towards the SDGs in a true spirit of partnership, where each partner lives up to expectations, the decade of action will end as a decade of disappointment. As Secretary General stated during the election of the President of the General Assembly in June this year, the 77th session can be a moment of transformation, a time to recalibrate multilateralism and strengthen the foundations of global cooperation. In this regard, I appeal to all member states to use the 77th session to renew their determination to work together for the benefit of mankind and to recommit themselves to the cardinal principle of multilateralism. The role of multilateralism and the United Nations has therefore become ever more important. It is morally imperative that we unite our wills and pool our efforts for the well-being of humanity. Mr. President, just recently, Lesotho was among the 45 countries that presented their voluntary national reviews during the high-level political forum on sustainable development. Among other things, our review highlighted the pressing challenge of climate change, which has a direct bearing on food insecurity and poverty, not only in my country, but in Africa as a whole. Climate change destroys our ecosystems and results in land degradation, as well as contribute to the decline of agricultural productivity, which is the mainstay of small economies. In this connection, my delegation calls upon all member states to use the COP27 meeting to be held on African soil this time around as an opportune time to address Africa's challenges on climate change, as well as support our needs and priorities in the form of affordable and sustainable energy, capacity adaptation, and mitigation. We disagreed for far too long on the subject of climate change until we were confronted by the clearing and compelling scientific evidence that the link between global warming and human activity is indisputable. Sadly, catastrophes have begun to hit, mostly affecting the poorest and most vulnerable countries. While we appreciate that there are resources aimed at helping developing countries to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, we are concerned that such funds are very difficult to access. The global climate finance architecture is complex, with variable structures of governance and modalities. Some finance is channeled through multilateral agencies, sometimes even outside the funding mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and some flows through bilateral development assistance institutions, thereby making coordination very difficult. Lesotho calls on the international community and our development partners to simplify the accessibility of funds earmarked for climate change. Mr. President, the state of peace and security in the world is gradually getting worse, with recurring conflicts and eruption of new ones in many parts of the world. The emergence of new extremist groups and terrorist entities has not only compounded the problem, but is a stark reminder that we must act collectively to discharge the moral responsibility resting on us to ensure that people everywhere enjoy the right to peace and enjoy the right to development and the sanctity of life. The use of military force alone as a strategy for combating terrorism has never been panacea for eradicating that menace. Terrorism requires a holistic approach that addresses its root causes. Similarly, we as leaders should not turn a blind eye on the plight of civilians in all conflict areas. The international community should be consistent in dealing with the humanitarian crisis in different parts of the world. We do not derive any comfort, Mr. President, from the simmering trade and political tensions between two of the founding members of the United Nations, namely the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. We must remember that we came together as members of the United Nations under the premise that we are all peace-loving nations. The United Nations Charter enjoins us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of economic and social advancement of our peoples. In this regard, we call upon these two great nations to show their fidelity to the principles underpinning our organization and to resolve their differences amicably. Military power and aggression can never beget peace. In the same vein, the ongoing war in Ukraine and other parts of the world inflict a reputational carnage on our beloved organization. Whereas peaceful settlement of disputes lies at the heart of the work of the United Nations, we have, however, not sufficiently utilized tools at our disposal, such as mediation for solving conflicts between and among member states. Some take sides and support conflicts in one form or another, while others remain in hibernation. Lesotho therefore wishes to implore the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, to live up to its charter and be an honest and impartial mediator in conflicts. The resolution of international disputes based on dialogue, justice, and the equality of all states must be at the heart of that strategy if it is to succeed. We must shun those who fan the flames of discord amongst us, and indeed we must not allow ourselves to entertain any thoughts that through divisions there will be one side that will win. We will all perish and be on the precipice. We are mindful, however, that it will be difficult for the Security Council to effectively discharge its mandate while it remains an epitome of the 1945 architecture of the world as seen by the victors of the Second World War. The reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council, can no longer be delayed. A reformed, transparent, and more democratic United Nations, in which Africa is represented along the lines of the Ezulwini Consensus, is necessary for preserving international peace and security and for confronting the challenges of development. All member states need to garner the necessary political will to advance the intergovernmental negotiations on the Security Council reform. We note with satisfaction the statement by President Biden delivered before this August House on the 21st of September 2022, in which he clearly articulated America's support for representation of Africa and other unrepresented regions in the United Nations Security Council, particularly in the permanent category. Let us make the 77th session one for decisive action on this matter. Mr. President, today we see the heightened geopolitical tensions that have led to the reemergence of protectionist trade policies. The economic war in terms of sanctions has the potential to make global supply chains less efficient, subtracting from long-term growth and adding pressures on prices. This state of affairs flies in the face of the resolve of the representatives who gathered in San Francisco to finalize the Charter of the United Nations more than 7 decades ago, and who dreamed of a world of equality and shared prosperity. They renounced a vision of a world of unilaterally imposed economic sanctions and financial blockages against others, or one in which peoples are denied their right to self-determination or were subjected to occupation. It would therefore be remiss of me not to unequivocally call for the lifting of all economic and political sanctions against Zimbabwe. In the like manner, we express solidarity with the tenacious people of Cuba for having endured economic sanctions for so many years. We are confident that the United States of America, under the leadership of President Biden, will revisit its position on the embargo against the Republic of Cuba, and expand cooperation with Cuba on areas of mutual interest, including on trade and commerce, for the benefit of the peoples of both countries. This, the United States did in 2016 through the Presidential Policy Directive, and it can surely do it again. We also want to express our unwavering solidarity with the people of Western Sahara, who have languished under the hegemony of colonialism for far too long. I also wish to underline, in particular, the General Assembly Resolution 40/50 of 2nd December 1985, in terms of which the Assembly reaffirmed the fact that the question of Western Sahara was a question of decolonization, which remained to be completed on the basis of the exercise by the people of Western Sahara of their inalienable right to self-determination and independence. Equally, the United Nations Security Council, in its resolution 1920 of 2010, 1979 of 2011, and 2044 of 2012, recognized that the consolidation of the status quo in Western Sahara was unacceptable and called for an intensified pace of meetings and strengthening of contacts between the parties in order to advance the organization of the referendum. We call upon the international community to intensify efforts to bring to an end the question of Western Sahara. In the same vein, we express our unwavering support for the people of Palestine. Since the founding of the UN, the question of Palestine has been at the center of the agenda of our organization. Yet today, the Palestinian territory still remains under foreign occupation, and its people endure untold pain and suffering. We call on the United Nations to intensify its efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement of the question of Palestine. Mr. President, allow me to conclude my remarks by pointing out that the regime of the Charter of the United Nations has so far done its part in preventing a third world war, thereby fulfilling one of the dreams of the architects of our beloved organization. The continued success and the relevance of the United Nations will depend in large measure on its capacity for self-renewal and in readiness to meet modern-day challenges. We, the United Nations, should continue to be the voice of the voiceless and the best hope for all mankind. Now is the time for leaders everywhere to join the race for transformative action that can drive peace, democracy, respect for human rights, and the rule of law, as well as human dignity, economic competitiveness, and sustainable prosperity for all. Lesotho will continue to be persistent and a resilient part of that initiative. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Adriano Afonso Malayanan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Adriano Afonso Maleane, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, Suas Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo, distintos chefes de delegações, Excelências, minhas senhoras, 77ª sessão da Assembleia Geral, em representação de Sua Excelência Filipe Jacinto Inhosse, Presidente da República de Moçambique, que, por razões da agenda, não pode fazer-se presente neste magno evento. Felicitamos a Sua Excelência, o Embaixador Kizab Korosi, pela sua eleição ao cargo de Presidente da presente sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas e desejamos muitos sucessos nesta missão. Expressamos o nosso profundo reconhecimento pelo trabalho realizado por seu antecessor, Sua Excelência Abdul Said, sobretudo no que concerne ao esforço de mecanismos multilaterais de apoio aos Estados-membros na resposta aos desafios globais relativos à Covid-19. À Sua Excelência António Guterres, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, vão as nossas palavras de apreço pela forma abnegada que tem caracterizado a sua liderança nesta nossa importante organização mundial. Em nome do povo moçambicano, agradecemos a nossa eleição a membro não permanente do Conselho de Segurança para o período 2023-2024, assim como pelo apoio e confiança que recebemos dos Estados-membros das Nações Unidas. Assumimos com muita responsabilidade a nossa eleição e gostaríamos de reafirmar que durante o nosso mandato, conforme o lema da nossa candidatura, Paz e Segurança Internacionais e Desenvolvimento Sustentável, iremos defender, dentre outras matérias, o diálogo e resolução pacífica dos conflitos, promoção de ações de prevenção e manutenção da paz, luta contra o terrorismo, advocacia do multilateralismo, o nexo entre as mudanças climáticas e a paz e segurança. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, o lema escolhido para a presente sessão da Assembleia Geral é revelador de reconhecimento comum de que a comunidade internacional está a passar por situações adversas e desafiantes, caracterizadas por uma multiplicidade de crises e interligadas. Das várias adversidades que o mundo enfrenta atualmente, podemos destacar a Covid-19, as mudanças climáticas e as crises humanitárias, fenómenos que ameaçam a economia global. O surgimento de novos focos de tensões e conflitos internos e entre Estados, o terrorismo e o crime organizado internacional afetam negativamente as perspectivas de crescimento e desenvolvimento econômico e social, agravando a crise alimentar, energética, humanitária e o funcionamento da cadeia de abastecimento dos mercados internacionais. É por esta razão que Moçambique defende a necessidade de se continuar a apostar no diálogo construtivo e permanente e em ações multilaterais concertadas, por estes serem os únicos caminhos para a preservação da paz e a contínua promoção de desenvolvimento socioeconômico sustentável dos nossos países. Minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Moçambique considera os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 2030 uma agenda relevante para a reflexão sobre soluções coletivas para enfrentarmos o desafio deste tempo de mudanças, que, por sinal, é o lema desta sessão. A nossa experiência indica que A incorporação dos objetivos da agenda nas prioridades e pilares do nosso programa de governação tem trazido resultados assinaláveis no aumento da renda das famílias, fonte importante para o combate à pobreza, sendo de destacar o aumento do seguinte: produção e produtividade no setor agrário, aliada à aposta no desenvolvimento de toda a cadeia de valor. Cobertura de abastecimento de água potável à população, em particular nas zonas rurais. População com acesso à energia elétrica, cobertura de rede escolar de ensino primário, secundário, técnico profissional e superior. Taxas de acesso e retenção de rapariga na escola, particularmente nas zonas rurais, e cuidados de saúde primário e dos programas de vacinação de crianças, assim como dos cuidados da saúde materno-infantil. Destacamos igualmente a expansão dos serviços da administração da justiça, assegurando a melhoria do acesso do cidadão à justiça. Temos vindo ainda a promover ações no âmbito da economia azul, bem como a proteção e conservação do meio ambiente e dos ecossistemas terrestres, lacustres e marinhos. Contudo, a nossa experiência mostra ainda que precisamos de repensar um modelo institucional multilateral de financiamento que permita a mobilização de mais recursos para complementar os esforços internos para o alcance das metas do Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Minhas senhoras, meus senhores, no âmbito de prevenção e combate à Covid-19, o governo de Moçambique adotou um conjunto de medidas de contenção da propagação da pandemia que permitiram assegurar o equilíbrio entre salvar vidas humanas e manter a economia em funcionamento. Entre algumas dessas medidas, destacamos a vacinação massiva da população contra esta doença, tendo sido vacinados, até o momento, 96,6% de cidadãos moçambicanos maiores de 18 anos de idade. Excelências, a eclosão de Covid-19 e as ações para a sua prevenção e combate, como em todas as crises, deixaram algumas lições para cada um dos nossos países, das quais gostaríamos de destacar a necessidade de termos sistemas nacionais de saúde preparados para responder às crises sanitárias, o que passa pela disponibilização e acesso universal a equipamentos médicos e meios necessários para a prevenção e tratamento. Financiamento à altura de responder efetivamente às emergências da saúde pública. Reforço à educação e formação profissional de profissionais de saúde e reforço da cooperação bilateral e multilateral, assim como uma maior interação e diálogo entre atores públicos e privados para responder com maior eficácia às crises com impacto global. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, as mudanças climáticas colocam Moçambique em vigilância permanente. Nos últimos tempos, o nosso país tem sido afetado de forma cíclica e intensa por depressões, ciclones tropicais, chuvas e ventos fortes, inundações e secas que têm provocado a perda de vidas humanas, destacados ao avultados danos em infraestruturas e atividades socioeconómicas, sendo de destacar no período entre 2019 e 2022 os ciclones Idai, Kenneth, Guambe, Xalane, Ana e Gombe. Para responder aos desafios atinentes à redução e gestão de risco de desastres naturais, Moçambique, em coordenação com os países da região austral, da África e parceiros de cooperação, estabeleceu em 2021, na cidade portuária de Nacala, no norte do país, o Centro de Operações humanitárias e de emergência da Comunidade de Desenvolvimento da África Austral, SADC. O estabelecimento deste centro visa dotar os países da SADC de instrumentos e instituições capazes de responder e mitigar os impactos das mudanças climáticas e outras emergências que requerem uma intervenção rápida, coordenada e atempada em qualquer Estado-membro. Reiteramos o compromisso de Moçambique de continuar a tomar medidas para fortalecer a segurança climática, incluindo a advocacia e a divulgação de boas práticas de proteção do meio ambiente, gestão e redução de risco de desastres naturais. Estas ações reforçam o papel que Sua Excelência Filipe Jacinto Inhosse, Presidente da República de Moçambique, vem desempenhando na sua qualidade de campeão de gestão de risco de desastres em África, missão atribuída pela União Africana. É neste âmbito que apelamos à comunidade internacional a se juntar ao esforço de Moçambique e de todos os países da África, de modo a que possamos continuar a criar resiliência e capacidade adaptativa aos efeitos das mudanças climáticas, em consonância com os compromissos assumidos no Acordo de Paris e no quadro de Sendai. Senhor Presidente, Excelência, no quadro da consolidação da paz e reconciliação nacional, Moçambique tem vindo a registrar progressos assinaláveis no que concerne ao processo de desarmamento, desmobilização e reintegração, designamos DDR, dos antigos guerrilheiros da RENAM. Até o presente momento, foram abrangidos por este processo 4.002 antigos guerrilheiros da RENAM, de um total de 5.221. Prevemos, até o final do presente ano, a conclusão do processo de DDR, o que constituirá um marco importante da implementação do Acordo de Paz e Reconciliação Nacional, assinado a 6 de agosto de 2019 entre o Governo de Moçambique e a RENAM. Com a conclusão desta etapa, mudará o foco para uma reintegração de longo prazo e uma reconciliação mais efetiva, fatores essenciais para garantir a sustentabilidade do processo de paz e de consolidação da unidade nacional. Os progressos assinaláveis que estamos a registrar no âmbito do DDE conta com inestimável assistência e apoio das Nações Unidas e do secretário-geral desta organização, assim como do grupo de contacto. Para prevenir e combater as ações terroristas em alguns distritos da província de Cabo Delgado, o Governo tem vindo a adotar uma abordagem abrangente que inclui reforço da capacidade operativa das forças de defesa e segurança, estabilização da segurança e criação de condições que permitam a recuperação, construção e desenvolvimento socioeconômico, de modo a reduzir os fatores de vulnerabilidade das comunidades ao extremismo violento. Mercê das ações levadas a cabo por Moçambique, conjugado com apoio e assistência dos parceiros de cooperação multilaterais e bilaterais, entre os quais SADC, União Europeia e o Ruanda, temos vindo a registrar avanços no combate ao terrorismo. Esta abordagem de Moçambique é pioneira em termos de uma ação regional concertada para enfrentar uma ameaça global que é o terrorismo. As ações em curso no terreno estão a permitir a reposição de segurança e, consequentemente, o regresso gradual da população às suas zonas de origem e retoma da atividade económica e social nas regiões outrora afetadas pelas ações terroristas, através de implementação do Programa de Reconstrução de Cabo Delgado. Manifestamos o nosso apreço a todos aqueles que, de forma direta ou indireta, têm apoiado Moçambique na prevenção e combate ao terrorismo, assistência humanitária e reconstrução do tecido econômico e social das zonas afetadas. Senhor Presidente, Excelência, ao terminar, reiteramos o compromisso de Moçambique durante o seu mandato como membro não permanente do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas de defender os objetivos e a missão das Nações Unidas em estreita colaboração e coordenação de todos os membros. Muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is a particular honor for me to address this session of the United Nations General Assembly because I stand here as the representative of a country, Albania, Security Council for the first time in its history. This responsibility lends special importance to our role in this august body and beyond. We gather here each September, and 77 years on, the United Nations has only gained in its universal appeal, serving as the parliament of humankind, the forum where we speak to each other and listen to the world. Like nowhere else, the world converges here. We share the success and progress, outline issues and challenges, express worries and fears, highlight crises and tensions, talk about agreements and discords, but above all, we bring a joint desire for a better world. In these nearly 8 decades, we have witnessed transformation, unprecedented mobilization, continued solidarity, and an all-time imperative of the need to work together. As a result, the world has known undeniable progress on many tracks. On the other hand, we must never forget that our journey has been bumpy. Many times, we have also witnessed terrible setbacks and even reversal of progress. Unfortunately, this is mainly due to man-made catastrophes, ill-conceived policies, because of narrow national politics, short-sighted interests, fueled by populism, nationalism, and greed for domination. This is why this place at this time each year is the yearly checkup of the health of that we say too much the same. I would like to disagree. If committing to peace and security, to development and prosperity, to upholding the international law or inspecting human rights, engage into genuine efforts to mitigate climate change, is repeating each other, then we are doing the very right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this year, our hopes and beliefs have been bitterly shattered, and our assurances were broken by an unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated war of one country against another in the European continent, the brutal aggression of Russia against its neighbor, Ukraine. Russia's war of choice is against Ukraine and its people, but not only. It is also a brutal assault against international law, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, and a very direct threat to the European security architecture. It is an open battle between an aging, cynical tyranny and a young, growing democracy. While we all in our ways and with our respective means, try individually and collectively to project ourselves into the future, one country, led by an illusion of grandeur from bygone times, has decided to drag the world backwards, go against everything we have built over decades. This is unacceptable. We'll continue to stand in full solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and just like many other countries, help them in any way we can to defend themselves. Their fight is also ours, and I hope that all of the members of the United Nations that share the core principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, freedom, and the right to independently decide on their future without fear or interference. Shying away from this defining battle between those principles and all their contrary is shying away from the duty to protect ourselves, our countries, our children, our world. While the world expects Russia to come to reason, stop the war and engage into peace negotiations, just a few days ago, Kremlin made another choice, that of escalation, announcing a partial mobilization which would deepen the conflict, bring more crimes, more victims, more misery, but also more shame on Russia itself. Sham referendums are being conducted in some parts of the occupied Ukrainian territory with the threat of a gun. It is hard to imagine that anyone here can silently accept such disgraceful disregard of laws, rules, norms, and practices that govern relations between states in the 21st century. These actions run against international law and not only do not reflect the free will of the Ukrainian people, but offer a miserable show of the detachment from everything that brings us together under the roof of the United Nations. We condemn such actions engineered in Moscow, and we will not recognize any such unlawfulness. In the world we want, impunity should not be the shelter of those who must answer for their deeds. Albania is fully committed to accountability globally and fight impunity everywhere. This is to provide justice to victims, but also to prevent future atrocities. That is why Albania calls and supports the work towards the adoption of a convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity. This new instrument would fill a significant gap in the current international framework and facilitate international cooperation to protect civilians. Mr. President, the world is never a quiet place, and there are many serious challenges that need to be properly and immediately addressed. We face serious challenges with open conflict in many parts of the world. Many countries are subject to intolerable seizure of power by force. Terrorism remains a serious threat against peace and security. At a time when a multitude of crises have put the world in turmoil, including by unacceptable nuclear threats, I would like to call the attention of the Assembly on another crucial issue closely linked and with huge impact on peace and security, cybersecurity. Technology is nowadays part of every aspect of our life. In Albania, 95% of services to the citizens and business are offered online. These user-friendly systems save time, energy, and drastically improve efficiency, quality, by being also the best tool to eliminate endemic corruption. But last July, Albania was the target of an unprovoked large-scale cyber attack. The entire government digital infrastructure was under a sustained and coordinated assault with a clear aim to destroy it, paralyze public services, and steal data and electronic communications from government systems, create chaos and foment tensions in the country. A lengthy and thorough in-depth investigation conducted in cooperation with the best existing world expertise on cyber terrorism has now confirmed beyond any doubt that the cyber attack that wanted to bring a sovereign country to its knees was a state-sponsored aggression orchestrated and carried out by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is why, in face of such a blatant breach of norms responsible for state behavior in cyberspace in peacetime, which include refraining from damaging crucial infrastructure that provides service to the public, the government of Albania was left with no other choice but sever the diplomatic relations with Iran. We hope this forced extreme measure will be an example and a deterrent for anyone who supports or sponsors such abhorring actions against sovereign state. We urge the United Nations, including the Security Council, to focus more seriously and concretely to address cybersecurity by investing in prevention and help all member states build resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania is a member of the Balkans community, a part of Europe that has had its share of very troubled history. Mention the word Balkans, and I bet in everyone's mind come the images stained by bloody wars and brutal crimes. You'd rightfully recall the scars of repression and oppression, genocide in Srebrenica, and brutal ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. Nothing of this is or will be forgotten. Accountability has and will continue, and we must double our efforts to guarantee its unhindered course. This requires a resolved commitment to the ideals of justice and, above all, cooperation between parties. Justice lies in the foundations of any effort for long-lasting peace, stability, and prosperity. But justice is served with facts, with proofs and evidence, not with fiction or distorted reality. And I cannot but share with you here a terrible example, which should be a lesson for all the world and first and foremost the democratic world. In 2011, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe adopted a report compiled by a zealous parliamentarian who goes by the name Dick Marty, accusing the Kosovo Liberation Army of the despicable crime of organ trafficking. Mr. Marty should have been paid as a storyteller, but never trusted as a rapporteur of the Council of Europe. His report was shocking, and not only many believed it then, but it became the key factor in enhancing the idea and in establishing Kosovo specialist chambers. It also became one of the worst cases of distorted reality, the kind of manifesto for worldwide propaganda against Kosovo independence. Every investigative effort was made during these long 11 years to prove these allegations nationally, regionally, and internationally. No avail. Nothing. Not a single shred of evidence or proof was found anywhere in Kosovo or anywhere else regarding alleged trafficking of organs. Yet, the Kosovo Specialist Chambers that were founded based on that report have, as we speak, arrested without indictment Kosovo's sitting president, Hashim Thaçi. He waited a year in detention until he was formally indicted. Just try now, please, all of you, to imagine, for a moment, your president or prime minister, your country leader, taken away from office in a third country, kept there in custody for a whole year without any formal indictment by a body created and sponsored from a community of democratic countries. And guess what? Not a single word of the entire indictment that comes next has anything to do with the Council of Europe report on the alleged crime of organ trafficking, a full fantasy. Isn't this a monumental failure of international politics? And this is not about a person. It's not about a court procedure. This is about taking of the induced stain on a country and its history. Nevertheless, exactly because democracy and its institutions have among many virtues that of repairing their faults and errors, we strongly believe that based on this crying lack of evidence whatsoever, precisely the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe will honor the truth and will accept Albania's request to produce a follow-up report, and while damage has been done, help restore the credibility of such an important international organization as the Council of Europe. We will never give up on this truth, and we will not stop honoring all of them who gave their life for their freedom and their independence, and on whom nobody, in the name of anybody, can throw a single piece of dirt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say a few more words on the Balkans, not of the past, but for the future, that one that we are working to build together in our region. Turn this region in any way, and you will find a lot of fuel for division and toxicity. But we in Albania have realized that the best way to advance is to do it together, with shared benefits as sovereign countries, but close partners. As national players joined by a common enterprise, with our specific interests as part of a common framework, the one that responds to our citizens. This brought us together with North Macedonia and Serbia to launch the Open Balkans Initiative, a platform open to all Balkan countries, not only the three of us, but Montenegro and Kosovo, Bosnia and Turkey, Greece and further, an investment for everyone as part of the wider common European project. The best message of the Open Balkan that I want to share with you today is that you don't need to agree on everything to leave behind the dark past and build step by step a common bright future. By dealing with your disagreements in more and more gracious way, and by finding more and more the reasons, the good ones, to solve also the disagreements. So, by strengthening this relation with Serbia and moving forward together to boost bilateral and regional cooperation, Albania has not and will not move an inch from its firm position in support of a need for every country that has not yet done so, among all of you, including Serbia first and foremost, to recognize the Republic of Kosovo. This being said, it is high time for Kosovo and Serbia to move beyond the current stalemate in their dialogue and work bravely towards a comprehensive peace agreement by doing their respective part to adopt a EU-US-backed breakthrough. Dialogue is not just a better way. It is the sole and unique way to deal with issues, however difficult they appear, however complex they are. And I remain convinced that Open Balkans will only help facilitate this process to the benefit of all, Albanians and Serbs, Kosovo and Serbia, but also for the entire region and the wider Europe. Mr. President, let me conclude with a beautiful African proverb that says it all about our United Nations. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. I request protocol to escort His Eminence. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I am pleased to extend to you and to the representatives of nations gathered here the warm greetings of Pope Francis. It is good to be together again in person. Last year, I spoke of the dark clouds hanging over humanity. While some of those have lifted, other darker clouds have gathered. Armed conflicts currently afflicts our world to an extent not seen since 1945. In addition to the misery caused by violence and cruelty and the anxiety arising from the threat of nuclear escalation, our world continues to face the challenges of climate change, mixed migration, and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, while food insecurity and water scarcity now affect large portions of the global population. No one can deny that the great challenges of our times are all global. At the same time, alongside the greater interconnections of problems, we are seeing a growing fragmentation of solutions, which only fuels further tensions and divisions, as well as a generalized feeling of uncertainty and instability. We need to recover our sense of identity as a single human family. If we do not focus on what unites us, seeking to promote the common good, there will only be growing isolation, marked by a reciprocal rejection and refusal that endangers multilateralism. Indeed, here at the United Nations, we are called to work together to restore, as Pope Francis requested, that diplomatic style that has characterized international relations from the end of the Second World War, making sure it is best able to implement its foundational charter and respond to the challenges faced by humanity. Mr. President, when Pope St. Paul VI visited this chamber, his heartfelt plea was broadcast around the world. Jamais plus la guerre, no more war. Decades later, the hard-fought progress in reducing the prevalence of armed conflict globally has been questioned. This reversal deeply concerns the Holy See. Pope Francis recognized that, unfortunately, we never learn, and the old story of competition between the greater powers continues, seeking to extend economic, ideological, and military influence. And yet, the Holy See strongly believes in multilateralism and the irreplaceable role of the United Nations. For that reason, Pope Francis speaks repeatedly in support of this organization, encouraging a process of renewal. Mr. President, this General Assembly has been working on the revitalization on various aspects of this work for some time. This process takes place against the backdrop of a crisis of credibility arising not only from its apparent impotence in times of crisis, but also from the promotion of agenda in many fora that frequently shift the focus to matters that, by their divisive nature, do not strictly belong to the aims of the organization. Pope Francis called this ideological colonization. Unfortunately, key decisions are now frequently made without a genuine process of negotiation in which all countries have a say. This is at odds with the true nature of multilateral diplomacy. Unfortunately, international cooperation is hindered by the flagrant imposition of contentious policies which do not enjoy agreement, particularly in the area of human rights. In this regard, there appears to be little desire on the part of specific states to recover consensus and authentic dialogue. Indeed, today it would appear that only the powerful and the well-funded prevail, reinventing human rights as they see fit. Instead, the fundamental human rights recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are firmly rooted in universal values, such that the right to life, to freedom of thought, conscience, religion, opinion, and expression, and that the institution of the family is protected. The Holy See reaffirms that human rights remain universal, objective, and firmly rooted in the God-given dignity of the human person. It is imperative that broad agreement and genuine consensus be found again soon within this organization, if it is to restore its international credibility as a true family of nations. It must extend beyond the General Assembly to the reform of those organs with effective executive capability, such as the Security Council. The landmark resolution requiring that the use of veto power be explained before the General Assembly was a welcome step in this direction. The members of the Security Council, most especially the permanent members, hold a crucial responsibility for the maintenance of peace and order in the world. When there is no shared vision or political will for peaceful coexistence, they become themselves the perpetrators of grave injustices. Only when the representatives of nations gathered here are able to place the common good above their own partisan interest will the legal framework of the United Nations system truly be the pledge of a secure and happy future. At present, however, violence continues to scar our world. The devastation that war wreaks directly upon the populations of conflict zones is compounded by the indirect impact on countless other people far from the front line. As Pope Francis has pointed out, war diverts attention and resources, but these are the objectives that demand the utmost commitment. The fight against hunger, health and education, world hunger, food insecurity and malnutrition in all its forms are alarmingly on the rise. The number of people suffering hunger in the world has risen to as many as 828 million in 2021. However, expenditure on arms, today at obscene levels only serves to increase food insecurity, restrict access to health care, and deprive generations of their rightful education. It is time to bring an end to armament hypocrisy, speaking of peace and living off weapons. Instead of squandering vast sums on military equipment, it would be far wiser to invest in avoiding war rather than preparing for it. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine has exacerbated already concerning global trends, including rising food and fuel prices and increased displacement. The conflict has also brought renewed attention to nuclear security and the risk of nuclear escalation. With the onset of conflict, a key source of staple grains and cooking oil for countries that rely on food imports was interrupted, placing millions more at risk of food insecurity and starvation. Additionally, the war has also exposed the vulnerability of short-sighted energy policies that rely exclusively on the single sources source of fossil fuel, rather than developing clean and sustainable alternatives. It is the poorest among us who suffer the most. Addressing this crisis requires urgent and concerted action. Furthermore, the war in Ukraine not only undermines the nuclear non-proliferation regime, but also presents us with the danger of nuclear devastation, either through escalation or accident. Any threat of nuclear weapons use is repugnant and merits unequivocal condemnation. In the meantime, Europe's largest refugee crisis since the Second World War only adds to the millions of refugees. Mixed migration is a global phenomenon which needs to be addressed accordingly. In this regard, implementing the vision and objectives of both the Global Compact for safe, regular, and orderly migration, as well as the Global Compact on refugees, remain among the best ways to encourage the international cooperation and burden sharing. States must continue making every effort to generate the necessary conditions for people to live in peace, security, and dignity in their countries of origin. Mr. President, our common home continues to be gravely affected by the adverse impacts of climate change. Indeed, we have grown so used to hearing of extreme weather events, and yet those phenomena are clear signs of our failure to address climate change. Moreover, multilateral environmental agreements have already laid out obligations for states party that would prove effective in tackling the threat posed by climate change. In this regard, when the international community gathers at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, it is to be hoped that there will be the political will to take more decisive and transformative decisions to protect the environment by accelerating global climate action through stronger mitigation measures, scaled-up adaptation efforts, and enhanced flows of appropriate finance. On this issue, I am pleased to note that the Holy See, acting in the name and on behalf of the Vatican City State, has recently deposited the instruments of accessions both to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and to the Paris Agreement to contribute to the efforts of all states to work together to respond effectively to challenges posed by climate change. The digital environment also demands greater attention, given the increasingly important role that information and communication technologies play in our daily lives. Pope Francis points out the potential of digital technologies, which is enormous. Yet the possible negative impact of this abuse in the area of human trafficking, the planning of terrorist activities, the spread of hatred and extremism, the manipulation of information, and in the area of child abuse is equally significant. Public opinion and lawmakers are finally coming to realize this. Mr. President, this is the logic of the appeal of Pope Francis to work together for peace, not a peace based on the balance of weapons or on mutual fear, but rather one born of encounter and dialogue. For this, it is necessary to pass from the strategies of political, economic, and military power to a plan for global peace. No to a world divided among conflicting powers. Yes to a world united among peoples and civilizations that respect each other. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Secretary of State of the Holy See for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Eminence. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wang Yi, State Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China.
主席先生，各位同事，这是一个充满挑战的时代。新冠肺炎疫情延宕反复，国际安全形势持续不惊，全球经济复苏脆弱曲折，各种风险危机层出不穷，世界进入新的动荡变革期，百年未有之大变局加速演进。这也是一个充满希望的时代，世界多极化，经济全球化，社会信息化，文化多样化深入发展，各国联系和依存日益加深，和平与发展的时代主题没有变化，各国人民求进步、促合作的愿望更加强烈。如何回应时代的要求，把握历史的潮流，共同构建人类命运共同体？中国的主张坚定而明确。第一，要和平，不要战乱。习近平主席指出，和平犹如空气和阳光，受益而不绝，失之则难存。和平是一切美好未来的前提，也是各国共同安全的基础。动荡战乱如同打开潘多拉盒子，挑动代理人战争，极易反噬自身。追求自身绝对安全，必然损害全球战略稳定。我们要坚持以和平方式处理分歧，以对话协商解决争端。第二，要发展，不要贫困。发展是破解各种难题、实现人民幸福的关键。我们要坚持把发展置于国际议程的中心位置，凝聚促进发展的国际共识，维护各国正当发展权利，培育全球发展新动能，构建全球发展伙伴关系，让发展成果更多、更公平地惠及每一个国家、每一个人。第三，要开放，不要封闭。习近平主席指出，开放是人类社会繁荣进步的必由之路。搞保护主义只会作茧自缚，锻炼脱钩必将损人害己。我们要倡导开放包容，拆除阻碍生产要素自由流动的藩篱壁垒，维护以世界贸易组织为核心的多边贸易体制，推动构建开放型世界经济。第四，要合作，不要对抗。面对层出不穷的全球性挑战，最强大的力量是齐心合力，最有效的办法是同舟共济，最光明的前景是合作共赢。国与国之间难免存在矛盾和分歧，但应在平等和尊重的基础上增进相互了解。要以对抗，要以对话代替冲突，要以协商代替胁迫，要以共赢代替零和，共同抵制集团政治，共同反对阵营对抗。第五，要团结，不要分裂。习近平主席指出，世界各国乘坐在一条命运与共的大船上，要穿越惊涛骇浪，驶向光明未来，必须同舟共济。永续发展的世界应该承载多彩的文明，人类的现代化应当兼容多样的道路。和平、发展、公平、正义、民主、自由是全人类共同价值。制度差异不应成为制造分裂的理由，民主和人权更不应被政治化、 工具化、武器化。我们应当摒弃意识形态划线，团结起来，为促进世界和平与发展事业凝聚最大公约数，画出最大同心圆。第六，要公平，不要霸凌。大小国家相互尊重、一律平等，是联合国宪章首要原则。国际大事要由各国共同参与，国际规则要由各国共同制定。这个世界上不存在高人一等的国家，也不应动辄以实力地位霸凌其他主权国家。我们要积极倡导和践行真正的多边主义，推动各国权利平等、规则平等、机会平等，构建相互尊重、公平正义、合作共赢的新型国际关系。主席先生、各位同事，作为联合国安理会常任理事国和世界上最大的发展中国家，中国坚定地站在团结合作一边，站在时代潮流一边，站在绝大多数国家的共同利益一边。中国始终是世界和平的建设者。我们积极推进国际和平事业，参与国际军控、裁军和防扩散进程。我们是派遣维和人员最多的安理会常任理事国。我们也是联合国第2大会费和维和的摊款国。中国还是世界上唯一将坚持和平发展写入宪法的国家，是5合国当中唯一承诺不首先使用核武器的国家，是为维护全球战略稳定做出重要贡献的国家。面对当今各种安全挑战，习近平主席提出了全球安全倡议，呼吁国际社会坚持共同、综合、合作、可持续的安全观，坚持尊重各国主权、领土完整，坚持遵守联合国宪章宗旨原则，坚持重视各国的合理安全关切，坚持通过对话协商和平解决争端，坚持统筹维护传统和非传统安全，为弥补人类的和平赤字贡献了中国智慧，为应对国际安全挑战提供了中国方案。中国始终是全球发展的贡献者。我们积极打造高水平对外开放体系，维护全球产业链、供应链安全稳定，已经成为130多个国家和地区的主要贸易伙伴。中国作为世界经济增长的最大引擎，每年对全球增长的贡献达到30%左右。中国模范落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，提前10年实现了议程的减贫目标，对全球减贫贡献率超过70%。中国积极参与全球治理和南南合作，主动成立中国联合国和平与发展基金、全球发展和南南合作基金，向160多个有需要的国家提供发展援助，也是20国集团中落实对发展中国家还债金额最大的成员国。习近平主席在第76届联大上郑重提出全球发展倡议，秉持以人民为中心的理念，吹响了重新聚集发展的集结号，呼吁国际社会构建全球发展共同体。前不久，习近平主席主持了全球发展高层对话会，就落实倡议宣布了数十项重大的务实举措，为加快落实2030年可持续发展议程注入强劲动力。本届联大期间，中方主持召开全球发展倡议挚友小组部长级会议，为推进倡议汇聚新的共识。中国发展的快车奔驰向前， 将继续为世界增长提供动能，为各国人民增添福祉。中国始终是国际秩序的维护者，我们历来坚定维护联合国宪章宗旨和原则，维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，维护以国际法为基础的国际秩序。中国全方位参与多边事务，加入几乎所有普遍性的政府间国际组织和600多项国际公约，对外缔结了超过27000项双边条约，认真履行自身国际义务。中国始终遵循世界人权宣言，持而不息保障和加强中国的人权事业。同时，我们坚决反对人权政治化图谋，推动国际人权合作的健康发展。作为发展中国家的一员，中国永远站在广大发展中国家一边。我们对发展中国家近年来取得的快速进步感到由衷高兴，将继续为发展中国家仗义直言、纾困解难，全力支持提升发展中国家在国际事务中的代表性和发言权。在国际多边进程中，广大发展中国家不再是沉默的大多数，中国同发展中国家更加团结起来，发出正义呼声，成为推进发展合作、维护公平正义的中流砥柱。中国始终是公共产品的提供者。面对新冠疫情，中国全力推动和参与国际抗疫合作，尽己所能提供抗疫物资，分享抗疫经验。最早承诺将新冠疫苗作为全球公共产品，最早支持疫苗知识产权豁免。我们已经向120多个国家和国际组织提供了超过22亿剂的疫苗。面对困扰世界的发展难题，习近平主席倡导推进高质量共建“一带一路”，得到国际社会的广泛欢迎。中方已经同世界上149个国家和32个国际组织签署了合作文件，还创建了亚投行、丝路基金，打造了最具广泛性和包容性以及最大规模的国际合作平台。面对各国在数据安全上的共同关切，我们发起全球数据安全倡议，为制定全球数字安全规则来提供借鉴。面对全球气候变化，中方坚定走生态优先、绿色低碳发展道路，宣布富有雄心的双碳目标，推动落实巴黎协定，植树造林占到了全球人工造林的1/4，为构建人与自然生命共同体付出了不懈努力。面对全球粮食安全问题，中国提出国际粮食安全合作倡议。今年以来，我们已经向有需要的发展中国家提供了1.5万多吨的紧急人道粮源。中国始终是热点问题的斡旋者。作为负责任大国，中国努力探索和践行中国特色热点问题的解决之道，在坚持不干涉内政的前提下，根据当事国的意愿和需要，建设性的参与热点问题的解决，以劝和促谈为主要方式，以公平务实为主要态度，以标本兼治为主要的思路。中国支持一切有利于和平解决乌克兰危机的努力，当务之急是劝和促谈，治本之策是照顾各方的合理安全关切，构建均衡、有效、可持续的安全架构。我们呼吁各方抑制危机的外溢效应，维护发展中国家的正当权益。巴勒斯坦问题是中东问题的核心，正义已经迟到，但绝不能缺席。两国方案是公道正义的底线，必须坚守。中国 一如既往支持巴勒斯坦人民恢复民族合法权利的正义事业，解决朝鲜半岛核问题要正本清源，坚持双轨并进和分阶段同步走，共同维护半岛和平稳定，通过对话协商解决问题。阿富汗正处于由乱及治的关键时期，包容建政、温和施政是方向，恢复经济、改善民生是根本，坚决打恐、融入地区是重点。少数国家滥施单边制裁，切断发展援助、冻结他国合法资产的错误做法必须纠正。中国坚定支持古巴人民捍卫国家主权、反对外来干涉和封锁的正义斗争。全球枪支泛滥问题日趋严重，我愿在此宣布，中国已决定启动联合国枪支议定书的国内批准程序。我们将为加强全球枪支管控合作、消弭安全赤字做出新的贡献。主席先生、各位同事，台湾自古以来就是中国领土不可分割的一部分。中国的国家主权和领土完整从未分割，大陆和台湾同属一个中国的事实从未改变。全体中华儿女追求祖国统一的努力也从未停止。70多年前，开罗宣言、波茨坦公告明确规定，把日本窃取的中国领土，包括台湾、澎湖列岛，归还中国。这构成了2战后国际秩序的重要组成部分。51年前，正是在这座庄严的大厅里，联合国大会以压倒性多数通过了第2758号决议，决定恢复中国在联合国的合法席位，将台湾当局的代表从其非法占据的席位上驱逐出去。美国等少数国家为保留台湾在联合国的席位而提出了所谓双重代表权的提案，成为废纸一张。联大第2758号决议从政治上、法律上和程序上彻底解决了包括台湾在内全中国在联合国以及国际机构中的代表权问题，也彻底封堵了任何人、任何国家企图制造2个中国或者一中一台的任何空间。一个中国原则也已成为国际关系基本准则和国际社会的普遍共识。181个国家同中国建立外交关系时，都承认和接受世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国的一部分，中华人民共和国政府是代表全中国的唯一合法政府。中国坚定维护一个中国原则，不仅是在维护自身的国家主权和领土完整，也是在真正维护台海的和平稳定，维护不干涉内政这一发展中国家安身立命的国际关系基本准则。中国愿继续以最大诚意、尽最大努力实现两岸和平统一，而为达到这一目的，就必须以最坚定决心打击台独分裂活动，以最有力举措排除外部势力干涉。只有依法坚决制止分裂，两岸和平统一才有现实基础。只有国家实现完全统一，台海才能真正迎来持久和平。任何干涉中国内政的图谋，都必将遭到中国人民一致反对；任何试图阻挡中国统一大业的行径，都必将被历史车轮碾碎。主席先生、各位同事，国际社会高度关注中国的发展。中国共产党第18次全国代表大会以来，中国特色社会主义进入新时代。这10年， 既是中国经济社会发展取得历史性成就、发生历史性变革的10年，也是中国与世界关系实现历史性跨越、为国际社会做出历史性贡献的10年。中国正在全力贯彻创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，着力高质量发展，构建新发展格局。有中国共产党的坚强领导，有14亿人民的团结奋斗，有中国特色社会主义的显著优势，有持续快速发展的坚实基础，有自信自强的精神力量。中国发展的趋势长期向好，中国进步的前景更加光明，中国奇迹的故事将更加精彩。主席先生，各位同事，占世界1/5人口的中国大踏步走向现代化，具有重要而深远的世界意义。中国所追求的道路是和平发展，而不是掠夺殖民；是合作共赢，而不是零和博弈；是人与自然和谐共生，而不是竭泽而渔。我们将继续破解人类发展难题，提供中国智慧，为创造人类文明新形态做出中国贡献。下个月，中国共产党第20次全国代表大会即将在北京召开。这次大会将秉持全体中国人民的意愿，科学规划未来5年乃至更长时期国家发展的目标任务，全面擘画中国未来发展的宏伟蓝图。站在新的历史起点，中国将以中国式现代化实现中华民族伟大复兴，并同世界各国一道，为和平发展护航，为团结进步担当，携手构建人类命运共同体，共同开创更加美好的世界。谢谢大家。
I thank the State Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China. I now give the floor to His Excellency Phạm Bình Minh, Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam.
Mr. President, I join others in congratulating Mr. President on his elections as President of the 77 sections of the General Assembly. Vietnam has full confidence in your able leadership and guidance, and will work with you to steer the work of the Assembly to success. I thank Mr. Abdullah Shahi, President of the 76th section, for his important contributions to the work of the General Assembly, and to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the leadership and innovation instilled in the organization over the past year. Mr. President, we are at a watershed moment in history. Confrontation, conflicts, and violations of international law continue to intensify, mirroring great power competition and unilateralism. Global military expenditure surged to a record high $2.1 trillion, while the international community failed to mobilize $100 billion for climate actions. The nuclear risk reaches its highest point in decades, but that was still not enough for the NPT Review Conference to achieve any collective commitment to action. The outbreak of armed conflicts and heightened tension, especially between major powers, have made the international security climate more volatile than at any time since the Cold War. The climate crisis and other non-traditional security risks threaten our very existence. The COVID-19 pandemic have wreaked havoc on health systems, economies, and societies worldwide. Poverty, inequalities, violence, and exclusion are denying the rights of millions to the basic necessities of life. With less than a decade to go, the Sustainable Development Goals are even further off track. Facing these multiple crises, developing countries and vulnerable groups who lack the capacity, resources, and resilience to cope with external shocks are those hardest hit. To reverse this course, we must fundamentally change our ways of thinking and doing things. This entails reshaping a global approach to address global issues, enhancing resilience, and placing people at the core of all development efforts. And key to such an approach is international solidarity and partnership at all levels. We know this from our own history. International solidarity has been crucial for the success of Vietnam's national liberations and reunification. Multilateralization and diversification of partnership, meanwhile, have proven indispensable in Vietnam's foreign policies of independence, self-reliance, peace, cooperation, and development. They have opened the door for Vietnam to the world and helped bring catalytic resources to propel Vietnam's đổi mới renovation process. They have helped improve the lives of tens of millions of Vietnamese and brought prosperity to a formerly war-torn country and now confidently on a path to become a developed, high-income country by 2045. But I believe the experience of Vietnam is not an exception. There is abundance of stories about how solidarity and partnership triumph over mistrust and fragmentations and bring about positive change. Mr. President, as we move forward in the spirit of solidarity and partnership, I wish to underline 4 key points. First, a confrontational and zero-sum game approach must be eliminated. Imposition, interventions, and unilateral acts have no place in the good conduct of international affairs. Major powers are particularly looked upon to behave responsibly and work for the common good and not their own selfish interests. Vietnam calls for strengthened multilateralism and international cooperation in the spirit of openness, inclusiveness, equality, and mutual benefit. Major UN and international agendas, especially the 2030 Agenda and climate actions, must not be put on hold due to isolated disagreements among countries. We must stay focused on our common goals and responsibilities. We stand in firm solidarity with the people of Cuba and call for the immediate lifting of the unilateral embargoes against Cuba, contrary to international law. Second, our actions, both individually and collectively, must be guided by and in accordance with international law and the UN Charter. Vietnam firmly believes that respect for international law, especially vis-à-vis the respect for sovereign equality, political independence, and territorial integrity of states. The peaceful settlement of disputes is the most effective and viable measures to prevent conflicts and promote sustainable peace and security. Constructive dialogue and respect for the legitimate rights and interests of all parties in accordance with international law are key to resolving differences and reducing tensions. Vietnam calls for the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine and stands ready to contribute to the diplomatic process and the reconstruction and rehabilitation of Ukraine. Third, we need strong and effective multilateral institutions with the UN at the heart to best address global challenges. They are best positioned to initiate and incubate transformative ideas, approaches, and solutions, and to forge partnership and mobilize resources for the implementations of these initiatives. Vietnam welcomes the forward-looking proposals in the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report. We will engage actively in the deliberations of these proposals and in the preparations of the summit for the future and the SDG summit. We have high hopes for this summit. This summit will provide concrete, meaningful, and long-lasting commitments and actions. Fourth, regional organizations can pioneer and play a prominent role in bolstering multilateral cooperation. In Southeast Asia, ASEAN is doing its part to help address regional and global issues. We are working to build a strong and united ASEAN community and advance the central role of ASEAN in the regional security architecture. Building a broad and extensive network of partnership, ASEAN has created a premier forum for strategic dialogue, engaging important partners of the region, especially with major powers. ASEAN is working hard to implement the 5-point consensus to have 5 comprehensive solutions to the situations in Myanmar. Vietnam underlines the need for maintaining peace, stability, maritime safety, and security in the South China Sea, and call on all parties to resolve disputes by peaceful means with full respect for legal and diplomatic processes. We call on parties to exercise self-restraint, refrain from unilateral activities, and attempts to change the status quo, and not to threaten or to use force in accordance with international law, including the United Nations Charter and UNCLOS 1982. Mr. President, this year, Vietnam celebrates its 45th year as a member of the United Nations. Since that September Day in 1977, the UN has been a trusted friend and reliable partner, standing with us in our most difficult time of post-war reconstruction, and more recently in the fight against COVID-19, and accompanying us on our path of Doi Moi renovation, improving our people's life and advancing the country's development. Welcoming Vietnam to the United Nations 45 years ago, President of the 32nd sections of the General Assembly highlighted Vietnam's dedication to the purposes and principles and affirmed that, and I quote, the admission of Vietnam marks a further step towards consolidating peace and security in the world. End of quote. 45 years on, and this statement remains valid. Vietnam's history and its vision for the future has always been intimately linked with the aspirations for peace and development. We have consistently supported and pursued a balanced and constructive approach in seeking lasting solutions to global issues as members of major UN bodies, most recently the Security Council. Vietnam has consistently underlined the importance to uphold the UN Charter and to ensure that the UN best serves the needs and interests of all members. Our men and women are proudly serving in UN peacekeeping missions in South Sudan, Abyei, and Central African Republic. Vietnam is sparing no efforts to realize our commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, an ambitious goal given the level of development and technology capacity of Vietnam. At the Human Rights Council, Vietnam has consistently worked to advance mutual understanding and respect, foster dialogue and cooperation. We lead efforts to promote the rights of vulnerable groups in the context of climate change. And now, we are aspiring a seat at the Human Rights Council for the term 2023 to 2025. I hope we can count on your valuable support, just as you can count on us as a reliable, responsive, and constructive partner in the promotions and protections of human rights for all. Mr. President, in unity there is strength. With solidarity and partnership, there is power. Let us work together in unity, solidarity, and a spirit of partnership to surmount the interlocking challenges we all are facing together. In this watershed moment, for the sake of sustainable peace and development in the world. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Salam Sai Komasit, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Laos People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by extending my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Sabah Ghorrsi on his election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish him a successful presidency of this UNGA session. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Lao People's Democratic Republic in this August Assembly. Mr. President, we are at a critical juncture when the international community is facing multifaceted challenges ranging from armed conflicts to environmental crisis and economic downturn that set back global development. Multilateralism is always at the heart of international cooperation, has been undermined by unilateralism, has been applied widely. These challenges, already exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic, have hindered and reversed the development gains attained during the past decades. The implementations of the SDG has never before been so tarnished. It is disheartening that the most vulnerable peoples and countries are now suffering the most. Countries in special situations such as LDCs, LLDC, and SEEDs, which have endured the most difficult period coping with COVID-19 impacts, are additionally confronting climate, food, energy crisis. It is more alarming than ever for the international community to find solutions, not only transformative, but also more practical, effective, action-oriented, sustainable, and tailored to the most pressing need, so the most vulnerable are not left behind. Mr. President, 77 years after the United Nations was formed, we shall no longer be here in this august assembly to state any claim, lecture, blame, or shame one another. Our world needs greater attention, concerted effort, and common desire. We, as stipulated in the Charter, are the people of the United Nations. We shall gather here to find the most appropriate solution and take the most urgent action to address the problem we are all facing today. This cannot be done without firmly upholding the principle of the UN Charter and preserving multilateralism. Our United Nations was founded to prevent another catastrophic world war. Our shared wisdom and political will to find the most pragmatic and suitable solution to multiple crises threatening us all today must lie on the top of other individual interests. In doing so, we must strengthen our solidarity, cooperation, and collaboration, and must not create confrontation and division. As such, it is necessary, and after more than 7 decades, that the United Nations revitalizes and increases its ability to effectively address global problems. In this context, the United Nations needs to effectively fulfill its mandate in maintaining international peace and security, as well as promoting development cooperation. It is our common desire that the United Nations be transformed in order to respond to the current global landscape and needs in our joint effort to overcome the unfolding challenges which threaten international peace and development. The international community must find peaceful and lasting resolution to any conflict and disputes around the world, including the Middle East problem. We believe that unilateral sanction or measures cannot be effective, as it is not only contravened to the principle of the Charter of the United Nations and international law, but also hampers the national development of other countries. Sanctions, regardless to their forms, will not only end up compromising one's own interests as well as those of others, and inflicts suffering on everyone. We must also give more opportunity to peaceful solutions based on our mutual interests and build an environment conducive to development so as to safeguard the lasting peace and prosperity for all. In this regard, my delegation once again joined overwhelming global call for lifting of the economic embargo on Cuba and putting an end to all unilateral coercive measures which have caused more negative impacts on the innocent people. Mr. President, ASEAN has enjoyed long-lasting peace, security, stability, which serve as favorable conditions for the national socio-economic development of all member states. We in ASEAN continue to promote regionalism and multilateralism that emphasize the importance of centrality, unity, and inclusivity, mutual benefit and respect, which form a solid foundation in all essential frameworks of ASEAN cooperation in ASEAN. The Lao PDR has actively participated and contributed with great responsibility under the framework of ASEAN to promote peace and stability. On this note, the Lao PDR considers the role played by ASEAN as crucial in creating an environment conducive to a return to normalcy in Myanmar, and we should continue to engage Myanmar so as to ensure the continuation of delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Myanmar and explore ways and means to ensure Myanmar full and effective implementation of the 5-point consensus towards tangible outcome. Mr. President, since the inception of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, the Lao government has presented 2 voluntary national reviews in 2018 and 2021, reflecting progress made and challenges encountered in the implementation of SDGs through the National Socio-Economic Development Plan and 2030 Vision and Green Growth Strategy. Nevertheless, throughout the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has imposed direct impact on socio-economic development of every country, especially the least developed countries, including the Lao PDR. Therefore, the progress made prior to COVID-19 in the implementation of our national development and international commitment like SDG and others has been severely undermined, affecting the livelihood of the people in all dimensions. In addition, we are also facing extreme weather events due to climate change in different parts of the world. Like many other countries, the Lao PDR remains vulnerable to external shocks and has been severely affected by natural disaster, especially extensive floodings. Over the past years, our government has attached great importance to combating climate change through the implementation of the revised nationally determined contribution that clearly outlines ambitious targets of the national action for tackling and mitigating climate change toward achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To this end, there is pressing need for adequate financial resources and technical support for gaining access to climate finance and other sources of funding to support developing countries, especially LDCs, LDC, and SEEDs, to achieve their development goals and commitment made under the Paris Agreement. In this regard, we call for renewed political will coupled with concrete action taken by international community in the upcoming COP27 to preserve our planet for many generations to come. Mr. President, having recognized multidimensional challenges and special needs of the group of countries in special situations, the Lao PDR is strongly committed to the implementation of the internationally agreed development goals and program of actions for LDCs and LDCs and LDCs and other UN development cooperation frameworks. The Lao PDR remains hopeful and firmly believes that multilateralism, with the United Nations as the lead institution, the multiple crises and challenges in the international community is facing can be appropriately addressed. We are strongly committed to supporting conflict resolution through peaceful means, guided by the UN Charter and other relevant international laws. We trust that development cooperation for common interests and shared benefit must continue to be at the core of international relations. Towards this end, more action-oriented solutions and non-politicized approaches must be adopted. It is our hope that this UNGA 77 will offer opportunities to enhance our solidarity and revive sustainable development path in order for us to ensure transformative solutions for better livelihoods of our people and planet. I would like to end my statement by expressing, on behalf of the Lao government and people, my sincere appreciation to all member states for the kind support for our membership of the ECOSOC for the period 2023-2025. We stand ready to humbly serve and make meaningful contribution to the work of ECOSOC, and we pledge to discharge our duties in advancing partnership towards a more resilient and sustainable world. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al viceprimer ministro y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República Democrática Popular Lao. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Don Pramudvinai, viceprimer ministro y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Tailandia.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I would like, on the outset, to extend my warmest congratulations for your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And this congratulations also go to your entire team of the presidency. Please rest assured of Thailand's full support as you undertake to fulfill your important mission. We are at the watershed moment as an international community and as the United Nations. We stand at a point where the decision we make and the actions we pursue can shape the world and shape the course of humanity for years to come. But we can only do it together, guided by our shared interest and based on mutual respect. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the inequality gaps. It has reversed at least 4 years of development gains, according to the UNDP, and at a time when the world is trying to recover from the 2 years of pandemic, our problems are compounded with multiple challenges. We are seeing new conflicts on top of global geopolitical tensions. We are experiencing the food crisis, the energy crisis, and the financing crisis. These have had the most detrimental impact on those who are most vulnerable, that is LDC and the small island development states, the SIDS, and vulnerable groups such as women, girls, the elderly, and people with disability. Collective action is certainly needed now. Mr. President, the food crisis has affected us all. This global food insecurity stems from the conflicts, climate change disruption, to supply chain and uneven recovery from the COVID-19. There is thus an urgent need to strengthen multilateral action among like-minded partners, United Nations agencies, WTO, and international institutions in facilitating a constructive dialogue and improving policy coordination to address this crisis. It is certainly vital to keep our global supply chains open for seamless cross-border flows of food, fertilizer, and essential goods, while also making our food system more resilient so that equitable access to safe and healthy food for all can be guaranteed. Thailand is prepared to work in partnership with countries and international organizations to realize this vision. In this context, Thailand welcomes the Black Sea Grain Initiative, established by the United Nations to open a safe corridor for grain transportation that would help ease a global food crisis. This initiative further stresses the importance of international cooperation under the UN's framework
in order to respond to new global challenges. In addition to overcoming food insecurity, we also need to overcome health insecurity. As we learned from the pandemic, good health for all is critical. Coverage should be a high priority for us all. We need to ensure access to quality essential healthcare services and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines for everyone. We must continue to promote and protect the right to the highest attainable standard of health as part of our commitment to human rights. We must continue to invest in promoting a more inclusive social protection system for all, as called for by the Secretary General in our Common Agenda report. To reinforce this, the global health architecture needs to be reformed, both structurally and functionally, to address the current shortcomings and systemic failures of health systems. And that's why Thailand fully supports the development of a legally binding international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and responses under the WHO. The new instrument must place equity at its heart to ensure self-reliance of developing countries when faced with pandemic, especially through enhancing their capacity to manufacture certain medical countermeasures. With better food and health security, we will be better positioned to putting the Sustainable Development Goals back on track. In doing so, a human rights-based approach is needed to ensure that the rights and basic needs of all persons are guaranteed, especially the rights and needs of those most vulnerable and furthest behind. This will help enhance our resilience and capacity to cope with the future crisis. SDGs serve both as a pathway and the end goals in ensuring survival of our present and future generations. As we have only 8 years left to attain the SDGs, we need to employ every tool at our disposal, from science, technology, and innovation, to working in partnership at every level to drive this agenda forward. Because without sustainable development, there is no future. We need to promote North-South and South-South cooperation and the integration of 2030 agenda with other cooperation frameworks, both at the global and regional levels. And that's why ESCAP and ASEAN are working to enhance the complementarity between the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal agenda and the 2025 ASEAN vision. Thailand's hosting of the Global South-South Development Expo with ESCAP and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation in Bangkok last week also demonstrates the importance we place on the development cooperation, especially among developing countries. Furthermore, financing for development and finding innovative sources of finance is key to the transforming SDGs from mere aspiration to reality for all. Thailand agrees with the Secretary General's proposal in promoting cooperation with lending or leading global financial institutions to mobilize finance to drive forward the SDGs while improving financial liquidity for least developed countries. And to promote sustainable development, Thailand has adopted the Bio-Circular Green Economy model, or BCG, as a means to achieve a more balanced development in this recovery phase. The BCG economy model utilizes science, technology, and innovation to encourage the optimization of resources for environmentally friendly economic growth. In pursuing sustainable development, we need to ensure balance between our people-centered approaches and protecting our planet. And to this end, Thailand is ready to work with the international community to contain the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Thailand is committed to promoting international cooperation for the protection of the environment, including on the negotiations on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. In tackling climate change, Thailand stands firm in our pledge at COP26 last year to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2065. And without adequate support, Thailand will be able to increase its nationally determined contribution, or NDC, target to 40% while achieving net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050. And this is not an empty promise. Thailand will submit our NDC and long-term low greenhouse gas emission drop-in strategies that reflect those goals ahead of the 2022 United Nations Climate Change Conference, or COP26 at Sharm el-Sheikh. Meanwhile, the pledges of developed countries must also be fulfilled. I urge this country to keep their promise of providing financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing countries and to deliver on the climate finance goal of 100 billion USD annually as soon as possible. Equal attention should be paid on mitigation and adaptation. Thailand stands ready to work with Egypt and all partners at COP26 in this regard. Mr. President, we need to restore faith and confidence in the multilateralism and our United Nations. An important step to achieving this is to reverse the polarization at this body by working more closely on issues that bring us together. Addressing humanitarian concerns is one such issue. Thailand will continue to work closely with the international community, taking into account the needs of the affected country to address urgent humanitarian challenges through bilateral, regional, and multilateral efforts according to the key humanitarian principles without politicization. We have supported humanitarian work in Afghanistan through the World Food Programme and made contributions for Ukraine through the Ukrainian Red Cross and UNICEF. As for Myanmar, Thailand has worked with partners to provide humanitarian assistance to the Myanmar people in need through various programs at bilateral level, including donation of 1 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines, and through ASEAN. Financially, or financial contributions were also made to support the work of international organizations such as UNICEF, WHO, WFP, and ICRC. As an immediate neighbor with the longest land border, 2,470 kilometers long, it is in Thailand's vital interest to see a quick return to peace and stability in Myanmar. We call on all parties in Myanmar to urgently undertake steps to de-escalate, end violence, and engage in meaningful talks to resolve differences peacefully. Thailand fully supports the constructive role of ASEAN and believes that ASEAN is best placed to help Myanmar through the time-tested ASEAN practice of consultation, cooperation, and consensus. Thailand will continue, and as a strong believer of multilateralism, Thailand stands ready to continue to do its part to promote multilateral and international cooperation at all levels. Sustainable development and human rights are intertwined and mutually reinforcing. They are vital in ensuring an environment of peace and prosperity. Thailand hereby presents candidacy for the UN Human Rights Council, HRC, membership for the term 2025 to 2027. And if elected, we can help strengthen the Council and its mechanism to reach out to those vulnerable and those furthest behind, and to bring meaningful and real positive changes on the ground. Thailand also firmly believes that a close regional cooperation can complement the multilateral system and reinforce the global agenda. This year, Thailand plays host to Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, meeting under the theme of Open, Connect, and Balance. Such theme signifies the willingness to embrace every opportunity, connect in all dimensions, and balance in all aspects. This highlights Thailand's commitment in promoting multilateral cooperation that will hopefully lead to a more balanced and sustainable development after the COVID-19 pandemic. We look forward to welcoming the world leaders to Bangkok in November, as Thailand is fully open and ready to welcome visitors once again. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, despite the challenges and difficulties at this critical juncture in the history of humanity, Thailand continues to have faith in multilateral system with the United Nations at its core, and we remain confident that the goodwill and shared common interests of humanity will help us make the right decision at this watershed moment, so that we can move together towards a more stable, sustainable, and safer future with no person or country left behind. Now, let me add this very brief account to the end of my statement. A few days ago, a sentiment was expressed by the EU foreign policy chief when he said, "Don't rule out the possibilities of the use of nuclear weapons at the Ukraine crisis." An Oriental saying has it, which could be related to this context. It pertains to the enjoyment of riding a beast, whether it's a tiger or the dragon. But let's put a tiger in this context. Riding the tiger back could be fun and challenging. But no one could enjoy riding its back with no end in sight. The question is how to dismount with safety without killing the tiger. Certainly, the question of how to is daunting. Here, we have a suggestion which has taken all elements into account and definitely not a realpolitik free. A possible breakthrough could be apparent during the month of November, as the third week of the penultimate month of the year offers a golden opportunity for all super stakeholders of the Ukraine crisis to assemble at 3 venues in South Asia as legitimate participants. The 3 venues, one in Phnom Penh for ASEAN Summit, another in Bali for G20, and the third in Bangkok, Thailand for APEC leaders meeting. They could separately or in a series serve as a most appropriate platform for talks to provide possible off-ramp or exit to this high-tension global crisis in Ukraine. The world body, UN, with all its relevant roles and mechanisms to help safeguard peace and stability, could certainly join in at any juncture to add value to these endeavors. So, let's hope that this golden opportunity is not passed up by all with regard to the high-tension Ukraine crisis. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Agradezco al viceprimer ministro y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Tailandia. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Demeke Mekonnen Hassen, viceprimer ministro y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Etiopía.
ክቡር የጠቅላላ ጉባኤው ፕሬዝዳንት፣ የተከበሩ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ፣ የተከበራችሁ የሀገራችን መሪዎች፣ መላው ሰላም ወዳድ የዓለማችን ህዝቦች፣ ክቡራትና ክቡራን፣ ክቡር ፕሬዝዳንት የ77ኛው ጠቅላላ ጉባኤ ፕሬዝዳንት ሆነው ስለተመረጡ ለእርሶና ለሀገሮ ደስታዬን ልገልጽ እወዳለሁ። በተጨማሪም የ76ኛው ጉባኤ ፕሬዝዳንት ክቡር አብዱላሂ ሻሂድ ስላሳዩት አመራር ምስጋናዬን አቀርባለሁ። በዚህ ታላቅ ጉባኤ ሀገሬ ኢትዮጵያን በመወከል ንግግር በማድረጌ የተሰማኝ ደስታ የላቀ ነው። Mr. President, we are at a historic crossroads in the evolution of our multilateral system. Humanity is facing multiple and complex challenges ranging from climate change, extreme poverty, conflicts, terrorism, and geopolitical tensions. The consequences of these global challenges are of epic proportions and leave adverse socio-political impacts across the world. Nevertheless, international cooperation is not at a level near the gravity of the challenge. Although climate change and the resulting extreme weather conditions occur throughout the globe, the crisis largely affects the minimally resilient and the least responsible for causing the problem. A case in point is our region, the Horn of Africa, which in some part is highly hit by record-level drought while sustaining extreme flooding in other parts. Mr. President, climate disaster and its insufferable impacts are preventable. I therefore make an urgent call to all states gathered here to translate rhetoric into action. We must realize our climate finance commitments to build resilience and mitigate impact. We should act to meet our emission reduction targets. This requires focused coordination, non-politicization, avoidance of securitization, and good faith cooperation among all stakeholders. I must emphasize, Africa is not responsible for the historic emissions that caused the climate crisis. Yet, we are the ones making the most tangible contribution to mitigate the impacts of climate change. In Ethiopia, our afforestation program, the Ethiopian Green Legacy initiative, saw the planting of billions of seedlings and created a strong culture of afforestation. We are also on a path to sustainable energy transformation and green growth. These proactive programs deserve recognition and tangible support. Mr. President, we have a shared planet and a common destiny. Overcoming our collective challenges require concerted efforts and trusted global leadership. We are gathered here because our forefathers, learning from the tragic episodes of human history, decided to establish the United Nations as the guardian of peace. However, we are yet to achieve true universality in the main organs of the United Nations. Africa has no permanent seats at the UN Security Council. Our quest for African solutions to African problems is yet to be given the respect and support it deserves. We believe these considerations underpin the credibility of the Council in the continent. African problems are sustainably addressed when approached in the true context of the region and take full account of the strategic interests and aspirations of the countries concerned.
It is only when we do this and uphold regional solutions we could start reducing the proliferation and overextended study of African issues in the UN Security Council. Mr. President, for the past 4 years, Ethiopia has made significant progress in its socio-economic development and democratization. These years have also been compounded by challenges that tested our survival as a nation. In November 2020, the most heinous and treasonous attack was waged against the Ethiopian National Defense Force that protected not only the peace and stability of Ethiopia, but also helped keep peace in other countries on behalf of the United Nations and the African Union. The criminal group that remains hell-bent in destroying societal foundation of our country colluded with external actors opposed to our development aspirations. The insecurity this group created has been very tragic and costly. Yet, the government of Ethiopia has earnestly tried to avoid this conflict. Regrettably, our efforts to prevent the conflict from igniting were not successful. Thanks to the resolve and determination of Ethiopians, the designs of our adversaries against Ethiopia's progress have been frustrated. We have also paved a path for peace and recovery, relying on the ability of the peace-loving people of Ethiopia to reconcile, make peace among ourselves, and start the process of healing. We thus call for support to our agenda for peace, reconciliation, and reconstruction. We also urge respect for and support to the EU-led peace process. Any other approach, including the politicization of human rights and unilateral coercive measures, will not yield any positive outcome. Mr. President, the past year has also been a milestone for my country and we believe to the entire Nile River Basin. Our project, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, commenced lighting our homes and fulfilling our intergenerational aspiration. All the glory and gratitude go to the people of Ethiopia who financed this project. The dividend goes far and wide to the entire region. Taking this opportunity, I reiterate Ethiopia's commitment to equity and cooperation in the use of transboundary rivers and shared prosperity with all riparian countries. We will continue in good faith the trilateral negotiation under the auspices of the African Union to reach a mutually acceptable outcome. Mr. President, over the past 3 years, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals encountered serious setbacks. The global COVID-19 pandemic has tested our health system. Global trade in goods and services was halted, causing a great deal of loss to our economies. The response by international financial institutions has been below the required level and did not account for the special vulnerability of least developed countries. As the Secretary General of the United Nations put it, it is necessary to turbocharge the implementation of the SDGs. We call for enhanced focus and support to national efforts to improve agricultural and manufacturing productivity, increase investment, facilitate technology transfer, foster fair trade, redouble debt cancellation, and restructuring and enhance international finance for national priority projects. Furthermore, we should enhance the efforts to combat illicit financial flows, unlawful extradition and trade of minerals, and corruption. Africa's youthful population and its vast natural resources should be a source of growth and better jobs. Africa can be the showcase for green and sustainable development. It can feed and power itself and the world. This requires reform of the global financial architecture to ensure more equitable, speedy, and collaborative cooperation based on the needs and potential of least developed countries. More importantly, we must actively support governments that work to create a conducive environment for the prosperity of their countries. In addition, Africa's effort to chart its destiny must not be complicated by big power competition. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by re-emphasizing the need to scale up international cooperation. The gravity of the challenge we face today demands us to come together in search of collective solution. We need more, not less, multilateralism. We shall continue to uphold our cardinal principles of independence, impartiality, integrity, non-interference, sovereign equality, and non-selective to maintain a working multilateral system rooted in the Charter of the United Nations. We need to reform our global institutions to reflect current realities. We need to make them more representative and responsive to the demands of the time. Only through genuine solidarity and concerted action could we ensure collective security and prosperity. I thank you all for your attention and wish you, Mr. President, a successful term of office. I thank you. Amasagnallo.
Agradezco al viceprimer ministro y ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Etiopía. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Sergei Lavrov, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la Federación de Rusia.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, мы встречаемся в непростой драматический момент. Кризисные явления нарастают. Положение в области международной безопасности стремительно деградирует. Вместо честного диалога и поиска компромиссов приходится иметь дело с дезинформацией, грубыми инсценировками и провокациями. Линия Запада подрывает доверие к международным институтам и к международному праву как гарантии справедливости и защиты слабых от произвола. Негативные тенденции в концентрированном виде мы наблюдаем в стенах ООН, которая появилась на обломках германского фашизма и японского милитаризма и была создана с целью содействия развитию дружественных отношений между ее членами и предотвращению конфликтов между ними. Сегодня решается вопрос о будущем миропорядка. Это ясно любому непредвзятому наблюдателю. Вопрос в том, будет ли этот порядок с одним гегемоном, заставляющим всех жить по своим пресловутым правилам, выгодным только ему. Или это будет демократичный, справедливый мир, мир без шантажа и запугивания неугодных, без неонацизма и неоколониализма. Россия твердо выбирает второй вариант, и мы вместе с союзниками, партнерами и единомышленниками призываем работать над его воплощением в жизнь. В прошлое уходит однополярная модель мирового развития, которая обслуживала интересы так называемого «золотого миллиарда», чье сверхпотребление столетиями обеспечивалось за счет ресурсов Азии, Африки и Латинской Америки. Сегодня становление суверенных государств, готовых отстаивать национальные интересы, ведет к формированию равноправной, социально ориентированной и устойчивой многополярной архитектуры. Однако объективные геополитические процессы воспринимаются Вашингтоном и полностью подчинившимися ему правящими элитами западных стран, как угроза их доминирующему положению. США и их союзники хотят остановить маховик истории. Когда-то, провозгласив победу в холодной войне, Вашингтон возвел себя чуть ли не в ранг посланника Господа Бога на земле, у которого нет обязательств, а есть только священные права безнаказанно действовать как и где угодно. Зоной этих действий может быть объявлено любое государство, особенно если оно чем-то не угодило самопровозглашенным хозяевам мира. Мы все помним, как под надуманными предлогами были развязаны агрессивные войны против далеких от американских берегов Югославии, Ирака, Ливии, унесшие многие сотни тысяч жизней мирных граждан. Хоть в одной из этих стран разве были затронуты действительно законные интересы Запада? Разве там запрещали английский или языки других стран-членов НАТО? Запрещали западные средства массовой информации, культуру? Разве объявляли англосаксов нелюдями, применяли против них тяжелые вооружения? И каковы результаты авантюр США на Ближнем Востоке? Улучшение ситуации с правами человека и верховенство права, стабилизация социально-политической обстановки, рост благосостояния населения. Назовите страну, в дела которой силой вмешался Вашингтон и где в результате жизнь стала лучше. Пытаясь возродить однополярную модель под лозунгом порядка, основанного на правилах, Запад повсюду насаждает разделительные линии в духе блоковой конфронтации. Либо с нами, либо против нас. Третьего не дано, никаких компромиссов. Продолжая бездумный курс на расширение НАТО на восток, приближение военной инфраструктуры блока к границам России, теперь США поставили задачу подчинения азиатских пространств. На июньском саммите НАТО в Мадриде этот, как он сам себя называет, оборонительный альянс провозгласил неделимость безопасности Евроатлантики и Индо-Тихоокеанского региона. Под лозунгом индо-тихоокеанских стратегий создаются закрытые форматы, подрывающие всю складывавшуюся десятилетиями вокруг АСЕАН открытую и инклюзивную региональную архитектуру. В дополнение ко всему затеяли игру с огнем вокруг Тайваня, обещая ему к тому же военную поддержку. Очевидно, что пресловутая доктрина Монро обретает глобальный охват. Вашингтон пытается превратить весь земной шар в свой задний двор. Инструмент принуждения несогласных – незаконные односторонние санкции, которые долгие годы принимаются в нарушении устава и задействуются как инструмент политического шантажа. Цинизм этой практики очевиден. Рестрикции бьют по гражданскому населению, препятствуя получению доступа к товарам первой необходимости, в том числе медикаментам, вакцинам, продовольствию. Вопиющим примером является длящаяся более 60 лет американская блокада Кубы. Генеральная ассамблея давно и настойчиво, подавляющим большинством голосов, требует ее немедленной отмены. Генеральный секретарь, в чьи обязанности входит содействие выполнению решений Генеральной ассамблеи, конечно, должен уделить особое внимание этой проблеме. Генеральному секретарю принадлежит особая роль и в мобилизации усилий по преодолению продовольственного и энергетического кризисов, разразившихся в результате бесконтрольной денежной эмиссии в США и ЕС во время пандемии и безответственных, непрофессиональных действий Евросоюза на рынках углеводорода. Вопреки элементарному здравому смыслу, Вашингтон и Брюссель усугубили кризисную ситуацию, объявив экономическую войну против России. В результате рост мировых цен на продовольствие, удобрения, нефть и газ. Мы приветствуем усилия генерального секретаря, способствовавшие заключению стамбульских договоренностей 22 июля. Однако эти договоренности надо выполнять. А пока суда с украинским зерном в большинстве своем идут далеко не в беднейшие страны, а созданные Соединенными Штатами и Евросоюзом финансовые и логистические препоны на пути российского экспорта удобрения и зерна так до конца и не сняты. Кроме того, мы уже не первую неделю напоминаем, что 300 тысяч тонн удобрений задержаны в европейских портах и давно предлагаем передать их бесплатно нуждающимся странам Африки. Но Евросоюз не реагирует. Официальная русофобия приобрела на Западе беспрецедентные, гротескные масштабы. Там уже не стесняются открыто заявлять о намерении не только нанести нашей стране военные поражения, но и разрушить, расчленить Россию. Другими словами, добиться исчезновения с политической карты мира слишком самостоятельной геополитической величины. В чем же в реальности действия России за последние десятилетия ущемляли интересы оппонентов? Может быть, нам не могут простить, что благодаря позиции нашей страны стала возможна военно-стратегическая разрядка 1980-х, 90-х годов, или что мы в свое время добровольно распустили организацию Варшавского договора, лишив НАТО смысла ее существования, поддержали воссоединение Германии без каких-либо условий и вопреки позиции Лондона и Парижа, вывели вооруженные силы из Европы, Азии, Латинской Америки, признали независимость бывших советских республик, поверили обещаниям лидеров Запада не расширять НАТО ни на дюйм в восточном направлении. А когда процесс пошел, согласились его фактически легитимизировать посредством заключения основополагающего акта России и НАТО. Может быть, мы нарушили интересы Запада, предупреждая его о неприемлемости приближения угрожающей военной инфраструктуры вплотную к нашим границам. Аррогантность Запада, американская исключительность приобрели особенно деструктивный характер после завершения Холодной войны. Еще в 1991 году заместитель главы Пентагона Пол Вулфовец в беседе с командующим объединенными силами НАТО в Европе Уэсли Кларком откровенно признавался в том, что, цитирую, «после окончания Холодной войны мы можем использовать наших военных, не боясь наказания. У нас есть 5, возможно, 10 лет для того, чтобы вычистить эти суррогатные советские режимы, такие как Ирак и Сирия, пока не появится новая сверхдержава, способная бросить нам вызов». Конец цитаты. Уверен, что когда-нибудь из чьих-нибудь мемуаров мы узнаем, как конкретно выстраивалась американская стратегия и в отношении Украины. Впрочем, планы Вашингтона и так очевидны. Возможно, нам никак не могут простить, что по просьбе Соединенных Штатов и Евросоюза мы поддержали договоренности тогдашнего президента Украины Януковича с оппозицией об урегулировании кризиса в феврале 2014 года, договоренности, которые были гарантированы Германией, Францией и Польшей, а наутро были растоптаны главарями кровавого госпереворота, унизившими европейских посредников. Запад лишь развел руками и молча наблюдал, как путчисты стали бомбить восток Украины, где отказались признать результаты госпереворота, как его организаторы возвели в ранг национальных героев нацистских приспешников, причастных к зверским этническим чисткам русских, поляков, евреев в годы Второй мировой войны. Мы что, должны были мириться с курсом Киева на тотальный запрет русского языка, образования, российских средств массовой информации и культуры, с требованиями изгнать русских из Крыма, объявлением войны против Донбасса, жителей которого и тогдашние, и нынешние киевские власти провозгласили не людьми, а существами, устами своего высшего руководства. Может быть, Россия нарушила интересы Запада тем, что сыграла ключевую роль в прекращении развязанных киевскими неонацистами боевых действий на востоке Украины, а затем требовала выполнения Минского комплекса мер, который был единогласно одобрен Советом Безопасности ООН в феврале 2015 года, но похоронен Киевом при прямом участии Соединенных Штатов и Евросоюза. Мы многократно на протяжении многих лет предлагали договориться о правилах сосуществования в Европе с опорой на принцип равной и неделимой безопасности, затвержденный на высшем уровне в документах Организации по безопасности и сотрудничеству в Европе. В соответствии с этим принципом никто не укреплял бы свою безопасность в ущерб безопасности других. Последнее предложение а необходимость сделать эти договоренности юридически обязывающими, мы внесли в декабре 2021 года, на что получили высокомерный отказ. Недоговороспособность западных стран и продолжение киевским режимом войны против собственного народа не оставили нам иного выбора, как признать независимость Донецкой и Луганской народных республик и начать специальную военную операцию с целью защиты русских и других жителей Донбасса и устранения угроз нашей безопасности, которые НАТО последовательно создавала на территории Украины, по сути дела, на наших границах. Операция проводится во исполнении договоров о дружбе, сотрудничестве и взаимопомощи между Россией и этими республиками на основе статьи 51 Устава нашей организации. Уверен, что на нашем месте так поступило бы любое суверенное, уважающее себя государство, осознающее свою ответственность перед собственным народом. Сейчас Запад закатил истерику из-за проходящих в Лаосской, в Луганской, Донецкой, Харьковской и Запорожской областях Украины референдумов. Но проживающие там люди, по сути, лишь реагируют на то, что им в одном из своих интервью в августе прошлого года рекомендовал глава киевского режима Зеленский. Тогда он посоветовал всем, кто чувствует себя русскими, ради блага своих детей и внуков, уходить в Россию. Вот жители упомянутых регионов так сейчас и поступают, забирая с собой при этом свои земли, на которых столетиями жили их предки. Любому непредвзятому наблюдателю предельно ясно, для англосаксов, которые полностью подчинили себе Европу, Украина лишь расходный материал в борьбе с Россией. НАТО объявило нашу страну непосредственной угрозой на пути к тотальному доминированию США, а в качестве долгосрочного стратегического вызова определила Китайскую Народную Республику. Одновременно коллективный Запад во главе с Вашингтоном посылает всем без исключения остальным странам устрашающий сигнал. Следующим может быть любой, кто посмеет ослушаться. Одним из последствий объявленного Западом крестового похода против неугодных становится прогрессирующий упадок институтов, превращаемых США и их союзниками в инструменты реализации своих корыстных интересов. Эта линия насаждается в ООН, ее Совете по правам человека, ЮНЕСКО и других многосторонних структурах. Фактически приватизирована организация по запрещению химического оружия. Предпринимаются яростные попытки по недопущению создания в рамках Конвенции по биологическому и токсинному оружию механизма обеспечения транспарентности сотен военно-биологических программ Пентагона по всему миру, в том числе по периметру российских границ и на всем пространстве Евразии. О том, что эти программы отнюдь не безобидны, свидетельствуют неумолимые факты, выявленные на территории Украины. Видим напористую линию на приватизацию секретариата ООН, внедрение в его работу неолиберального дискурса, игнорирующего культурно-цивилизационное многообразие современного мира. Призываем в этой связи уделить внимание, как того требует устав, обеспечению справедливого географического представительства государств-членов в структурах секретариата, не допуская засилья одной группы стран. Нетерпимая ситуация сложилась вокруг невыполнения Вашингтоном обязательств по соглашению между секретариатом и правительством США относительно обязательств страны-хозяйки центральных учреждений Объединенных Наций по обеспечению нормальных условий для участия всех стран-членов в работе ООН. Соответствующие обязанности этим соглашением возложены и на генерального секретаря. Инертность здесь недопустима. Не могут не беспокоить усилия отдельных стран, подрывающие прерогативы Совета Безопасности. Безусловно, и Советы в целом ООН должны быть адаптированы к современным реалиям. Видим перспективы демократизации работы Совета Безопасности исключительно, хочу это особенно подчеркнуть, исключительно за счет расширения представленности стран Африки, Азии и Латинской Америки. Особо отмечаем Индию и Бразилию как ключевых международных игроков и достойных кандидатов на постоянное членство в Совете при обязательном одновременном повышении профиля Африки. Сегодня как никогда важно, чтобы все государства-члены недвусмысленно, без оговорок, подтвердили приверженность целям и принципам Устава ООН в качестве первого необходимого шага на пути к восстановлению коллективной ответственности за судьбы человечества. Именно с такой целью в июле 2021 года была создана группа друзей в защиту устава, соучредителем которой стала Россия, в которую уже входит 20 стран. Группа ставит своей задачей обеспечить строгое исследование универсальным нормам международного права в противовес пагубным односторонним подходам. Призываем всех, разделяющих такую позицию, присоединиться. И в этом контексте существенным позитивным потенциалом обладают движения неприсоединения, БРИКС, Шанхайская организация сотрудничества, АСЕАН. Западные коллеги, агрессивно навязывая свое понимание демократии как модели организации жизни общества всем странам, категорически не хотят руководствоваться демократическими нормами в международных делах. Свежий пример – та же ситуация вокруг Украины. Казалось бы, Россия в деталях обосновала свою позицию, причем обосновывала ее несколько лет, и Запад провозгласил свое несогласие с нашей позицией. Ну, казалось бы, пусть остальные члены мирового сообщества сами решают, какую позицию им занять. За одних, за других или позицию нейтралитета. Вроде бы так положено в демократиях, когда противостоящие друг другу политики отстаивают свою точку зрения и агитируют население. Но США и их союзники не дают никому свободу выбора. Они угрожают и выкручивают руки каждому, кто осмелится мыслить самостоятельно, требуют угрозами присоединиться к антироссийским санкциям. У них это плохо получается, но очевидно, что действия подобного рода США и их сателлитов – это никакая не демократия, а чистой воды диктатура, по крайней мере, попытка насадить диктатуру. Создается устойчивое впечатление, что Вашингтон и покорившаяся ему Европа пытаются сохранить свою ускользающую гегемонию исключительно запрещенными приемами. Сплошь и рядом методы дипломатии подменяются незаконными санкциями против сильных конкурентов в экономике, спорте, информационном пространстве, культурных обменах и в целом в сфере контактов между людьми. Взять ту же проблему с визами для делегатов на международные мероприятия в Нью-Йорке, Женеве, Вене, Париже. Это ведь тоже стремление устранить конкурентов, не допустить альтернативные точки зрения в многосторонних дискуссиях. Уверен в необходимости защитить ООН, очистить Всемирную организацию от всего конфронтационного и наносного, вернуть ей репутацию площадки для честных дискуссий по поиску баланса интересов всех государств-членов. Именно этим подходом руководствуемся при продвижении в ООН наших национальных инициатив. Принципиально важно добиваться всеобъемлющего запрета на размещение оружия в космосе, на что нацелен российско-китайский проект международного договора, находящийся на рассмотрении конференции ООН по разоружению. Особого внимания требуют задачи защиты киберпространства, включая согласование в рамках рабочей группы открытого состава Генеральной Ассамблеи договоренностей о путях обеспечения международной информационной безопасности, а также разработку на площадке спецкомитета универсальной конвенции о противодействии использованию информационно-коммуникационных технологий в преступных целях. Продолжим оказывать поддержку Управлению по контртерроризму и другим антитеррористическим органам системы ООН. Будем и далее содействовать динамичному развитию отношений ООН с Организацией договора коллективной безопасности, Содружеством независимых государств, Евразийским экономическим союзом в целях сопряжения усилий на пространстве Большой Евразии. Россия призывает активизировать работу по урегулированию региональных конфликтов. Считаем приоритетными задачи преодоления тупика в деле создания независимого палестинского государства, восстановления разрушенной агрессии НАТО государственности Ирака и Ливии, нейтрализации угроз суверенитету Сирии, налаживанию устойчивого процесса нацпримирения в Йемене, преодоления тяжелейшего натовского наследия в Афганистане. Добиваемся возрождения в первоначальном виде совместного всеобъемлющего плана действий по иранской ядерной программе, обеспечения справедливого комплексного урегулирования проблем Корейского полуострова. Многочисленные конфликтные ситуации в Африке требуют отказа от искушения делать их предметом геополитических игр с нулевой суммой и консолидации внешних игроков в поддержку инициатив Афросоюза. Беспокойство вызывает обстановка в Косово, Боснии и Герцеговине, где США и Евросоюз упрямо ведут дело к разрушению международно-правовой базы, воплощенной в резолюции Совета Безопасности 1244 и в Дейтонском мирном соглашении. Госпожа председатель, в эпоху перемен человеку свойственно искать опоры и утешения в мудрости предшественников, на чью долю выпали не меньшие испытания. По меткому выражению бывшего генерального секретаря Дага Хаммаршельда, помнившего ужасы Второй мировой войны, я цитирую, «Он была создана не для того, чтобы привести человечество в рай, а чтобы спасти его от ада». Эти слова как никогда актуальны. Они взывают к тому, чтобы все мы осознали свою индивидуальную и коллективную ответственность за создание условий для безопасного и гармоничного развития будущих поколений. Для этого всем необходимо проявить политическую волю. Мы готовы к такой честной работе и убеждены, устойчивость миропорядка может быть обеспечена исключительно через возвращение к истокам ООНовской дипломатии с опорой на ключевой уставной принцип подлинной демократии – уважения суверенного равенства государств. Благодарю вас.
Agradezco al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la Federación de Rusia. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Sirojiddin Muridin, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Tayikistán.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me join previous speakers in extending our congratulations to you, Ambassador Chaba Karoshi, on your election as President of the United Nations General Assembly at its 77th session. I wish to take this opportunity to pay a befitting tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his effective guidance and excellent leadership during the most challenging and uneasy times for the entire humanity. Excellencies, our world is going through turbulent times. We are witnessing the transformation of the existing world order. Threats such as terrorism, extremism, drug and arms trafficking, cybercrime, and other forms of cross-border organized crime have a tendency to increase exponentially. To further discuss the above-mentioned issues, the government of Tajikistan, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, and its partners will be holding a high-level international conference on international and regional border security and management cooperation to counter terrorism and prevent the movement of terrorists in Dushanbe, Tajikistan on 18th, 19th October 2022. We invite you to attend this important conference. Climate change, natural disasters, food insecurity, ongoing impact of the pandemic, among other things, further add fuel to the fire. The international community needs tools that are fit for today's rapidly deteriorating environment. Mechanisms that were established decades ago are now finding it difficult to cope with the emerging challenges. The world needs more robust multilateralism to tackle and toughest challenges with the United Nations at the helm. Therefore, Tajikistan supports the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General aimed at comprehensive reform of the organization to strengthen its capacity to timely and adequately respond to the development needs and efficiently address contemporary threats. There is a historic opportunity to steer change in a direction beneficial for all humanity. It shouldn't be wasted. Mr. President, allow me to address 3 additional topics which are very important for my delegation: implementation of our Roadmap 2030 agenda, water and climate change, as well as peace and security. Tajikistan strongly reaffirms its of the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals. As we are lagging behind of many SDGs, the government of Tajikistan has taken bold steps towards integrating SDGs into national policies and development plans. Despite substantial progress made towards the achievement of SDGs, there are significant risks such as climate-related hazards and disasters that could slow and reverse Tajikistan's path towards the realization of 2030 agenda and threaten agricultural productivity and food security. This year, the world has witnessed unprecedented water-related natural disasters. While we all have struggling with the consequences of becoming increasingly aware that water is vital and a resource we must value, protect, and manage effectively. We need actions that can make a real difference. On 6th, 9th June 2022, we successfully held the second Dushanbe conference in Tajikistan, which became a key preparatory meeting for the midterm review of the water decade in 2023. As you are aware, in 22-24 March 2023, the United Nations will convene its second water conference after 46 years. The UN 23 Water Conference will be a good opportunity for all of us to review and evaluate the progress made and the gaps and obstacles we have encountered in realizing the goals of the water decade. Tajikistan and Netherlands, leading the preparations for this global event, are diligently working and are determined to make the conference a watershed moment for the whole world. To this end, we launched the Water Action Agenda as one of the outcomes of the UN 2023 Water Conference. We expect and encourage everyone to come to the conference with new commitments to enrich the Water Action Agenda. This is important and necessary not only for us today, but for our children, for our future generations. Mr. President, the impact of climate change on water resources is another crucial topic that requires our concerted efforts. Alongside the increase in mud flows and floods, water scarcity and droughts, and changes in the hydrological cycle, today the accelerated melting of glaciers, the primary sources of fresh water on the planet, is of great concern. To this end, Tajikistan is actively promoting an integrated approach to addressing water and climate issues, including within Water and Climate Coalition. During the coalition's first meeting, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan, proposed declaring 2025 as an international year of glaciers preservation. We are currently working on the draft resolution to advance the said initiative through the second committee of the UN General Assembly. We seek your constructive engagement and support for this important resolution. Mr. President, response to the ever-increasing threat of terrorism and extremism should be comprehensive, with the UN as a key coordinator. For its part, Tajikistan has undertaken several measures in this direction. We have, among other things, adopted our national strategy and action plan of the Republic of Tajikistan on countering terrorism and extremism for 2021-2025 and expressed our readiness. Tajikistan strongly believes that small states should also have a greater chance to contribute to finding solutions for maintaining peace and security. Hence, following years of contributions to multilateralism through active participation in the United Nations activities and processes, and having unique peacemaking experience and insightful knowledge about Afghanistan, the time has come for Tajikistan to seek for the first time its non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2028-2029. We are looking forward to closely working with all the UN member states to gain the trust and support for this vital campaign. Mr. President, Tajikistan, a peace-loving country that went through a devastating imposed civil war, is very aware of its cost and long-lasting consequences. Therefore, we can't stay indifferent to the fate of our immediate neighbors, the noble people of Afghanistan, who have suffered enough for the past 40 years. They deserve peace and tranquility. Exactly 1 year ago, in this same room, the President of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon, in his virtual message before the United Nations General Assembly, dedicated more than half of his statement to the situation in Afghanistan. His concerns and warnings, unfortunately, fell on deaf ears. 1 year after the fall of Afghanistan, no inclusive government has been formed despite repeated calls from Afghans, regional countries, and the international community for greater ethnic, political, and geographical diversity in the de facto administrative structures. The country is on the verge of a humanitarian and economic catastrophe. To ease the suffering of the Afghan people during these difficult times, Tajikistan has provided its infrastructure, territory, and communication means to all stakeholders and donor countries to deliver humanitarian assistance directly to the people of Afghanistan. We have also never stopped providing the people of Afghanistan with much-needed electricity since the Taliban came to power. The environment of intimidation and deterioration in respect for human rights, including the rights of women and girls, is overwhelming. Diverging opinions and existing internal security situation in the country even more fragile. Furthermore, Taliban's inability to control its militants and other terrorist groups further complicates the already difficult situation. The recent discovery and killing of one of Al-Qaeda's top strategic means in Kabul is a vivid testimony of those ties. Afghanistan is rapidly becoming a safe haven for terrorist groups and a springboard for spreading the Taliban's radical extremism. In addition, we are witnessing systematic work on transferring militant groups consisting of former nationals of Central Asia to the north of Afghanistan, aimed at consolidating and creating a new hotbed of tensions near our border. Unfortunately, the implications for Tajikistan, which shares 1,400 kilometers of border with this country, are enormous. In the current alarming situation, it is paramount for Tajikistan to strengthen its border with Afghanistan and create the necessary border infrastructure along its entire length. At the same time, we believe that the participation of Afghanistan in the process of multi-phase regional cooperation is a key to the success of the efforts undertaken by the international community. Mr. President, on 20 September this year, the leadership of the Kyrgyz Republic delivered his speech from this high rostrum, talked about Kyrgyz version of the conflict on the Tajik-Kyrgyz border. It is regrettable that the issue of settlement of the state border line between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, which we inherited from history, are groundlessly raised at the UN General Assembly. I believe it is important to inform you that on September 19, 2022, the authorized representatives of the two sides signed the protocol on the settlement of the situation at the border. All hostilities have ceased. The troops and military equipment of both sides must be withdrawn to their places of permanent deployment. A joint inspection was organized in the border area. A joint task force has been set up to monitor the implementation of the agreement reached. Most importantly, both parties reaffirmed their commitment to resolving all bilateral issues exclusively by political and diplomatic means. Tajikistan has followed and will always follow this principle when any issues arise, including the settlement of the situation on the border. It is with deep regret that Kyrgyzstan is deviating from the agreement reached, creating a false appearance of withdrawing troops and heavy military equipment from the line of contact by hiding them in populated areas near the border. Therefore, the responsibility for any next round of tension on the Tajik-Kyrgyz border will lie exclusively with Kyrgyzstan. The leadership of the neighboring country in their speech mentioned the deaths of their citizens and financial damage, creating the false impression that the tragedy on the border affected them exclusively. The evidences say otherwise. As a result of military aggression of Kyrgyzstan, more than 40 civilians of Tajikistan were killed and about 200 were injured. The casualties include pregnant women, children, elderly, doctors, as well as devout Muslims, attendants of the mourning ceremony in the mosque. In addition to border facilities, schools, hospitals, religious buildings, residential buildings, infrastructure, and utilities were destroyed. So who is the aggressor here? Tajikistan is currently channeling significant resources to rebuilding destroyed houses and vital infrastructure. The tragedy that happened in the border area is not accidental. Since the last autumn, our neighbors have been preparing for aggression, which manifested itself in the creation of military infrastructure near our borders. In recent years, our neighbors have often spoken, including from this high rostrum, about the importance of an international transport artery and the creation of favorable conditions for transportation, while advocating the removal of barriers to economic cooperation, the simplification of procedures for passing borders and transit between countries and regions. At the same time, Kyrgyzstan often creates problems for the transit of goods to and from Tajikistan, delaying vehicles with thousands of tons of our cargo. Mr. President, it's important to note that we managed to successfully resolve the border issues with China and Uzbekistan, and this is an achievement of lengthy process for all parties. We have accumulated enough experience, which is important to use in its entirety when resolving border issues on the basis of mutual respect, trust, and openness. Over the 20 with Kyrgyzstan, we have signed dozens of protocols. However, as time passes with the change of political groups in power, they continuously revisit these documents and implement only those provisions that are in favor of them exclusively, while ignoring the other provisions. As of today, both countries managed to agree on and develop a draft description of about 602 kilometers of our joint border, which is approximately 61% of its total length. Tajikistan, relying on the international practice of border delimitation, has repeatedly offered its neighbors to record the results of these many years of work on paper by signing an agreement on separate sections of the border. But our neighbors strictly declined this proposal. The leadership of Kyrgyzstan mentioned in this high rostrum the agreement on the establishment of the Commonwealth of Independent States and the Alma-Ata Declaration, presenting them as a legal framework for determining the state border. However, I have to emphasize that the issue of determining the border line is not the subject of regulation of these documents. To our deep regret, relying on its unilateral approach, since 1950s, Kyrgyzstan has arbitrarily seized more than 2,110 square kilometers that rightfully belong to Tajikistan. Our neighbors didn't mention anything about it either. I would like to inform the General Assembly that Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan have reached an agreement on the description of the state border line according to the documents of the National Territorial Delimitation of 1924-1927. It is these documents that have gone through all the constitutional procedures and accordingly are the only legal framework for continuing the negotiation process. Despite this, in order to show goodwill and maximum flexibility, we met our neighbor halfway and agreed to also use the documents of the 1989 Parity Commission proposed by Kyrgyzstan. Border issues are not resolved by the populist statements and the creation of crisis situation. We need daily, thoughtful, joint work based on the political will on the parties. We stand ready to continue negotiations and firmly believe that the Tajik and Kyrgyz peoples have the right to live and build together an atmosphere of peace, friendship, and harmony. Tajikistan, having survived the horrors of internal conflict, understands the value of peace and will make all its efforts to ensure that security and stability reigns in our region. I thank you for your attention.
Agradezco al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Tayikistán. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Subramanyam Jaishankar, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la India.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, I bring to you the greetings of 1.3 billion plus people from the world's largest democracy. They join me in congratulating the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Csaba Kőrösi, on his election to chair the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. They follow closely developments at the United Nations, reflecting the increasingly globalized nature of our existence. We meet at a challenging time for the world order. This session's theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, seeks to capture its seriousness. Excellencies, the year 2022 is an important milestone in India's journey towards growth, development, and prosperity. India is celebrating 75 years of its independence, what we call Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The story of that period has been one of toil, of determination, innovation, and enterprise of millions of ordinary Indians. They are rejuvenating a society pillaged by centuries of foreign attacks and colonialism. And they are doing so in a democratic framework whose steady progress is reflected in more authentic voices and grounded leadership. This new India, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is a confident and resurgent society. Its agenda for our centenary will be achieved through the 5 pledges that we committed to on our Independence Day. 1, we are resolved to make India a developed country in the next 25 years. For the world, that creates more capacities for global good. 2, we will liberate ourselves from a colonial mindset. Externally, this means reformed multilateralism and more contemporary global governance. 3, our rich civilizational heritage will be a source of pride and of strength. This includes care and concern for the environment, so ingrained in our traditional ethos. 4, we will promote greater unity and solidarity. This expresses a coming together on global issues such as terrorism, pandemics, or the environment. And 5, we will instill consciousness of duties and responsibilities. This applies to nations as much as it does to citizens. These 5 pledges affirm our age-old outlook that sees the world as one family. We believe that national good and global good can be entirely in harmony. It is this conviction that led us to supply vaccines to over 100 nations. Similarly, our evacuation operations in HADR situations always had room for other nationals in distress. Even as we meet our own development targets, India offers partnerships to our brothers and sisters in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. And we do so based on their needs and their priorities. Today, the focus is on green growth, better connectivity, digital delivery, and accessible health. Our solidarity is not just in words. You can see them in 700 projects across the world. Madam President, even while India contributes to global betterment, we recognize the sharp deterioration in the international landscape. The world is already struggling with challenges of post-pandemic economic recovery. The debt situation of the developing is precarious. To this is now added the rising costs and the shrinking availability of fuel, of food, and of fertilizers. These, along with trade disruptions and diversions, are among the many consequences of the Ukraine conflict. The Indo-Pacific, too, witnesses fresh concerns about its stability and its security. And climate events have added an overlay on these mounting anxieties. As we saw in the case of the COVID pandemic, the South will be the most impacted, even if the immediate causes are well beyond. It is imperative that global conversations recognize this deep unfairness. The inequity of vaccine distribution should not be replicated in other domains. Madam President, as the Ukraine conflict continues to rage, we are often asked, whose side are we on? And our answer each time is straight and honest. India is on the side of peace and will remain firmly there. We are on the side that respects the UN Charter and its founding principles. We are on the side that calls for dialogue and diplomacy as the only way out. We are on the side of those struggling to make ends meet, even as they stare at the escalating costs of food, of fuel, and fertilizers. It is therefore in our collective interest to work constructively, both within the United Nations and outside, in finding an early resolution to this conflict. Excellencies, while the global attention has been on Ukraine, India has also had to contend with other challenges, especially in its own neighborhood. Some of them may be aggravated by the COVID pandemic and ongoing conflicts, but they speak too of a deeper malaise. The accumulation of debt in fragile economies is of particular concern. We believe that in such times, the international community must rise above narrow national agendas. India, for its part, is taking exceptional measures in exceptional times. We do so when we send 50,000 metric tons of wheat and multiple tranches of medicines and vaccines to Afghanistan. When we extend credits of $3.8 billion to Sri Lanka for fuel, essential commodities, and trade settlement. When we supply 10,000 metric tons of food aid and vaccine shipments to Myanmar. When we fill the gap in humanitarian needs left unaddressed by political complexity. Whether it is disaster response or humanitarian assistance, India has stood strong, contributing particularly to those nearest to us. Excellencies, the world, as we knew it, is poised for transformational changes. It has been impacted in recent times by a succession of shocks, each of them significant by itself. The COVID pandemic called into question the over-centralized nature of globalization and has led all of us to seek greater resilience and reliability of supply chains. The repercussions of the ongoing Ukraine conflict have further heightened economic stresses, especially on food and energy. Climate events have added to disruption that the world is already facing. As for the promise of technology, it has certainly multiplied our capabilities, but also added to our vulnerabilities. Trust and transparency are legitimate expectations of a more digitized world. The quest to create a better global order would necessarily have to address all these issues. Among them, some are clearly more existential in nature and necessitate intense coordination by the international community. Climate action and climate justice are particularly noteworthy in this respect. In their pursuit, India has worked with partners on the International Solar Alliance, the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We stand ready to support any collective and equitable endeavor to protect our environment and to further global wellness. Lifestyle for environment, or LIFE, as declared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Glasgow on the sidelines of COP26, is our homage to Mother Nature. India remains deeply committed to fighting climate change under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We do so on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. We have announced our updated nationally determined contributions after COP26. Excellencies, India's steadfast commitment to South-South cooperation is by now well established and well recognized. Our approach is based on principles of mutual respect and national ownership, with a commitment to sustainable development for all. As we begin the G20 presidency this December, we are sensitive to the challenges faced by developing countries. India will work with other G20 members to address serious issues of debt, of economic growth, food and energy security, and particularly of environment. The reform of governance of multilateral financial institutions will continue to be one of our core priorities. Madam President, India would be completing its tenure as a member of the Security Council this year. In our term, we have acted as a bridge on some serious but divisive issues confronting the Council. We have also focused on concerns such as maritime security, peacekeeping, and counterterrorism. Our contributions range from providing technology with a human touch to ensuring safety and security of UN peacekeepers. As the chair of the Counterterrorism Committee this year, India would be hosting its special meeting in Mumbai and New Delhi. I invite all member states to participate in it. We need to create a global architecture that responds to the new tech tools deployed against open, diverse, and pluralistic societies. Having borne the brunt of cross-border terrorism for decades, India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach. In our view, there is no justification for any act of terrorism regardless of motivation, and no rhetoric, however sanctimonious, can ever cover up bloodstains. The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators. Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation. India has always espoused a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach to international relations. We believe that multipolarity, rebalancing, fair globalization, and reformed multilateralism cannot be kept in abeyance. The call for reformed multilateralism, with reforms of the Security Council at its core, enjoys considerable support among UN members. It does so because of the widespread recognition that the current architecture is anachronistic and ineffective. It is also perceived as deeply unfair, denying entire continents and regions a voice in a forum that deliberates their future. India is prepared to take up greater responsibilities, but it seeks, at the same time, to ensure that the injustice faced by the Global South is decisively addressed. Our call is to allow serious negotiations on such a critical matter to proceed sincerely. They must not be blocked by procedural tactics. Naysayers cannot hold the IGN process hostage in perpetuity.
In these turbulent times, it is essential that the world listens to more voices of reason and experiences more acts of goodwill. India is willing and able on both counts. We believe and advocate that this is not an era of war or of conflict. On the contrary, it is a time for development and for cooperation. Madam President, in the past, this august assembly has served as a meeting point of views and as a catalyst for action. It is vital that we continue to believe in the promise of diplomacy and the need for international cooperation. Therefore, Madam President, let us strive to return to the course of seeking peace, progress, and prosperity. I thank you.
Agradezco al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la India. Doy ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Ann-Kristin Lind, ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Suecia.
Madam President, Excellencies, times of crisis require the best of us. When warnings sound, action must follow. Only then will development have sustainable and peace maintained. Honest reflection on the gravity of the challenges must be followed by determined commitments to address them. That is what respecting the UN Charter means and what multilateralism is all about. Madam President, we are all aware of the immense task facing us. Almost 350 million people in more than 80 countries face acute food insecurity, trying to merely survive the day instead of making plans for tomorrow. Some 50 million people in 45 countries are on the brink of starvation. Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is halting, leaving millions of women, men, and children behind. Extreme poverty is on the rise for the first time in 2 decades. The world is in the midst of an accelerating climate and environmental crisis, and the effects on the ongoing pandemic continue to afflict individuals and in societies around the world. A permanent member of the Security Council has launched an unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal aggression against a neighboring country. This was done in blatant disregard of its international obligation and the human suffering that extends far beyond the immediate war zone. Madam President, as UN member states, we also know what is required of us. The General Assembly has come together to demand that Russia immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized border. The General Assembly has reaffirmed Ukrainian sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Today, Sweden reiterates this demand in the strongest possible terms alongside other EU member states, transatlantic partners, and countries around the globe. The war in Ukraine must stop and Russia's troops withdraw. The fake referenda on Ukrainian territory would be illegal and will have no effect. Neither partial mobilization, the appalling use of nuclear threats, nor any escalation will deter us from supporting Ukraine. Humanitarian law and principle must be upheld, and Ukraine's nuclear power plants protected from Russia's illegal and reckless attacks. Accountability for the heinous crimes committed must be ensured. International law must be upheld and decisions by the UN bodies respected. Madam President, Russia's aggression has severely escalated the food security, energy, and financial crisis. Governments and societies already struggling to cope with the consequences of climate change, conflicts, and the pandemic now face even more serious challenges. Because of the actions of one country, more than 1.5 billion people in more than half of the UN member states find themselves at greater risk of poverty, starvation, and indebtedness. In short, the global relief, recovery, and resilience needs are immense. Sweden and the EU have scaled up our own contribution to meet them. To save lives and alleviate suffering where needs are the greatest, Sweden has increased its humanitarian assistance to a record high $950 million this year. We commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General and the President of Turkey on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Under the initiative, some 50,000 tons of wheat will, thanks partly to Swedish funding, soon leave the port of Odessa, bound for millions of women, men, and children at risk of famine in Yemen. A significant part of Sweden's ambitious aid budget has been directed to the UN as an investment in global peace, security, and development, and the multilateral system itself. Our actions are firmly anchored in the 2030 Agenda with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, which are now more important than ever. It is time to raise our ambition and accelerate action to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss, or will fail not only future generations, but also our own. At the international meeting in Stockholm, +50 in June, countries came together to follow through on the recommendations and actions. Sweden has spearheaded the climate transition through innovation and green investments and an ambitious increase in climate aid. Mounting evidence show that climate change also leads to greater risks to peace and stability. A solid foundation for advancing climate security is in place at the UN and in regional organizations. The OSCE took key decisions last year during the Swedish chairpersonship, and the EU is scaling up. The nuclear threat is alarmingly present, and Russia's action over the threshold, in lowering the threshold, is a way that increases the threat that is facing us all. In January this year, the leader of all 5 nuclear weapon states committed to the prevention of nuclear war and avoiding arms race. They affirmed that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Russia's irresponsible action and nuclear rhetoric since then severely undermines the credibility of its commitments on this pledge. It is also deeply troubling that Russia broke consensus on the draft outcome of the NPT review conference. The countries of the Stockholm Initiative have presented ideas to head a call from the UN Secretary General to bring disarmament and non-proliferation back to the top of the international agenda. Madam President, the world is in a gender equality recession. Regrettably, the rights, resources, and representation of women still cannot be taken for granted. Violence against women and girls has increased. Access to safe and legal abortion has suffered major setbacks. And 1 year after the Taliban takeover, the situation for women and girls in Afghanistan has turned into a nightmare in an unparalleled system of discrimination. At the same time, more and more states are acknowledging that a gender perspective is needed to meet global challenges. As we gather for the first in-person UNGA high-level week since the outbreak of the COVID-19, we must do everything in our power to prevent another pandemic. Sweden and the EU have made substantial contribution to global vaccination. Last year alone, Sweden committed over $600 million to global health. The Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response has set out clear recommendations for action. We should make use of them. Madam President, a year ago, the UN Secretary General presented his blueprint for a modern multilateral system. Our common agenda is an accelerator of the SDGs, a launchpad for a new agenda for peace, and a way towards a more inclusive, modern, and networked UN. It was us member states who called for the report, and as member state, we should do our collective best to act upon it. The establishment of a new youth office is a fitting first decision. This is an agenda for the future, and the Transforming Education Summit earlier this week was another important step towards implementation. We look forward to similar progress on other recommendations, from investments in peace building and strategic foresight to digitalization and a global economy that benefits all by being fair and open. We must keep up the momentum until we realize our ambitions at the Summit for the Future in 2024. Madam President, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has caused the greatest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War, aggravating the already serious refugee situation globally. This military invasion of a country in our neighborhood, in violation of the very same international law that is protected us all from aggression, has also fundamentally changed Sweden's security environment. In response to this seriously deteriorated security situation, the Swedish government decided on the 16th of May to apply for NATO membership. Massive consultation among political parties. Finland, and the decision is anchored in a firm belief that security is best built together with others. When I signed our formal request for the NATO membership, I noted the fundamental changes to our defense and security policy. But I also stress the importance of the continuity of an ambitious global and multilateral foreign policy. This enduring global commitment is also reflected in the common foreign and security policy of the EU. During the first half of 2023, Sweden will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union. We look forward to further strengthening the EU's global role and deepening cooperation with partners around the world. We will work to protect, promote, and defend democratic principles, human rights, and the rule of law. And we reinforce the already solid EU-UN relationship to seek multilateral solutions. We lend our full support to Denmark's candidacy to serve as an elected member of the UN Security Council in 2025 to 26. Their campaign message, equality, security, action, is a message from all the Nordic countries. Madam President, it must be safe to work for peace, security, development, and human rights. So far this year, there have been 176 attacks against humanitarian workers, and 47 have been killed. More than 50 peacekeepers have lost their lives while serving in UN missions. A few months ago, the UN Secretary-General and I inaugurated a work of art in this very building in memory of Zaida Catalan and Michael Sharp, who were murdered while working in the UN in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In too many countries, civil society representatives, human rights defenders, and journalists are threatened, subjected to violence, or even killed for expressing their opinions or reporting on current events. The global trend of democratic backsliding must be reversed, and the vicious circle of lack of democracy, disrespect for human rights, and disregard of the rule of law broken. Investing in democracy means investing in peace and sustainable development. Efforts must continue to bring clarity to the circumstances of the death of the former Secretary-General of the UN, Dag Hammarskjöld, and his crew. We fully support the work of the UN-appointed independent investigator. Madam President, to echo the topic of this debate, we are at a watershed moment. We are witnessing a full-scale war in Europe. Across the globe, armed conflict and repression cause suffering and halts development. We are not doing enough to tackle the climate crisis. Too many people are facing hunger, being forced to flee from their homes, dying from curable diseases, and living in fear or under oppression. We, the United Nations, must make sure there is a different story to tell next year. It won't be easy, but it is possible. If we had to call to meet in interlocking challenges with transformative change, if we act when warning sounds. Thank you very much.
Agradezco a la ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Suecia. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Nikolai Milkov, ministro provisional de Relaciones Exteriores de Bulgaria.
Distinguished Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in unprecedented times of many challenges: war and insecurity, energy and food crisis, climate change, still existing consequences in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemics. And this list of challenges is far from being complete. The abruptly increased security risks and the tectonic instabilities that occurred since the last UN General Assembly session are threatening to destroy the rule-based world order, an order that has been built here, in this hall, by all of you, by sovereign states and by the peoples of the world. For this reason, at the present UN General Assembly session, the majority of the speakers by far perceive as the biggest security risk the war that the Russian Federation wages against its neighbor, breaking basic international rules and the UN Charter itself. This illegal military aggression, carried out by a permanent member of the Security Council, not only undermines global security, but also puts the international rule-based order in jeopardy. Bulgaria is deeply concerned with the recent escalation of the conflict and the partial mobilization announced by the Russian Federation. We reject the ongoing sham referenda in occupied Ukraine and consider them neither free nor fair and without any binding force. In this unfortunate circumstances, each and every contribution for achieving more stability and cooperation among states in different regions must be encouraged and welcomed. As a Southeast European country, Bulgaria attaches utmost importance to the peace, stability and prosperity in the region of the Western Balkans. We are confident that the transformative power of the EU integration process and the inclusive regional cooperation are both the most powerful tools for achieving a common space of democratic governance, market economy, and political, economic, and social sustainability. We will continue to support these countries on their path to the European Union. Bulgaria is concerned of the lack of progress in the efforts to advance the Middle East peace process, as well as the recent escalation of tensions in the Gaza Strip. An enhanced cooperation between international and regional partners is needed for providing political horizon for the resumption of bilateral Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. A negotiated and viable two-state solution that allows both Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders is essential for stability of the entire Middle East. Bulgaria is following with concern the critical developments in Afghanistan, including the human rights situation and the restrictions imposed by the Taliban on the rights of women, on girls' access to education, and on journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Europe has global repercussions. the Russian aggression against Ukraine has caused food insecurity and energy crisis that have devastating socio-economic impacts on the countries worldwide. The global food system has already been under pressure even before, due to factors as climate change and COVID-19 pandemic. However, this crisis escalated dramatically because of the war, and disruptions in food, energy, and financial systems in over 90 countries around the world have put 1.7 billion people in risk. Bulgaria highly appreciates the UN-Turkey mediated deal on the resumption of grain exports from Ukraine's Black Sea ports and fully shares the assessment that this very welcome development has the potential to alleviate significantly the current food crisis. Notwithstanding, the situation still remains critical and the need for humanitarian assistance to a number of countries in the global south persists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some 2.5 years ago, we were faced with the first lethal pandemic of the 21st century, which changed our lifestyles, the way of doing business, and above all, the way we communicate with each other. The COVID-19 pandemic also triggered a revolution in human online activities and interaction through different digital communication platforms. It also caused huge quakes in both societies and economies, deepened the gap between the rich and poor, applying to both people as well as to entire nations, wiped out at least a decade of progress made in reaching the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Our planet is visibly suffering from the devastating effects of climate change, deforestation, desertification, weather extremes, environment degradation, loss of biodiversity, affecting in one way or another each and every one of us, no matter where we live. Action is urgently needed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply concerned about the humanitarian and food crisis in Africa, especially in the Sahel and Lake Chad regions, further exacerbated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They come as an additional burden on post-COVID recovery efforts. In this context, specific and comprehensive responses are needed, addressing short-term needs of the countries concerned, as well as strengthening their resilience and sustainability. Therefore, we commend the efforts of both the UN and the African Union to address those challenges. Dialogue and cooperation with the countries from the Indo-Pacific region is becoming particularly important. Bulgaria supports the strengthening of partnerships with like-minded countries from the region in energy connectivity, digitalization, people-to-people contacts, security of supplies, security and defense, countering disinformation, etc. As the country holding the presidency of ECOSOC, now we attach great importance to the priorities of emerging economies with regard to sustainable development, as well as to the priorities of the small island states, taking into account their specific needs, including their existential struggle with the impact of global warming and the constant rise of sea level. I would like now to share with you on another very important and pressing issue. The world finds itself at a watershed moment for human rights as it faces numerous challenges in this regard. Neither peace nor prosperity can be meaningful concepts without the full respect for human rights and human dignity. We are a staunch supporter of the universality and indivisibility of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Being an active member of the Human Rights Council in 1219, 1221, Bulgaria firmly promoted the rights of the child, of women and girls, as well as their empowerment. Gender equality and the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities are also key priorities for my country. Strongly committed to further advancing the human rights agenda worldwide, Bulgaria has presented its candidature for Human Rights Council membership during the period 2024-2026. Education is a basic human right with a transformative power to foster a fairer and more inclusive world. Education is a solid foundation for future peace, tolerance, and sustainable development. Over the last couple of years, the COVID-19 pandemic further limited the access of children to education in the developing world. This motivated my country to play an active role in the preparation of the Transforming Education Summit, and we are encouraged by the successful outcome of this event. Let me now briefly turn on to the UN reform in the three closely interrelated areas: governance, peace and security, and sustainable development. We cannot be complacent with the pace of reform so far, and we must seize the historic wave of opportunity to make strides in the process. Therefore, Bulgaria supports acceleration of the reform efforts in line with the proposals in the report of the Secretary General, Our Common Agenda, aimed at reaching a new global consensus on our future and stepping up the multilateral cooperation to achieve it. We support the comprehensive reform of the Security Council. We have come to a critical juncture where further keeping the status quo is untenable. The present situation, when the highest UN body fails to play its key role under the Charter, cannot be tolerated by the international community, and this is a duty we owe to the future generations. Allocating at least one additional non-permanent seat in the reformed Security Council to the Eastern European Regional Group remains a priority for my country. During the 77th session, Bulgaria is strongly committed to its financial obligations to the United Nations and is concerned about the persisting liquidity challenges which undermine the ability of the organization to implement its mandates and to carry out its approved program of work. We will continue to support the Secretary General's policies to improve the financial situation of the United Nations. Bulgaria consistently ranks among the member states that have contributed on time and in full to both the regular and UN peacekeeping budgets. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by sharing with you our vision of the way ahead. We will have to navigate through uncharted waters. If we build upon the consolidated and unanimous approach of upholding the principles and the provisions of the UN Charter, we may exit the present crisis, but a long way to the re-establishment of the security and the economic stability will follow after the war. The world of tomorrow will be very different from what we expected it to be just not so long ago. Whether we will be up to the challenge will depend on our unity, on our ability to act together and as one, to mitigate the negative side effects and readjust our lives to the new realities in the world and withstand the rule-based multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. Thank you very much.
I thank the caretaker Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sameh Hassan Shukri Salim, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد شابك خورشي رئيس الدورة 77 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، أتوجه إليكم بالتهنئة على توليكم رئاسة هذه الدورة راجيا لكم التوفيق في أعمالها. سيدات والسادة، تنعقد الدورة الحالية للجمعية العامة في مرحلة تاريخية دقيقة تشهد فيها الساحة الدولية أزمات بالغة التعقيد والتشابك، تتطلب لمواجهتها عملا جادا يتم فيه تفعيل الدبلوماسية متعددة الأطراف، وعلى رأسها منظمة الأمم المتحدة. ففي الوقت الذي لا يزال العالم يعاني فيه من التبعات الهائلة لجائحة الكوفيد-19 وما سببته من تداعيات جسيمة، جاءت الأزمات الجيوسياسية المتلاحقة لترفع من حدة التوتر الدولي إلى مستوى غير مسبوق. من هذا المنطلق وفي هذا الظرف الدقيق تطرح مصر رؤيتها للواقع الدولي وسبل مواجهة التحديات التي يشهدها عالمنا اليوم. فبداية، ما زالت المنظومة الأممية تواجه تحديات العمل خارج إطارها، ورغم ما تمتلكه إذا توفرت الإرادة من قدرة على صياغة موقف دولي فاعل يدعم الحفاظ على أمن والاستقرار الدوليين ويعزز تنمية وازدهار شعوب العالم. وأنه من الأمور التي تدعو إلى الأسف تبدد الأمل التي كان معقود على بلوغنا في القرن 21 عالما يسود السعي لتحقيق الاستقرار ونبذ التوتر وإرساء نظم دولية قائمة على احترام قواعد القانون الدولي، لنتفاجأ بتوجه متنام نحو الاستقطاب وتزكية المواجهة والصدام بدلاً من التكامل لتحقيق المصلحة المشتركة، أو حتى التنافس على أسس قواعد عدالة بما يسهم في ارتقاء البشرية بأسرها. إن الافتئات على عمل المنظمة الأممية لا يقف عند حدود العمل خارج إطارها، بل يمتد أيضاً إلى اعتماد معايير مزدوجة في التعامل مع الأزمات المتشابهة. فما يتم تقبله من أزمة ما يعتبر مرفوضاً في أزمات أخرى، وهكذا أصبح القصور ليس في المنظومة الأممية ذاتها ولكن في إرادة أطراف تلك المنظومة. وإن كنا نجتمع في شهر سبتمبر من كل عام في هذا المحفل الدولي الجامع، فإنني أدعو المجتمعين في الدورة الحالية إلى احترام المنظومة الأممية وتفعيل عملية تجديدها وإصلاحها، وهي عملية لا يتعين أن تبقى دون إنجاز أو تكون بلا نهاية، بل يجب أن تتم بجدية وموضوعية وإنصاف حتى تصبح الأمم المتحدة أكثر قدرة على التجاوب مع التحديات التي نواجهها، وأكثر مرونة في تلبية مطالب واحتياجات شعوبنا. وفي هذا الصدد تؤكد مصر تمسكها بالموقف الأفريقي من إصلاح مجلس الأمن طبقاً لتوافق أوزلويني وإعلان سرت. سيد الرئيس، إن اندلاع الأزمة الروسية الأوكرانية قد فاقم من حدة الأزمة الاقتصادية التي يعاني منها العالم منذ انتشار جائحة الكوفيد-19، ومع استمرار الآثار السلبية التي خلفتها الجائحة والتطورات الجيوسياسية المتلاحقة، باتت الدول النامية تواجه تزايداً متنامياً في أعباء الملقاة على عاتقها، لا سيما فيما يتعلق بأزمة الديون السيادية وتفاقم العجز في الموازنات العامة. ومن ثم أصبح من الضروري أن تتجاوب الدول المتقدمة مع مطلب إطلاق مبادرة عالمية بين الدول الدائنة والمدينة تهدف إلى مبادلة الديون وتحويل الجزء الأكبر منها إلى مشروعات استثمارية مشتركة تخلق المزيد من فرص العمل وتسهم في تحقيق نمو إيجابي للاقتصاد. سيدات والسادة، ينبئ الواقع الراهن بوضوح عن أن المفهوم السائد للأمن الدولي بات أقرب إلى نظام توازن القوى منه إلى نظام الأمن الجماعي، وأصبحت البيئة الدولية صراعية وليست تعاونية، الأمر الذي يحتم علينا العمل على تعزيز روح التوافق الدولي لضمان أمن جميع الدول دون تهديد أو تقويض لسلامتها وأمنها. إن التحديات الدولية الراهنة أصبح منها ما يهدد وجود الدولة الوطنية ذاتها من جراء التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية وعدم مراعاة خصوصية مجتمعاتها، مما يؤدي إلى إضعاف كيان الدولة بل وأحيانا إلى تمزيقها، بما يفسح المجال لتنظيمات ما دون الدولة من جماعات إرهابية وميليشيات مسلحة لتتحكم في مصائر ومقدرات الشعوب، وهو أمر يتعين أن ينتهي لصالح تمكين مؤسسات الدولة الوطنية من القيام بدورها على الأصعدة كافة، بما يفضي كذلك إلى صون وتعزيز الأمن والسلم على المستوى الدولي. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، تتعدد الأزمات في الواقع الدولي وتتشابك لتحدث تأثيرات مضاعفة، من أبرزها أزمة الأمن الغذائي التي تعد ناتجاً لسنوات طويلة من إخفاق المجتمع الدولي في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، لا سيما ما يتعلق بالقضاء على الجوع وتحقيق أمن الغذاء، وكذلك نتيجة لتفاقم الأزمات الاقتصادية والجيوسياسية الأخيرة. وأشير في هذا السياق إلى واقع مؤسف، وهو أنه في إفريقيا فقط يواجه 1 من كل 5 أشخاص خطر الجوع، وتظل القارة مستورداً صافياً للغذاء بتكلفة سنوية قدرها 43 مليار دولار. ومن هنا فإننا نشدد على ضرورة التعامل مع تلك الأزمة بطرح استراتيجية متكاملة تستهدف أسبابها الجذرية، وذلك من خلال تطوير نظم الزراعة والغذاء المستدامة وتلبية الاحتياجات العاجلة للدول النامية المستوردة للأغذية، وضمان مشاركة منتجاتها في سلاسل الإمداد دون عودة حول انعدام الأمن الغذائي، وتعزيز إمكانات تخزين وتوريد الحبوب. وفي هذا الصدد فإن بلادي من خلال موقعها الجغرافي الفريد تعلن عن استعدادها للتعاون مع المجتمع الدولي من أجل إنشاء مركز دولي لتخزين وتوريد وتجارة الحبوب في مصر، إسهاماً في صون الأمن الغذائي العالمي. السيد الرئيس، إن دورة الجمعية العامة الحالية اتخذت لها عنواناً يعكس فهماً عميقاً لما بات يعانيه عالمنا من أزمات وتحديات، ولا شك أن هذا العنوان، البحث عن حلول جذرية للتحديات المتشابكة، ينطبق أكثر ما ينطبق على أزمة تغير المناخ. إن مصر بصفتها رئيس الدورة القادمة لمؤتمر دول الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتغير المناخ تتوجه بنداء صادق لكافة أعضاء الأسرة الدولية: دعونا نضع تعهداتنا والتزاماتنا موضع التنفيذ، وندعم الدول النامية والأقل نمواً في جهودها لمواجهة الآثار المدمرة لتغير المناخ، فهي الأكثر استحقاقاً واحتياجاً لذلك، إعلاءً لمبدأ الإنصاف والمسؤوليات المشتركة متباينة الأعباء. ومن ثم فإننا نتطلع خلال مؤتمر أطراف تغير المناخ الذي تستضيفه مصر بعد أسابيع إلى الخروج بنتائج تسهم في الإسراع من وتيرة التنفيذ على كافة الأصعدة، لتأكيد التزام المجتمع الدولي تجاه جهود مواجهة تغير المناخ، بما في ذلك خفض الانبعاثات ورفع القدرة على التكيف والتعامل مع الخسائر والأضرار الناجمة عن تغير المناخ، والأهم رفع طموح تمويل المناخ والعمل على تنفيذ تعهد مضاعفة التمويل الموجه إلى التكيف وتوفير 100 مليار دولار سنوياً، وكذلك الانتقال العادل إلى الطاقة الجديدة. إن قدرة المجتمع الدولي على المضي في تنفيذ أهداف باريس، وخاصة هدف وقف الارتفاع في معدل درجات الحرارة العالمية، ترتبط على نحو وثيق بالخروج بنتائج ملموسة في مؤتمر شرم الشيخ، بما يؤكد لشعوبنا إن مواجهة تغير المناخ لا تزال تحتل موقع الصدارة على قائمة أولويات الدولية رغم كافة التحديات التي يواجهها عالمنا. وتؤكد مصر في هذا الإطار أنها لن تدخر جهداً في توفير جميع الظروف المواتية لتحقيق ذلك. السيد الرئيس، يظل الأمن المائي أحد أهم التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا اليوم، لا سيما في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والقارة الأفريقية التي تقع بعض دولها في أكثر مناطق العالم جفافاً وتصحراً. والمؤسف في هذا الأمر أن هذه المعاناة الإنسانية الجسيمة قد لا تكون بالضرورة بسبب نقص الموارد أو تراجع كميات الأمطار فحسب، ولكنها قد تعود بالأساس إلى عدم الالتزام بأحكام القانون الدولي ورغبة بعض الدول المنبع في الاستئثار بالموارد المائية، بما يحرم دول الممر والمصب من نعمة إلهية ممنوحة لخير الجميع وليست حكراً على شعب دون آخر. ويخطئ البعض الذي تصور أن التمسك بتطبيق الوسائل السلمية لتسوية المنازعات المائية يأتي من قبيل الضعف، بل إنه ينبع من القوة وقدرة على صون الحقوق وحفظها من الضياع أو التفريط، وإدراك مسؤول للآثار السلبية للصراعات على الشعوب قبل الحكومات. وفي هذا الإطار فإن مصر التي تقر بحق الشعب الإثيوبي في التنمية وما زالت على مدار ما يتجاوز عقداً كاملاً متمسكة بضبط النفس، تؤكد أن ذلك لم ولن يعني أبداً التهاون في حق الشعب المصري في الوجود الذي ارتبط بنهر النيل منذ فجر التاريخ مهداً للحضارة وشرياناً للحياة. إنني أؤكد على ضرورة التوصل دون تأخير أو مواطلة إلى اتفاق قانوني ملزم بشأن ملء وتشغيل سد النهضة الإثيوبي طبقاً للاتفاق إعلان المبادئ الذي أبرمته الدول الثلاثة مصر والسودان وإثيوبيا في مارس من 2015 بالخرطوم، والبيان الرئاسي لمجلس الأمن الصادر في 15 من سبتمبر 2021. فهذه الدول الثلاثة ذات سيادة، ويتعين أن تلتزم بما اتفقت عليه وأن تنفذه فعلا وليس قولا، ومساهمة في الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين. فإن مصر تدعو المجتمع الدولي ممثلا في منظمة الأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن والدول الفاعلة على الصعيد الدولي إلى العمل على تطبيق قواعد القانون الدولي ذات الصلة صونا لمصير وحقوق 250 مليون مواطن مصري وسوداني وإثيوبي. السيدات والسادة، إن التوصل إلى حلول نهائية للأزمات جوارنا الإقليمي يظل ركنا أصيلا في بناء منظومة دولية آمنة ومستقرة. وفي مقدمة ذلك تأتي ضرورة التوصل إلى حل تفاوضي عادل ودائم وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية على أساس مقررات الشرعية الدولية وحل الدولتين، بإقامة دولة فلسطينية على حدود 4 من يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، مع وقف أي إجراءات إحادية من شأنها تغيير الحقائق على الأرض وتقويض فرص الحل النهائي. وانطلاقا من مسؤولية مصر في مساندة أشقائها، فإنها تواصل جهودها الداعمة للحلول السياسية بموجب المرجعات الدولية في كل من سوريا ولبنان واليمن والسودان، بما يحفظ وحدة وسلامة وسيادة مقدرات هذه الأقطار الشقيقة، وينهي التدخلات الخارجية في شؤونها. وفي هذا السياق تستمر مصر في دعم جهود الأشقاء في ليبيا لإنجاز الإطار الدستوري حتى يتسنى إجراء الانتخابات الرئاسية والبرلمانية بالتزامن في أقرب وقت على ضوء انتهاء المرحلة الانتقالية. وتثمن مصر في هذا الصدد دور البرلمان الليبي المنتخب، كما تشدد على أهمية خروج جميع القوات الأجنبية والمرتزقة من ليبيا وحل الميليشيات المسلحة في مدى زمني محدد، بما يسهم في استعادة ليبيا لاستقرارها المنشود. لقد عانت منطقتنا طويلا، وآن لها أن تتخلص من كل هذا العناء، وأن تعلي مصالح شعوبها على نزاعات التفرد بالسلطة وحيازة الثروة، وتضع حدا لكل من يسعى إلى أن ينال من وحدتها أو يهدد أمنها القومي. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، قبل أن أختتم حديثي إليكم أود أن أشير بشكل خاص إلى ما يمثله التضامن من قيمة أساسية نحن أحوج ما نكون إليها في واقعنا الراهن. ولعل في تخصيص الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة يوما دوليا للتضامن الإنساني في 20 سبتمبر من كل عام دليلا على أهمية تشجيع المبادرات الجديدة للقضاء على الفقر وللاحتفاء بالوحدة في إطار التنوع، وهو ما يدلل على الاهتمام الذي توليه المنظمة الأممية للتضامن كقيمة لا غنى عنها، ليس فقط للمساهمة بفاعلية في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ولكن أيضا لمواجهة التحديات الناشئة ومعالجة التفاوتات في مستويات التقدم الاقتصادي. فقيمة التضامن ستظل مبعثا للأمل ونورا للرجاء وثقة في غد أفضل لن يتحقق إلا ونحن جميعا معا يدا واحدة تبني وتعمر وتدفع الشر والسوء عن شعوب طواقة للتعايش والتعاون معا تحت راية الإخوة الإنسانية. شكرا لكم، وأرجو لنا جميعا دورة موفقة.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 13th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned. And the 13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. We shall now continue the general debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ceyhun Aziz Oglu Bayramov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to extend congratulations to His Excellency Chaba Kyorechi on assuming presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly and wish him every success in his highly responsible capacity. Mr. President can count on full support of the Republic of Azerbaijan throughout his tenure. I also wish to thank outgoing President, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his hard work over the past year. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is well known for its contribution to promoting intercultural and interfaith dialogue. The Baku process, launched in 2008 by the government of Azerbaijan, together with the UN Alliance of Civilizations, Council of Europe, UNESCO, ISESCA, and others, has set standards and agendas for the dialogue and intercultural cooperation. The important role of the Baku process in advocating for dialogue among cultures was recognized in the reports of the UN Secretary General. Based on the successful experience of the Baku process, Azerbaijan, in partnership with the UN Alliance of Civilization and ISESCA, launched in June 2021 a new international initiative entitled Peace for Culture Global Call, the aim of which is to contribute to the sustainable peace, development, and protection of cultural heritage. We believe that this initiative will be equally successful and invite all countries and international organizations to join this project. Dear colleagues, the world continues to face serious challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought, despite the fact that expanding vaccination rates and increasing adaptivity of the global population to new realities give a glimpse of hope. For the post-COVID period, serious challenges remain. All immediate and long-term challenges brought by the pandemic necessitate new mechanisms supported by high-level political engagement that would provide a comprehensive framework for global cooperation and solidarity. From the very beginning, Azerbaijan, in its both national and INAM chair capacities, has been advocating for greater global solidarity to overcome the pandemic and put forward a number of global initiatives to that end. The initiative of President Ilham Aliyev, in his capacity as chair of the non-aligned movement, to convene a special session of the UN General Assembly in response to COVID-19 pandemic, enjoyed broad support of the UN membership. On behalf of NAM, Azerbaijan also tabled resolutions on ensuring equal, affordable, timely, and universal access to COVID-19 vaccines, which were adopted at the UN General Assembly and Human Rights Council with an overwhelming support of member states. Along with effective vaccination campaign within the country, Azerbaijan has donated significant amount of COVID-19 vaccines to the countries in need. We have provided international assistance to more than 80 countries to combat the pandemic. We will continue our endeavors aimed at further strengthening international cooperation in addressing the consequences of the pandemic and consolidating efforts for global recovery from the COVID-19. The President of Azerbaijan, in this regard, has initiated the establishment of high-level UN panel on post-pandemic global recovery, which will be among the topics to be elaborated on at the upcoming summit-level meeting of the NAM contact group in response to COVID-19 to be held in Baku in coming months. Excellencies, since gaining its independence, Azerbaijan has made a long journey, transforming from a country imposed with the security challenges on its own soil into a contributor to the global security. Along the way, Azerbaijan has been a strong and reliable partner of the United Nations, staunchly supported it and actively contributed to its activities. Both in its national capacity and as current chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan is keen to continue contributing to peace and security, strengthening dialogue, global solidarity, and multilateralism. We also look forward to the summit of the future, its intergovernmental negotiated outcome, and a new agenda for peace as an opportunity to reinvigorate global action, reflect on collective commitment of the Charter of the United Nations and multilateralism. Azerbaijan is fully committed to 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We launched the new development strategy up to 2030, which goes hand in hand with the 2030 Agenda. Over the last year, Azerbaijan has progressed further in terms of SDG achievement and was ranked in top 50 countries in the UN 2022 Sustainable Development Report. Azerbaijan is among 12 countries which submitted 3 voluntary national reviews in the high-level political forum held under the auspices of ECOSOC. We pursue transformational changes in remodeling our economy to make transition to green and circular economy. The clean environment and green growth have been identified as one of the 5 priority areas of our new national development strategy. This transition stands high on our development agenda, despite the fact that the oil and gas sectors play a significant role in our economy. It is against this backdrop that the non-oil sector of Azerbaijan rose by 11% in the first half of 2022, triggering the increase in our GDP by 7.2%. Currently, Azerbaijan is one of few countries worldwide gradually mainstreaming the sustainable energy in its development agenda while being a reliable hydrocarbons exporter to the international markets. We will increase our profile in this regard, including through introduction new elements of alternative and renewable energy as well. A recently concluded EU-Azerbaijan MOU on a strategic partnership in the field of energy is a good example of Azerbaijan's constructive input into global energy security. Sustainability has also been mainstreamed in post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation activities in the liberated territories as well. New cities and villages are now being built from the scratch by applying modern urban planning methods, the concepts of smart city and smart village. After the war, $3 million have already allocated from the state budget. $3 billion have already allocated from the state budget for these purposes, and Azerbaijan is keen to invest even more in the future. The liberated area was designated a green energy zone. Positioned at the crossroads of north-south and east-west transport corridors, Azerbaijan is a rising transport country. Corridors and routes passing through Azerbaijan offer competitive advantages for the transport operators and businesses in terms of high-end infrastructure and fast, secure transit traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 30th anniversary of admission of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the membership in the United Nations. Since becoming part of the UN family, Azerbaijan has consistently demonstrated its strong commitment to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international law. We joined the UN when the very principles which the UN stands for have been blatantly violated in relation to Azerbaijan. In those difficult times, the UN stood with Azerbaijan in defending the core values enshrined in its charter. Azerbaijan has seriously suffered from the aggression by Armenia in the early 1990s, at the core of which were groundless territorial claims, misinterpretation of international law, fabricated historical narratives, and racist motivations. Back then, the United Nations Security Council unanimously expressed its support to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of the internationally recognized borders of Azerbaijan, and demanded the withdrawal of all occupying forces from Azerbaijani territories. So did the General Assembly. In course of aggression, Armenia occupied 20% of Azerbaijan's territory. 20,000 Azerbaijanis have been killed. More than 1 million have become refugees and IDPs. Almost 4,000 citizens of Azerbaijan, both civilians and military, still remain missing in connection with the conflict. Armenia has inflicted long-term damage on the environment in Azerbaijan. Also, thousands of cultural heritage objects of Azerbaijan have been destroyed, plundered, or misappropriated by Armenia. Earlier this year, ISESCA has sent a technical mission to Azerbaijan to undertake a post-conflict state of conservation assessment of the cultural heritage in its liberated territories. For decades, Azerbaijan has called on Armenia to support an independent, transparent UNESCO mission to assess and advise on the protection and preservation of cultural heritage in the region. Although Armenian occupation of Azerbaijan's territory ended in 2020, a UNESCO mission has yet to arrive, and I once again publicly called for such a mission. The scale of violations and destructions demonstrates the clear intent and purpose to terrorize, kill, and expel Azerbaijani civilians and erase all traces of Azerbaijan from these territories. Within almost 30 years, Armenia, having committed ethnic cleansing, carried out illegal settlement policy by transferring Armenians en masse from Armenia and third countries to the occupied territories of Azerbaijan in a blatant violation of international humanitarian law with the aim of preventing Azerbaijanis from return to their places of origin and securing the annexation of these territories. Conflict resolution efforts under the auspices of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe yielded no results. Almost 30 years on, in autumn 2020, Azerbaijan, in response to yet another large-scale military provocation of Armenia and guided by inherent rights conferred upon a counter-offensive operation. As a result, Azerbaijan has liberated its territories, and 3 decades-old armed conflict has been resolved by military and political means in line with this trilateral statement signed by the leaders of Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia on November 10, 2020. The trilateral statement announced the end of all military activities between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It set the parameters for consolidating peace in the region, such as complete withdrawal of all Armenian armed units from the territory of Azerbaijan, the return of displaced persons, and the unblocking of all economic and transport connections in the region. Azerbaijan has now embarked upon unprecedented recovery and reconstruction activities in the liberated territories and prioritized their full reintegration. Such activities aim at finally enabling hundreds of thousands of IDPs to return to their homes in safety and dignity and ensure peaceful life in conflict-affected territories. The first families have recently returned to the Agali village in the liberated Zangilan district of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is resolute to reintegrate its citizens of Armenian region residing in conflict-affected territories into its political, social, economic space, guaranteeing the same rights and freedoms with all the citizens of Azerbaijan, regardless of their ethnic, religious, or any other affiliation. The Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan provides the solid legal framework in this regard. One of the major impediments to the ongoing recovery and reconstruction efforts and safe return of displaced persons is a massive contamination of liberated territories by landmines and other explosive devices, and continued refusal by Armenia to provide accurate and complete information on mined areas. Over the years of occupation of and during withdrawal of its forces from Azerbaijani territories, Armenia heavily and indiscriminately contaminated those areas with mines and other explosive hazards. Since the signing of trilateral statement, more than 240 Azerbaijani civilians and military were killed or seriously injured by mine explosions. Obtaining the maps of minefields, along with the targeted and sustainable international technical and financial assistance to further strengthen and increase national mine action capacities and efforts in Azerbaijan, are critically important to save lives and strengthen peace. The UN sustainable support and adequate and predictable mine action funding are indispensable. Excellencies, Azerbaijan is committed to regional peace, stability, and development. Establishment of good neighborly relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan is a key for building secure, stable, and prosperous South Caucasus through full-fledged regional normalization. Along with carrying out large-scale recovery and reconstruction works in the liberated territories and pursuing reintegration of residents in conflict-affected territories, Azerbaijan has initiated the process of normalizing interstate relations with Armenia based on mutual recognition and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity within their state borders. Azerbaijan has on numerous occasions expressed its readiness to start negotiation on peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan and has established its national delegation to that end. Equally, Azerbaijan has undertaken efforts to start the process of delimitation and demarcation of state borders between Armenia and Azerbaijan, unblocking transportation and communication links, including the establishment of the Zangezur corridor, which is a part of international transportation network. Notwithstanding the increased dynamism in contexts, including direct dialogue between Armenia and Azerbaijan over past months, Armenia seems to stick to its past practice of imitation of negotiations, and instead of good faith implementation of its commitments, it frequently resorts to provocations and sabotage to exacerbate tensions and undermine ongoing normalization process with Azerbaijan. Armenia has not fully withdrawn its armed forces from Azerbaijani territories as stipulated by November 10th trilateral statement, and continues a variety of military activities within the territories of Azerbaijan, including planting landmines. Recently, massive number of anti-personnel mines produced in Armenia in 2021 have been found in the Lachin district of Azerbaijan. Following a series of political and military provocation, especially after the forced Brussels meeting between the leaders of the two countries, Armenia resorted to another large-scale military provocation along the under-limited state border line in the night from 12 to 13 September, attempting to plant mines on the roads between the military positions of Azerbaijan, taking advantage of nighttime and complex terrain. Further on, Armenia, using weapons of different caliber, opened fire on Azerbaijani positions, which caused losses among the military personnel of Azerbaijan and inflicted significant damage upon its military infrastructure. Azerbaijan took adequate measures to neutralize threat against its sovereignty and territorial integrity, to ensure safety of its personnel, as well as civilian personnel involved in reconstruction works in the area. The armed forces of Azerbaijan demonstrated utmost restraint and professionalism and limited to targeting exclusively fire points of Armenia with high precision weapons to suppress its attack on the positions of Azerbaijan. Armenia clearly attempted a further escalation to manipulate the attention of international community. Thus, Armenia disregarded the ceasefire agreed on September 13 and continued shelling the territory of Azerbaijan, including with high-caliber weapons and artillery. As a result, Azerbaijan suffered further losses and casualties, included 80 servicemen killed, 282 servicemen and 2 civilians wounded. Contrary to such reckless actions of Armenia, Azerbaijan exercised utmost restraint, took several steps, including through contacts with relevant international partners, and demonstrated good faith and genuine will to restore the ceasefire. Eventually, the ceasefire was restored effective of 8 p.m. on September 14 through direct communication channels between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and is being maintained as confirmed by both sides. In the aftermath of the escalation, Azerbaijan is engaged in addressing the humanitarian consequences, and in this context declared its willingness to return to Armenia remains of deceased military personnel on a unilateral basis and informed the ICRC accordingly. Azerbaijan is not and cannot be interested in detention. As a matter of fact, latest hostilities erupted in close proximity of areas where impressive large-scale post-conflict investment, rehabilitation, and reconstruction projects are underway. Furthermore, latest escalation of tension fits very well into the pattern we had observed over the last 30 years from Armenia. Each time, at the decisive stage to achieve a breakthrough, Armenia resorted to similar serious provocation as a means of escaping from responsibility of taking necessary decisions. We would have wished that current leadership of Armenia is not following the path of its predecessor by deliberately closing for yet another time the window of opportunity for peace and security in the region. Azerbaijan is resolute in further repelling any threat to its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as safety of its citizens, and urges Armenia to refrain from further escalating the situation. Instead, Armenia has to constructively engage in the ongoing normalization process in order to establish predictable, stable situation in the region through establishment of good neighborly relations. In this context, following the agreement reached at the fourth meeting held on August 31st, 2022 in Brussels of the leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia with the President of the EU Council, Azerbaijan reiterated to Armenia its readiness to start practical work on the peace treaty without further delay. Immediately after the meeting, we proposed concrete date and venue to Armenia for such talks. 2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction, and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children. The commitment of Azerbaijani side is there. We hope that Armenia will finally reciprocate constructively and engage genuinely into the negotiations. Excellencies, having liberated its territories from a long-term foreign military occupation, Azerbaijan is determined to spare no effort towards their full reconstruction and reintegration in accordance with the highest possible standards. At the same time, our country will continue playing a role of a responsible member of the international community in all relevant fields, whether it is contributing to global energy security, helping fight against COVID pandemic, or promoting sustainable development. We believe that in a globalized world, no country is an island, and we act accordingly. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Mr. President, Excellencies, let me first congratulate His Excellency Chaba Qureshi on assuming the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also commend my good friend, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his stalwart leadership of the 76th session during what was a most challenging year. This assembly is taking place in the shadow of multiple concurrent crises. Russia's invasion of Ukraine flagrantly violates and undermines the rules-based order. We're also deeply concerned about the potential annexation of even more Ukrainian territory. The multilateral system, which has contributed so greatly to global peace and security, is now being severely tested. At the same time, superpower rivalry continues to sharpen. As we have seen in theaters from Europe to Asia this year, the risk of accidents, miscalculations, confrontation, and even outright conflict have escalated. The prospects for international cooperation have weakened considerably, and the temptation to resort to unilateralism has become even stronger. But the need for global cooperation has never been greater or more urgent, given the range of transnational challenges that all of us confront today. Our recovery from COVID-19 remains uneven and fragile. The risk of a future and even more deadly pandemic, in fact, has risen. The global economy is entering a period characterized by higher and prolonged inflation, and we see higher interest rates all over the world. Energy prices have soared, and it will become even harder to generate the resources that all of us need in order to address these long-term problems. Societies everywhere will have to grapple with greater internal division, disruption, and polarization. And without that sense of cohesion, unity, trust, and even an ability to agree on facts, the will and the unity needed for societies to confront these existential challenges will be undermined severely. The climate crisis is a clear and present threat. Our global commons, including water and biodiversity, are also deteriorating rapidly. Our global food supply is at risk. And to make things worse, all these threats and crises are occurring concurrently, interacting with and compounding each other in a vicious circle. For instance, the Secretary General has spoken of a triple crisis: food, fuel, and finance. The impact of all these simultaneous crises on ordinary people and on our livelihoods has been severe, and all the more so in developing countries. We see this in the devastating impact of floods in Pakistan and in parts of Africa. The post-World War II era of relative stability and prosperity has in fact, unfortunately, come to an end. A new world order is being born, and any obstetrician here will tell you the moment of delivery is actually the most dangerous. So, will we have a more divided, less prosperous, and less peaceful world? Or, instead, can we strengthen multilateralism and the United Nations to deal with the challenges of the future, to uphold and to strengthen the rules-based international system, and to jointly harness the opportunities offered by new technologies, including digital technology, synthetic biology and customized healthcare, and of course, renewable energy. If we can do this, we can then create a new era of peace and prosperity for everyone. Singapore believes in an inclusive and rules-based multilateral system that has underwritten peace and progress for all of us since World War II. This is also why we have worked with a cross-regional group of countries to establish the Forum of Small States, FOSS for short, and we did so in 1992. We started small with only 16 countries. This year, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of FOSS, We now have 108 countries, a majority at the UN, and we are all proud members. FOSS has always been a champion of the UN and of rules-based multilateralism. It gives us a collective stake and a voice in the global commons, a means to safeguard our interests, and a system where we have sovereign equality and disputes can be settled peacefully in accordance with international law. Indeed, the profound importance of multilateralism and international law is precisely why Singapore condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The security and even the existence of Singapore, and indeed many other countries, and especially small states, depends on the international community upholding the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. If we do not protect these principles, there is then no basis for countries, big and small, to cooperate on an equal footing. Small states especially must not allow the world to regress to one where might is right. While the rules-based multilateral system is not perfect, it is by far our best option in addressing transnational challenges and in managing the global commons. This was exemplified by the pivotal adoption of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS for short, 40 years ago. It brought order and predictability to the governance of the oceans and provided a universal legal framework in which all states can work together. The geopolitical reality today makes it harder to forge consensus on such a framework. But as our experience with COVID-19 has shown, multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. Ultimately, we share one planet. And despite all our differences, our destinies are interwoven. And no one is safe until all of us are safe. This applies for pandemics. It also applies for climate change, the conservation of the oceans, and all our other shared challenges. Singapore will do our part. We are honored that Ambassador Rina Lee serves as the president of the BBNJ conference, which is currently negotiating a treaty under UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We call on all delegations to expedite the conclusion of a robust and future-proof BBNJ treaty. There is so much more that we can do to re-energize and to transform the UN-based multilateral system to new realities and challenges. And I commend the leadership of the Secretary General in putting forth a bold and ambitious common agenda to do so. Let me focus on just 3 areas in our global commons where there is an urgent need to build resilience. First, climate change and food insecurity, global health and pandemic preparedness, and the digital transformation and cybersecurity. Climate change remains the most pressing challenge confronting humanity today, as we have seen from the more frequent occurrences of extreme weather events and the devastation that they have wrought world over. We need a sustained and ambitious global response, continued commitment by all countries to the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact. That's absolutely critical. We also need to step up cooperation in the transition to net zero. This, in fact, will be the biggest socio-economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution. Both will require considerable economic restructuring, technological breakthroughs, investments, and behavioral changes. The UN-led multilateral system will be key in pulling everyone together to row in the same direction and not leave anyone behind. Singapore is a small, low-lying, alternative energy disadvantaged island nation, is especially vulnerable to climate change and to rising sea levels. Actually, Singapore's impact on global emissions is infinitely small, but we take our climate change actions, obligations very seriously. We've just raised our climate ambition to achieve net zero emissions by or around mid-century. A comprehensive strategy to green our economy is taking shape, and we will raise carbon taxes progressively from 2024. We will do our part to build a comprehensive green finance ecosystem and facilitate the regional journey to net zero. We are supporting industry efforts to build the infrastructure for a voluntary carbon credit market in Asia. We are also building capabilities in environmental risk management in the financial sector and providing grants to defray the cost of green and sustainability-linked loans and bonds. An adjacent issue is food insecurity. Climate change, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine have all exacerbated the threat to our food security. According to a UN report, as many as 828 million people were affected by hunger last year. That's 46 million more than 2020 and 150 million more than 2019. We must reverse this negative trend. First, we need to ensure that food supply chains remain open and operate smoothly. Second, we must pursue innovation and leverage technology to adapt to new challenges. For example, working together to develop climate-resilient food systems whilst developing the necessary precautions for food safety. There is much scope for multilateral cooperation on capacity building and the development of global norms and standards. Next, it is essential to build a more robust global health architecture to protect our future generations. After COVID-19, there will be other pandemics and other major health emergencies. In my view, actually COVID-19 was perhaps a full dress rehearsal for a worse pandemic to come. We must be better prepared to predict, to prevent, to detect, assess, and respond to pandemics in a coordinated and effective fashion in future. We have a collective responsibility to rectify the long-standing underinvestment in pandemic preparedness amongst other global public goods. Singapore has supported multilateral initiatives to strengthen the global health security system, and we will continue to support the COVAX facility, and we have contributed to the establishment of a financial intermediary fund for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response hosted by the World Bank. Lastly, we must enhance international cooperation to harness the opportunities of the digital revolution. The digital transformation does not take place in a vacuum. It must be navigated in the context of intersecting issues, the geopolitical tensions, the technological bifurcation, cybersecurity threats, and the digital divide. The world has made significant progress by developing based on a single shared technology stack. Interconnectedness, interoperability has brought us together, lowered costs, spurred innovation and competition, and the cross-fertilization of ideas. But if we fracture our world and our technology stack, all that good work and that speed of progress and innovation will be slowed down significantly. We need an open and inclusive global framework to harness and to optimize the opportunities of the digital transformation while effectively addressing all its challenges. A zero-sum, exclusionary, bifurcated approach benefits no one. An erosion of trust and an atmosphere of confrontation will only breed more cyber threats and malicious cyber activities. We must also ensure that all states, particularly small states, developing and least developed countries, benefit from the digital revolution and not be left behind. Singapore fully supports the Secretary General's proposal for a global digital compact, which has received strong support from member states. We are honored that Ambassador Berhan Ghafor serves as the chair of the open-ended working group on security of and in the use of information and communication technologies. The consensus adoption of the working group's first annual progress report in July is a welcome sign that multilateralism is alive and well and can still deliver meaningful progress on the global commons even in these difficult times. Mr. President, Excellencies, to conclude, this is a moment where multilateralism must be defended and fortified. Our responses to these myriad opportunities and challenges must remain rooted in the foundational tenets of multilateralism, including especially adherence to the UN Charter and international law. I remain an optimist in these difficult times, and I believe that we are actually on the cusp of an era of profound technological breakthroughs, one that will equip humanity with unimaginably powerful new tools. And it is in the world's interest and in our own national long-term interests to set aside our differences, to address the challenges of the global commons, and to harvest the emerging opportunities provided by new technologies. Ultimately, as member states, we have as much responsibility to each other and to our citizens to work together, to improve, adapt, and to strengthen the multilateral system that we have built so painstakingly over the past 77 years, so that our people, all people, can lead better, more secure, more peaceful, and happier lives. Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Vladimir Makey, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Господин председатель, дамы и господа, уже более полугода мировое сообщество живет в тени конфликта в Украине. Он затронул очень многих людей на планете. Конфликт, как и предшествующая ему пандемия COVID-19, в очередной раз обнажил негативную сторону глобальной взаимозависимости. Нынешняя сессия предоставляет уникальную возможность дать оценку этому фактору. Давайте беспристрастно и честно ответим на два вопроса. Ответа на них, как и вытекающие необходимые действия, ожидают от нас, государств, членов ООН, все люди на планете. Первый. Каковы первопричины конфликта в Украине? Второй. Что необходимо сделать, чтобы остановить его и предотвратить повторение чего-либо подобного в будущем? Господин председатель, убеждены в том, что конфликт в Украине происходит из более общего геополитического хаоса, причины которого необходимо искать в событиях 30-летней давности. История учит, что эпохальные войны, заканчивающиеся несправедливым и унизительным миром, таят в себе зерна будущего конфликта. Давайте посмотрим, какой мир был установлен после окончания последнего эпохального противостояния – холодной войны. Судя по всему, так называемые победители под воздействием эйфории не посчитали необходимым опереться на примеры из прошлого. А ведь они могли пойти путем Александра I, Меттерниха и Кастлера. Эти великие миротворцы начала XIX века эффективно интегрировали своего противника в новую систему безопасности и тем самым установили прочный мир в Европе на десятилетия вперед. Они также могли получить вдохновение из примера сотрудничества Великой Тройки времен Второй мировой войны Сталина, Рузвельта и Черчилля, которые создали механизмы, значительно снизившие возможности для великих держав вести междоусобные войны. Однако западные политики в начале 90-х, к сожалению, выбрали самый бесславный и бесперспективный вариант, а именно путь версальских дипломатов образца 1919 года, которые решили растоптать своего ключевого оппонента. Начнем с того, что холодная война закончилась даже не официальным договором, а некими джентльменскими договоренностями и декларациями. Как показали последующие события, эти договоренности не соблюдались так называемой победившей стороной. По сути, они представляли собой не что иное, как Версаль 2.0. Запад эгоистично предложил государствам постсоветского пространства только один путь – путь своих сателлитов. Для закрепления этого статуса он сделал ставку на расширение одного из ключевых институтов холодной войны – военного блока НАТО. Расширение НАТО на восток было сделано вопреки достигнутым с Западом договоренностям, в том числе еще с советскими лидерами. Были проигнорированы также и законные интересы в сфере безопасности как России, так и Беларуси. В этой связи хочется вспомнить блестящего американского дипломата Джорджа Кеннона, чьими внешнеполитическими пророчествами так восхищаются западные политики. А почему же они не прислушались к известному предупреждению Кеннона, когда в 1996 году он осудил расширение НАТО как стратегическую ошибку потенциально эпических масштабов? Через расширение НАТО Запад попрал важнейший принцип неделимости безопасности, который гласит о том, что безопасность одной стороны не может быть обеспечена за счет безопасности другой стороны. Эту логику хорошо понимали переговорщики в 1815 и 1945 годах, но ее не захотели воспринимать мировые лидеры в 1919 и 1991 годах. Участие НАТО в нелегитимных войнах против Югославии, Ирака, Ливии и Сирии, а также попытки Альянса войти на исторические восточнославянские и смежные земли предопределили для Версаля 2.0 судьбу первого Версаля. Поэтому вину за продолжающееся кровопролитие в Украине в полной мере должен нести коллективный Запад. Именно Запад сделал этот конфликт неизбежным. Не только своим решением по расширению НАТО, но и отказом рассматривать предложения своих оппонентов. А ведь такие предложения были. Встает вопрос, что делать. Действительно, в 2009 году Россия предложила заинтересованным сторонам подписать новый договор о европейской безопасности, который, по сути, де юре завершил бы холодную войну. Запад отверг предложение. В 2017 году уже президент Беларуси Александр Лукашенко выступил с инициативой проведения глобального диалога по безопасности и предложил Минск в качестве площадки для переговоров. Оппоненты проигнорировали и эту инициативу. В декабре прошлого года Российская Федерация предприняла еще одну попытку договориться с Западом по вопросу европейской безопасности. Но и на этот раз он остался глух к новым российским предложениям. Что объясняет такую отвергательную политику и позицию Запада? Ключевая проблема состоит в том, что на глобальном уровне происходит столкновение двух несовместимых видений мирового устройства – концентричного и полицентричного. Запад хочет создать концентричный или однополярный мир, управляемый с одного центра и подчиненный интересам западного гегемона. Большинство других стран хотят создать полицентричный или многополярный мир, в котором нет единого центра управления и в котором никто не навязывает никому своих видений, интересов и ценностей. Запад доминировал над миром на протяжении последних 5 столетий и полагает, что может продолжать эту историю бесконечно. Мы же глубоко убеждены в том, что мир изменился и что неоколониализм в любой его форме более неприемлем и невозможен. 5 столетий назад, когда Запад только начинал свое глобальное восхождение, произошла Коперниковская революция познания. Эта революция произошла прежде всего в головах людей того времени, которым было трудно примириться с постулатом, что не Земля, а Солнце является центром Солнечной системы. Аналогичный коперниковский сдвиг парадигмы должен произойти сегодня. И как и 500 лет назад, он должен произойти в головах, на этот раз в головах западного политического мейнстрима. Запад наконец-то должен осознать ряд истин. Первое. Международные отношения не вращаются вокруг одного, а именно западного центра силы. Вторая. У мировой истории нет конца, поскольку она не является неумолимым движением всех стран к так называемой либеральной демократии. Третье. Мир является слишком сложным, чтобы свести все его проблемы, как нам пытаются преподнести, в том числе и с этой трибуны, к противостоянию между так называемыми демократиями и автократиями. Пока же такого сознания нет. Зато есть разрушение, упорно проводимое Западом, в том числе и саморазрушение. Сегодня экономические санкции являются чуть ли не единственным инструментом внешней политики Запада. Создается впечатление, что для Европы и США показателем эффективности санкций является сам факт их введения. И в этом смысле происходит подмена понятий. Главная цель не достигается, а санкции продолжают жить собственной жизнью. Какой здравый смысл видит Запад в односторонних, незаконных экономических санкциях, которые он вводит против других стран? Уже без всякого стеснения открыто провозглашается цель добиться смены власти в той или иной стране через голодные бунты, которые возникнут в результате санкций. Расчет в целом оказался провальным. Большинство стран мира к санкциям не присоединились. Многие подсанкционные страны, например, Беларусь и Россия, во многом являются самодостаточными. Немаловажно, что санкции дали нам мощный импульс к развитию скрытых внутренних резервов и еще большей региональной интеграции. Поэтому не может быть сомнений в том, что мы выстоим. Точно так же, как выстояла свободолюбивая Куба, находящаяся под незаконными санкциями уже более 6 десятилетий. Но зато санкции привели к двум негативным последствиям, которые их инициаторы вряд ли предвидели. Во-первых, они сократили поставки удобрений и продовольствия из подсанкционных государств. В результате от этого страдают беднейшие люди в развивающихся странах. Достаточно сказать, что цены в этих государствах за последние полгода выросли на 300%, а дефицит удобрений в Африке составляет более 2 миллионов тонн. Во-вторых, что поистине анекдотично, санкции через эффект бумеранга поразили сам Запад. И как бы кто ни хорохорился сегодня, обычным людям в Европе, к сожалению, придется мерзнуть предстоящей зимой. Пора бы уже странам Запада внять здравому смыслу и вернуться к диалогу и сотрудничеству. Беларусь даже в нынешней ситуации готова к такому равноправному диалогу и взаимодействию, но без всяких предусловий и давления. Господин председатель, Беларусь много и везде, как и другие страны, говорит о конфликте в Украине. Мы не можем вести себя иначе. Конфликт происходит у нашего порога, и нам очень печально видеть, как братский украинский народ стал жертвой геополитических игр коллективного Запада. Убеждены в том, что истоки уже конкретных проблем Украины надо искать в 2004 году, когда Западу удалось осуществить первую цветную революцию в этой стране. Вторая же революция десятилетия спустя прочно закрепила за Украиной статус антироссии. Подстрекаемая Соединенными Штатами и их союзниками Украина на протяжении 8 лет уничтожала народ Донбасса по той лишь причине, что местные люди хотят говорить на родном для них русском языке. Но Украина не нужна Западу ни как член НАТО, ни как член Евросоюза. Новые покровители просто использовали ее в своей собственной большой игре против России. Сегодня Украина платит цену кровью за то, что ее политиканы купились на этот обман и забыли об историческом братстве 3 восточнославянских народов – белорусов, русских и украинцев. Но никогда не поздно признавать и исправлять свои ошибки. Для Беларуси, которая сама в годы Второй мировой войны прошла через геноцид белорусского народа, хаос в соседней стране и страдания обычных украинцев. С 2014 года мы прилагали и продолжаем прилагать все возможные усилия для того, чтобы установить мир в Украине. Именно наша страна стала ассоциироваться с миром на Донбассе когда в 2014-2015 годах были приняты Минские соглашения. Сразу после начала вооруженных действий в Украине в феврале этого года именно президенту Беларуси удалось усадить стороны конфликта за стол переговоров, опять же, на белорусской земле. В Беларуси состоялись 3 успешных раунда украинско-российских переговоров, которые открывали реальные перспективы для урегулирования конфликта. К сожалению, в последующем этот процесс застопорился. Остаемся глубоко убеждены в том, что вопросы как прекращения огня, так и всеобъемлющего стратегического мирного урегулирования вокруг Украины в широком контексте региональной и глобальной безопасности могут быть достигнуты только за столом переговоров. Альтернативы переговорам нет. Иначе мы все получим новый третий Версаль. Как сосед и затронутая страна, Беларусь должна быть неотъемлемой частью и переговорного процесса, и итоговых гарантий безопасности. Господин председатель, мы очень надеемся, что печальные события в Украине ускорят осознание коллективным Западом факта необратимости изменений в международных отношениях. Чем скорее это произойдет, тем скорее сможет установиться мир в Украине и в ряде других горячих точек. Тем скорее мы сможем заложить фундамент для построения нового, справедливого мирового порядка. В качестве важнейшего шага в этом процессе мы видим глобальный диалог по безопасности в истинном духе Сан-Франциско, о необходимости которого президент Беларуси заявил еще 5 лет назад. Мы всегда отмечали ключевую роль великих держав в этом процессе. Но, к сожалению, необходимо констатировать, что сегодня они плохо слышат и понимают друг друга. Нет ни малейшего намека на то, что они готовы уйти от взаимных обвинений. Возможно, настало время для того, чтобы место лидера в вопросах глобальной безопасности коллективно заняли страны развивающегося мира с присущими им энергией и динамизмом, которые они проявили почти полвека назад в успешном продвижении идеи нового международного экономического порядка. Мы считаем, что именно сегодня к вопросам глобального мира должны напрямую и активно подключиться движение неприсоединения и БРИКС, а также набирающие силу региональные интеграционные союзы государств. Да, сегодня, к сожалению, нет четкой концепции относительно того, как обеспечить мир и безопасность нашей планеты, ибо мир стал настолько сложным, что огромное количество разноплановых вызовов не укладывается в рамки одной конструкции. Вдобавок ко всему, механизмы нейтрализации этих глобальных вызовов, созданные в рамках прежних геополитических реалий, запаздывают с принятием адекватных времени решений или пробуксовывают вообще. Задача всей ответственной части человечества сегодня состоит в том, чтобы обеспечить переход к новому многополярному мироустройству без разрушения нашей цивилизации. Именно в этом должен состоять приоритет нашей общей работы, в том числе и в рамках ООН. Именно в этом направлении, если мы хотим выжить вообще, мы должны искать консенсус, оперативно создавать новые адекватные механизмы реагирования. Именно ради этой цели мы должны немедленно прекратить взаимную разрушительную риторику, остановить губительную тотальную конфронтацию, которая не оставляет никакого места для дипломатических усилий. Но сделать это могут лишь ответственные мировые лидеры, которые, по образному выражению Генри Киссинджера, обладают чувством направления и миссии. И такие лидеры обязательно появятся на мировой сцене. Господин председатель, наше сегодняшнее состояние хорошо описал Мартин Лютер Кинг более полувека назад. Цитирую: «Мы сейчас столкнулись с тем, что завтра – это сегодня. Перед нами жестокая безотлагательность настоящего момента в разворачивающейся жизни и истории. Есть такое понятие, как слишком поздно. Давайте действовать, чтобы не стало слишком поздно. Беларусь со своей стороны готова играть позитивную и ответственную роль как в глобальном, так и в региональном процессах безопасности. Спасибо за внимание.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus. I now give the floor to His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation, and Telecommunications of San Marino.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Csaba Kőrösi on his election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish him a fruitful work. The Republic of San Marino supports the priority of your program and assure you, Mr. President, full cooperation in all work of the General Assembly. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations this difficult and challenging time. Mr. President, I'm grateful for the team chosen for this section, a watershed moment, transformative solution to interlocking challenges. It gives Member States the opportunity to constructively contribute to the work of the General Assembly. The increasingly evident interrelationship among global challenges highlight the need for Member States, today more than ever, to work together to overcome difficulties. It is clear that there is a link between multilateralism and global challenges, the scope of which goes beyond the capacity of each individual state, even the most powerful or technologically advanced, to face them on its own. Preserving the value of multilateralism and international cooperation, which underpin the United Nations Charter and Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, is of fundamental importance for promoting and supporting peace and security, development, and human rights. The Republic of San Marino considers it essential to continue to reaffirm its collective commitment to multilateralism, in particular in the framework of the General Assembly, as the most representative body of the United Nations on account of its deeply democratic nature, universal participation, and undisputed legitimacy. However, multilateralism cannot be more a statement of collective intention, but it must translate into concrete action to improve people's lives and leave nobody behind. Mr. President, we're facing difficult time with an unprecedented level of violence, mass atrocity, and displacement. The armed conflict across the globe caused immense suffering to millions of civilians. The war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for civilian population, including civilian death and destruction of vital infrastructure and massive displacement. The aggression against Ukraine has been strongly condemned by the international community. The General Assembly resolution, Aggression Against Ukraine, demands that Russia immediately stop its military aggression and unconditionally withdraw all force from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukrainian territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its international recognized border. San Marino has decided to cooperate within the framework of international structure and mechanism, at the top of which is the United Nations Organization, because it believes in the strength of dialogue, democracy, and respect for others. In line with our values, the Capital Region of San Marino, in their message to the opening of the session of the Parliament last July, called all parties involved in the Ukraine conflict to renounce the use of force and to reopen this channel of dialogue and negotiation so that politics and diplomacy may prevail in the management of this crisis. No one should remain indifferent to war, but rather we should all work responsibly to create the condition for dialogue and peace with the full involvement of international institutions. Mr. President, San Marino is deeply concerned by the still ongoing armed conflict across the globe. We reaffirm our commitment to the principle of the responsibility to protect, which is essential in the prevention of atrocity crime. Accountability is indeed another factor that plays an important role in preventing and stopping such crime. The Republic of San Marino reaffirms its full commitment to the obligation under human and humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime and Genocide, the Rome Statute and the Geneva Convention. San Marino reaffirmed its full support to the International Criminal Court, whose work is crucial in the fight against impunity for genocide and crime against humanity, and it represents one of the core elements for the implementation of the responsibility to protect. The ICC, through its work, fosters accountability and thus promote prevention and reconciliation. The Republic of San Marino would also like to reiterate its support for initiatives such as the ACT Group Code of Conduct regarding Security Council, action against genocide, war crime, or crime against humanity, and French and Mexican declaration on voluntary restraint use of the veto by the permanent member of the Security Council. Mr. President, children and youth are uniquely and often disproportionately affected by conflict and atrocity. San Marino stressed the need of strengthening the child protection capacity and to put children and youth at the center of effort to prevent atrocity. At the same time, we also encourage member states to adopt the relevant instrument on the protection of children, including the Paris Principle and the Safe School Declaration. Being part of the group of Friends of Children and Armed Conflict, San Marino is particularly worried for the difficulty in the implementation of child protection activity in armed conflict situations. San Marino commends the dedication of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict and of her office and appreciates the protection of women and girls and to supporting the prevention of sexual and gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence. In addition, persons with disability face additional risks and vulnerabilities in situations of armed conflict. Their needs should be duly taken into account and barriers to access information, evacuation, and emergency assistance should be lifted. San Marino is deeply disturbed and firmly condemns the growing number of deliberated attacks against school, hospital, and place of worship. We also firmly condemn attacks against journalists, humanitarian workers, human rights defenders, and peacekeepers. These stakeholders and civil society actors can play an important role for reconciliation and for the prevention and early warning mechanism and should therefore be supported and protected. Mr. President, today the threat of nuclear weapons being used is much higher than it has been in the last decades. We condemn the Russian Federation's dangerous nuclear rhetoric. Any threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable and of the utmost concern. What is needed today is a steady and genuine commitment to international institutions and to disarmament. With the spirit, San Marino has participated in the 10th Review Conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and in this first meeting of state parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons early this year. We regret that at this critical time, the 10th Review Conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty was not able to adopt its final document. San Marino will continue to work for the full implementation of this fundamental instrument. San Marino welcomed the positive outcome of the first meeting of state parties to the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and urge all states committed to our final goal of a war without such weapon to join the TPNWV. Only honoring and reinvigorating our multilateral agreement will we be able to put humanity on a new path toward a world free of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, since 1945, the world is witnessing the highest number of violent conflict. Forced displacements have continued to grow in 2021 and 2022, where refugees were at the highest number. The war in Ukraine created one of the largest refugees crises of modern time. More than 7 million refugees have fled Ukraine, most of whom are women and children, and a further 7 million have been displaced inside the country. This refugees crisis confronts each member state with its responsibility. The people of San Marino, guardian of the century-old tradition of peace and solidarity, opened the door to the Ukrainian refugees. Since the beginning of the war, the Republic of San Marino has welcomed more than 300 Ukrainian refugees, equal to 1% of the entire San Marinese population, thanks to the solidarity of public and private institutions, NGOs, and with the help of many volunteers. Together with the refugees crisis, the impact of the conflict may lead a global food crisis. Food insecurity affects the life of millions of people across the world and is mainly concentrated in conflict-affected regions. The vast majority of stunted children live in countries affected by violence and conflict. Armed conflict displaces farmers and can destroy agricultural assets and food stock. Furthermore, they disrupt market and a vital service for the food system. The ongoing war in Ukraine is disrupting supply chain and further affecting price of grain, fertilizer, and energy. In the first half of 2022, this caused further food price increase. A report by the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2022, the number of people unable to afford a healthy diet around the world rose by 112 million to almost 3.1 billion, reflecting the impact of rising consumer food price during the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has further expanded the fragilities in our agri-food system and the inequality in our society, increased war, hunger, and severe food insecurity. At the same time, we also should not underestimate the effect of climate change and climate disaster in aggravating food insecurity. For all these reasons, it is extremely important to keep food security on our agenda and to continue to incentivize sustainable production, supply and consumption of nutritious food in order to make healthy diets less costly and more affordable for all. Moreover, as promoter of the resolution which established the 29th of September as International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, San Marino firmly believes that the fight against food loss and waste will contribute to promote food security and welcome all the initiatives aiming at developing awareness in such responsible behavior. Mr. President, it is widely acknowledged that the COVID-19 crisis had a negative impact on global effort to realize the Sustainable Development Goal. At the end of 2021, the deaths caused by COVID-19 were nearly 15 million. With the overwhelming of the global health system and the disruption of many essential health services, the pandemic undermined years of progress fighting other diseases, in particular in developing countries. Compared with the pre-pandemic level, an additional 75 million to 95 million people will live in extreme poverty in 2022. Billions of children significantly missed out on schooling, and over 100 million more children fell below the minimum reading proficiency level. Despite some encouraging signs, the global economy recovery struggled to grow to the COVID-19 variants and continued vaccine inequity, together with rising inflation, major supply chain disruption, policy uncertainties, and unsustainable debt in developing countries. The impact of climate change continues to be felt across the world. COVID-19 further delayed the urgently needed transition to green economies. Demand for coal, oil, and gas rebounded with an economy in 2021 and will bring over the current decade an increase of global emission by almost 14%. If current trend continue, the Earth could lose this natural wealth of its ecosystem, which would in turn jeopardize global food security, water supply, and livelihood. Mr. President, the interconnection of the global crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change, the armed conflict across the globe put at great risk the achievement of the SDG by 2030. As the Secretary General called for in our common agenda, a renewed commitment to international cooperation is needed, but the United Nations must adapt quickly to the new global challenges in order to be more effective in carrying out its mandate. Reform must remain at the center of our action because they are crucial to future world sustainability and maintenance of international peace and security. We believe that Security Council reform should be an objective of all member states. This reform goal can be achieved only through a continuous dialogue among the states and awareness that overcoming the respective initial position is essential to negotiate the broadest agreement possible. In conclusion, Mr. President, a stronger multilateralism is essential if we want to build fair, just, and peaceful society, where young people can live in dignity, women can have same opportunities as men, and where all minority and vulnerable groups are protected. I believe that the general debate is an important opportunity to renew our commitment to a stronger United Nations organization capable of coordinating economic, social, and environmental policies and translating them into effective action at all levels. The Republic of San Marino, in accordance with its history and its tradition of freedom and democracy, firmly believes in this mandate and will support any action that helps strengthen the United Nations in this process. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Telecommunications of San Marino. I now give the floor to His Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور، معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود في البداية أن أهنئ معالي السيد شابا كوروشي لانتخابه رئيسا للدورة 77 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، متمنيا له النجاح في أداء مهامه. كما أتقدم بالشكر لمعالي السيد عبد الله شاهد لجهوده المبذولة خلال رئاسته للدورة السابقة. ولا يفوتني في هذا المجال أن أشيد بالعمل المميز الذي يقوم به معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لرفع كفاءة عمل مؤسسات الأمم المتحدة بما يحقق أهدافها ومقاصد ميثاقها. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية التزامها بميثاق الأمم المتحدة ودعمها المستمر لمبادئ الشرعية الدولية الهادفة للحفاظ على الدول واستقلالها وحل الخلافات بالطرق السلمية وعدم اللجوء إلى القوة أو التهديد بها. إن مشاركة بلادي في تأسيس الأمم المتحدة والتوقيع على ميثاق سان فرانسيسكو جاءت اتساقا مع ما تمنيه عليها تعاليم ديننا الإسلامي الحنيف وتقاليدنا العربية الأصيلة الداعية للعدل والإحسان والتعاون والسلام والحوار. ومن هذا المنطلق تستمر المملكة بدعمها للعمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف في إطار مبادئ الأمم المتحدة في سبيل تعزيز التعاون الدولي لمواجهة التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا، والمشاركة الفاعلة والمبادرة بكل ما يسهم لوصول العالم أكثر سلمية وعدالة ويحقق مستقبلا واعدا لشعوبنا وأجيالنا القادمة. إن المملكة العربية السعودية وانطلاقا من حرصها الدائم على تحقيق أهداف وغايات الأمم المتحدة في حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين لتجدد دعوتها إلى إصلاح مجلس الأمن ليكون أكثر عدالة في تمثيل واقعنا اليوم وأكثر فاعلية في مواكبة تحولات وتطورات المجتمع الدولي وأكثر كفاءة في معالجة تحدياته المشتركة. وفي ظل ما يشهده عالمنا اليوم من حروب وصراعات، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية ضرورة العودة للصوت العقل والحكمة وتفعيل قنوات الحوار والتفاوض والحلول السلمية بما يوقف القتال ويحمي المدنيين ويوفر فرص السلام والأمن والنماء للجميع. وفي هذا المجال تؤكد المملكة على موقفها الداعم لكافة الجهود الدولية الرامية إلى إيجاد حل سياسي يؤدي إلى إنهاء الأزمة الروسية الأوكرانية ووقف العمليات العسكرية بما يحقق حماية الأرواح والممتلكات ويحفظ الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي والدولي. إن عملية بناء السلام والتغلب على التحديات وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار والازدهار والوصول إلى تنمية اقتصادية شاملة تحتم تضافر الجهود وتعميق الشراكات وتعزيز التبادل الثقافي والحضاري والاجتماعي. سيد الرئيس، إن منطقة الشرق الأوسط في أمس الحاجة إلى تضافر الجهود في سبيل ترسيخ الأمن والاستقرار وتوفير مستقبل أفضل يلبي تطلعات الشعوب في التنمية والازدهار. وقد عكست قمة جدة للأمن والتنمية، والتي شارك فيها قادة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وتسع دول عربية، تأكيدنا المشترك على أهمية العمل الجماعي لبناء مستقبل أفضل للمنطقة ودولها وشعوبها، ودعمنا الكامل لجهود الأمم المتحدة في حل النزاعات سلميا، وعزمنا المشترك على تعزيز الترابط والتكامل إقليميا ودوليا، وأهمية تكثيف التعاون في إطار مبادئ ميثاق الأمم المتحدة التي تقوم على احترام سيادة الدول وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية، واحترام استقلالها وسلامة أراضيها، واحترام قيم المجتمعات وثقافاتها، واعتبار تنوعها إضافة لإثراء التفاهم والتعايش المشترك. يتطلب أمن منطقة الشرق الأوسط واستقرارها الإسراع في إيجاد حل عادل وشامل للقضية الفلسطينية وفق قرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية، وإقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. وتدين المملكة جميع الإجراءات الأحادية التي تقوض حل الدولتين وتدعو لوقفها الفوري والكامل. وبالنسبة لليمن، تجدد المملكة التزامها بدعم كافة الجهود الرامية لتثبيت الهدنة وتمكين مجلس القيادة الرئاسي من أداء أدواره وصولا إلى تحقيق السلام المستدام بين الأشقاء في اليمن على أساس المرجعية الثلاث، ومنها قرار مجلس الأمن 22/16. كما تستمر المملكة في دورها القيادي كأكبر داعم لتلبية الحاجات الإنسانية والتنموية للأشقاء في اليمن. ونشدد في هذا الإطار على ضرورة إزالة جميع العوائق أمام تدفق السلع الأساسية وإيصال المساعدات وفتح الطرق المؤدية إلى تعز ثالث أكبر مدن اليمن، والتي ما زالت تخضع للإحصار منذ عام 2015. وحرصا من المملكة على دعم أمن العراق واستقراره ونمائه، فقد عملت على تطوير مختلف أوجه التعاون مع العراق ثنائيا وجماعيا، ومنها الربط الكهربائي بين المملكة والعراق وبين دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية والعراق. كما تؤكد ضرورة الالتزام بقرارات مجلس الأمن بما يحفظ وحدة سوريا واستقرارها وعروبتها، وتدعم جهود المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لإيجاد حل سياسي للنزاع وفق الصيغة الواردة في قرار مجلس الأمن 22/54 الصادر في عام 2015، مشددا في الوقت نفسه على ضرورة منع تجدد العنف والحفاظ على اتفاقات وقف إطلاق النار والسماح بإيصال المساعدات الإنسانية دون عوائق إلى جميع السوريين المحتاجين. كما تدعم المملكة سيادة لبنان وأمنه واستقراره، وتؤكد أهمية تنفيذ إصلاحات سياسية واقتصادية هيكلية شاملة تضمن تغلب لبنان على أزمته السياسية والاقتصادية، ولا يكون نقطة انطلاق للإرهابيين أو تهريب المخدرات أو الأنشطة الإجرامية الأخرى التي تهدد أمن المنطقة واستقرارها. وأهمية بسط سيطرة الحكومة اللبنانية على جميع الأراضي اللبنانية بما في ذلك تنفيذ أحكام قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة واتفاق الطائف. تستمر المملكة في بذل كل جهد ممكن لتشجيع الحوار بين الأطراف السودانية متمنية للسودان وشعبه الاستقرار والازدهار. وتجدد المملكة دعمها للأمن المائي المصري والسوداني، كما تجدد دعمها الكامل لاتفاق وقف إطلاق النار الليبي المبرم بتاريخ 23 أكتوبر 2020 والدعوة الليبية للمغادرة الكاملة للقوات الأجنبية والمقاتلين الأجانب والمرتزقة دون إبطاء وفقا لقرار مجلس الأمن 25/70 الصادر في عام 2021. تؤكد المملكة على ضرورة دعم أمن ومواصلة تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية لأفغانستان، والحرص على عدم تحول أفغانستان إلى منطلق للعمليات الإرهابية أو مقر للإرهابيين. إن استتباب السلم والأمن الدوليين لا يتحقق من خلال سباق التسلح وامتلاك أسلحة الدمار الشامل، بل من خلال التعاون بين الدول لتحقيق التنمية والتقدم. ومن هنا نحث المجتمع الدولي على تكثيف مضاعفة الجهود في سبيل منع انتشار أسلحة الدمار الشامل وضمان خلو منطقة الشرق الأوسط منها. كما ندعو إيران للوفاء عاجلا بالتزاماتها النووية، والتعاون الكامل مع الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية، واتخاذ خطوات جدية لبناء الثقة بينها وبين جيرانها والمجتمع الدولي. السيد الرئيس، تواجه البشرية تحديات مشتركة تهدد فرص التعافي الاقتصادي بعد الجائحة، ولعل أبرزها أمن وكفاية إمدادات الغذاء والطاقة، ومرونة سلاسل الإمداد، وتحديات البيئة والتغير المناخي. إن قدرتنا على تجاوز هذه التحديات مرهونة بتضافر جهودنا وتعميق تعاوننا وتعزيز مجالات الاستجابة العالمية الموحدة والمتوازنة والعادلة، وإدراكا من المملكة العربية السعودية لأهمية التعاون مع تحديات التغير المناخي وضرورة معالجة آثاره السلبية، فإنها تولي بالغ الاهتمام للمساهمة في تحقيق أهداف اتفاقية باريس للتغيير المناخي، وتدعم بفاعلية ومسؤولية متطلبات الانتقال المتدرج والمسؤول نحو نظم ومصادر طاقة متنوعة وأكثر استدامة. وتطلب تحقيق هذه الأهداف مشاركة الجميع في الحل، أخذا في الاعتبار تفاوت الظروف الوطنية والإقليمية، ومراعاة الأهداف الاقتصادية والاجتماعية الشاملة للتنمية المستدامة، وتعزيز أمن الطاقة العالمي، وتأمين وصول الطاقة للجميع، وترسيخا لدورها الريادي العالمي في مجال الاستدامة. أطلقت المملكة مبادرتي السعودية الخضراء والشرق الأوسط الأخضر دعما للجهود الوطنية والإقليمية في هذا الخصوص، وأعلنت أهدافا طموحة لتنويع مصادر الطاقة ورفع كفاءة إنتاجها واستهلاكها، وطرحت مبادرات نوعية لحماية البيئة ولتعزيز التشجير المستدام وخفض الانبعاثات بمقدار 278 مليون طن سنويا، مع خطط المملكة التنموية وتمكين تنوعها الاقتصادي. كما تحرص بلادي على دعم التعافي الاقتصادي العالمي عبر المساهمة في المحافظة على توازن أسواق الطاقة، وتؤكد على أهمية الاستثمار في الطاقة الأحفورية وتقنياتها النظيفة على مدى العقدين القادمين من أجل تلبية الطلب المتنامي عالميا، بما يحقق مصالح الجميع من المستهلكين والمنتجين، ويجنب العالم الآثار السلبية الناتجة عن السياسات غير الواقعية والتي تهدف إلى إقصاء مصادر الطاقة الرئيسة دون اعتبار للآثار السلبية في سلاسل الإمداد العالمية والتضخم وارتفاع أسعار الطاقة وزيادة معدلات البطالة وغيرها من الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والأمنية. تعمل المملكة جنبا إلى جنب مع شركائها الدوليين لتخفيف وطأة الآثار السلبية للنزاعات المسلحة وانعكاساتها المؤلمة على الأمن الغذائي، وتعطيلها لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030، خاصة هدف القضاء على الجوع. ونؤكد في هذا المجال على أهمية السعي لتسهيل تصدير الحبوب والمواد الغذائية، لأن استمرار ارتفاع أسعار الغذاء سيدفع الكثير إلى مواجهة خطر المجاعة، وللمملكة إسهامات كبيرة في هذا الجانب، فقد بلغ إجمالي مساعدات المملكة في مجال الأمن الغذائي والزراعي ما يقارب 2 مليار و890 مليون دولار أمريكي. كما أعلنت المملكة العربية السعودية مع أشقائها بالمنطقة عن تخصيص 10 مليار دولار لهذا الغرض عبر تنسيق وتوحيد جهود 10 صناديق تنموية وطنية وأقليمية. السيد الرئيس، حقق مجتمعنا الدولي نجاحات متتالية في مواجهة شرور الإرهاب والتطرف، وعلينا مواصلة العمل الحثيث للتصدي والقضاء على هذه الآفة التي لا تمت بصلة لأي عرق أو دين أو معتقد سليم. ونؤكد على أهمية وقوف المجتمع الدولي بحزم أمام الدول الداعمة والراعية للإرهاب والتطرف، والتي تسعى لاستغلال إيديولوجياتها المتطرفة وسيلة للتمدد والتوسع وخلق الفوضى والدمار. إن المملكة مستمرة في جهود البناء والتطوير بما يلبي تطلعات أجيالنا القادمة ويحسن جودة الحياة ويسهم في تمكين المرأة والشباب وينمي قدرات الإبداع والابتكار ويرسخ قيم الانفتاح والحوار والتسامح والتعايش. وتولي المملكة ملف حقوق الإنسان أهمية بالغة، وقد تضمنت أنظمتها نصوصا صريحة تهدف إلى تعزيز وحماية تلك الحقوق. كما أعلنت عن تطوير منظومة التشريعات في إطار الإصلاحات التي تتبناها رؤية المملكة 2030 لرفع كفاءة الأنظمة القانونية والقضائية بما يستفيد من أفضل الممارسات والمعايير العالمية، ويتوائم مع التزام المملكة بالمواثيق والاتفاقات الدولية. وانطلاقا من رؤيتها المستقبلية والطموحة، تقدمت المملكة بطلب استضافة معرض إكسبو 2030 تحت شعار حقبة التغيير المضي بكوكبنا نحو استشراف المستقبل. وستعمل المملكة في حال فوزها بتنظيم هذه الفعالية على إعادة هذه المعرض إلى فكرته الأصيلية والتي أنشئ من أجلها معرض إكسبو، واستشراف مستقبل الكوكب وما يحمله ذلك المستقبل من تكنولوجيا متقدمة، بما ذلك أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وتنتهز المملكة هذه الفرصة للإعراب عن شكرها وتقديرها للدول التي أعلنت دعمها لهذا الترشح. وفي الختام، نتطلع أن تسهم جهودنا في إيصال رسالاتنا وقيمنا ومبادئنا للعالم في جو تسوده الشراكة والاحترام لبناء مستقبل أفضل للبشرية جمعاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Dato Erwin bin Pehin Yusuf, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all and a good afternoon. I have the great honor to convey the warm regards of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah, Muizzaddin wa Daulah, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam to this year's August General Assembly. At the outset, I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Chaba Korosi for assuming the presidency of the 77th session of this Assembly. Also, our deep appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his contributions and efforts in bringing multilateralism, which is an important and fundamental principle of our work at the United Nations, to the forefront during his presidency. Mr. President, while it is good to be back in New York and at the United Nations to deliver Brunei's statement in person after a 2-year absence, this year's debate continues to take place amidst global uncertainties and challenges that test our individual and collective resilience. It has been almost 3 years since we first heard of COVID-19, and whilst we are still feeling its effects, many of us now are looking forward to a post-pandemic world. However, a key and crucial factor to achieving this would be a successful vaccination program, and by having vaccine equity. Lest we forget the WHO's mantra that says, and I quote, "No one is safe until everyone is safe," end quote. Unfortunately, as of June this year, only 58 out of 194 countries have achieved the 70% complete vaccination target set by the WHO, whilst the others have not. Although initial challenges faced regarding supply and manufacture of vaccines that resulted in delays and have been addressed, we continue to see many countries still facing the problems of getting their allocated vaccines. While we recognize the role of COVAX has played in this global health emergency, we also see the continued need to address the fundamental issue of vaccine inequity that has continued to impede supply and distribution. In this regard, we need to develop a more effective and more resilient global health infrastructure as part of our preparedness to face possible future global health emergencies. More efforts are also needed to address the impact from the pandemic, especially mental health, a condition that is often taken lightly even before the pandemic. This is important as it can result in a huge economic burden to the countries concerned in the future. We in Brunei Darussalam have come to recognize the need to include this in our post-pandemic recovery efforts. As such, we have introduced a 5-year multi-sectoral mental health action plan. In addition, we are also working on a regional basis in East Asia in promoting better mental health and well-being. Mr. President, climate change is yet another challenge the world has been facing even prior to the pandemic, and it is one which continues to be a real and existential threat today, which, if left unaddressed, can lead to another global emergency. In 2015, the world came together on 2 landmark agreements, namely the Paris Accord, which sets a target limit of global warming by 1.5 degrees and global greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which aims, among others, to reach zero hunger. I believe these two are interlinked and interconnected aspirations. And yet, as we reach the halfway mark to the SDGs, we see the latest report by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change showing that the impacts of climate change on agriculture has led to devastating consequences on food production and food security. Furthermore, the recent report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world by the FAO, the WHO, and others has shown that by 2030, the progress made in alleviating world hunger since 2015 will be nullified unless something drastic is done. This is why we must hasten our efforts and remain steadfast in our commitments. To this end, Brunei Darussalam is committed to the climate ambition and is moving towards net zero by 2050 through forest preservation as well as transition to clean energy to shape a low-carbon and climate-resilient future, with 72% of our total land area still covered by rainforests, and our greenhouse gas emission only accounts for 0.017% that of global emission. As one of the regional champions for conservation, environment, and forest preservation, Brunei is also playing a lead role regionally by hosting the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. This will function as an intergovernmental center for climate change coordination and cooperation. It will also strengthen the region's capabilities to prevent, mitigate, and manage climate-related disasters through established mechanisms and formulations of policies. We appreciate the contributions thus far from our partners and friends on this initiative and continue to welcome others to come on board. Mr. President, the UN is the foremost multilateral institution, and thus its member states have a responsibility to the international law and adhere to the founding principles of this organization, specifically respecting the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of all members. The maintenance of international peace and security is of utmost importance, and this is no different in Southeast Asia. Last year, our region's peace and stability was affected, and ASEAN collectively agreed on a 5-point consensus to work gradually and constructively towards a peaceful solution and eventual return to normalcy in one of our fellow member states, namely Myanmar. Unfortunately, matters continue to require close attention, and as such, we appreciate the continued support and contributions of the United Nations and other others in ASEAN's efforts. On a similar note, the current conflict in Europe has also brought about global concerns, leading member states to unanimously adopt a resolution that ensures accountability of the Security Council. It is, however, disappointing that the same attention and regard has not been given to solving other areas of conflict, particularly on the question of Palestine. We need to ensure the same amount of attention and consideration be given to conflicts wherever they are, particularly where territorial integrity and sovereignty has been violated. Therefore, the international community must remain resolute in their commitment to safeguarding the two-state solution towards achieving an independent state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me say that as we continue to address the concerns of the world in pre- and post-crisis terms, it is clear what these watershed moments in our collective history are. It should not deepen division among us. It should not entrench us in our differences, and it should not lead us to serve only ourselves. However, it should, in these final years of the SDG, make us come together and uphold the spirit of multilateralism that would transform us into a better and more resilient United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs too of Brunei Darussalam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ali Sabri, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to represent Sri Lanka at the 77th session of the UNGA, a session which after 2 years brings together world leaders post-pandemic to an assembly in person. Permit me the honor of congratulating His Excellency Saba Korosi on being elected President of the current session. Mr. President, Sri Lanka looks forward to working closely with you and your team in the years ahead. May I also convey our appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives for his excellent stewardship on the 76th session. As a close friend and neighbor of Maldives, we express particular appreciation for his presidency of hope that gave us renewed optimism and vigor. Building on this, we move to the vision of our new PGA of finding solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Mr. President, 77 years ago, when the battlefield of the Second World War was silent, but its horrors reverberated around the globe, a new world order emerged out of the remains of the old one. And that new world order was manifested by the Charter of the United Nations, developed by 50 nations at the San Francisco Conference. The United Nations is a table where every state can sit down, a forum where everyone can be heard and where everyone is equally important. This is the concept of multilateralism, and this is a fundamental political principle of diplomacy. It is said that multilateral diplomacy is similar to gardening. You plant, you wait, you sow the seeds, you wait, you trim, and you harvest at some point. In multilateralism, we talk to each other. We develop a relationship of trust and confidence. And if something was to come up, you have a base to work with. Excellencies, the world is facing a interlocking challenges. The far-reaching effects of the pandemic have been further exacerbated by the current global crisis. These vulnerabilities have been aggravated by the devastating consequences of what the Secretary General has referred to as five-alarm global fire, which has resulted inter alia in the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and rising pollution. We are, in addition, witnessing extreme weather patterns resulting in loss of life, property, and habitat, involuntary human displacement, and an accompanying food and energy crisis. Mr. President, it is not difficult to imagine that these trends lead to deepening inequalities both within and between states. Developing countries and their economies are at extreme risk, with the government facing debt default and financial collapse due to the lack of access to adequate capital, while people face rising poverty, unemployment, and hunger. As a consequence, nutrition levels, especially among the children, are being affected and their education and intellectual advancement disrupted. Despite our best efforts, our collective ability to realize the Sustainable Development Goals or even to sustain the gains already achieved is becoming increasingly difficult. Mr. President, it is against this challenging global backdrop the significant changes have taken place in Sri Lanka since the last UNGA. The external and internal challenges we face provide an opportunity for implementing political, social, and economic reform that will lead to recovery and prosperity for our people. Sri Lanka believes that this is the moment to realize our collective vision for the future, an opportunity to build a more just, sustainable, and prosperous future for all Sri Lankans, to build back better. We look forward to the cooperation and support of the international community, including the United Nations, as we embark on this journey. Following prolonged social unrest and protests in the country, President Ranil Wickremesinghe, in his maiden speech in Parliament last month, stated, I quote, "I will implement social and political reforms requested by the nation," unquote. These measures include a review of the present procedures, the strengthening of the institutional framework of democratic governance, and adoption of urgent measures to restore long-term economic stability. We have understood that this will only be possible if we engage in a strict adherence to fiscal discipline and far-reaching economic and institutional reforms. Mr. President, we are committed to that process. It is envisaged that through the proposed legislative and constitutional amendment, democratic governance will be reinforced with independent oversight institutions as well as with enhanced public scrutiny. Legal and administrative frameworks are being strengthened to ensure transparency, integrity, accountability, and inclusivity in providing access to justice. A greater participation of women and youth will be ensured in this process. Mr. President, we remain cognizant of and acutely sensitive to the events that have taken place in the recent past. The government is extremely sensitive to the socio-economic hardship faced by our people. We are pleased to have reached a staff-level understanding with the IMF. We have put in place measures to protect the vulnerable segment of society and will endeavor to ensure that these economic reforms will have a minimum impact on their lives. Our institutions and society have demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of very difficult circumstances. We unconditionally recognize the fact that one has the fundamental right to freedom of expression, which we all treat as sacrosanct. However, we also be appreciated that this freedom must be within the constitutional order and must be exercised having regard to one's fundamental duty to express oneself within the confines of the law. Mr. President, I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that Sri Lanka's nationwide strategy in containing the human health impact of the COVID-19 has been largely successful as a result of proactive and non-discriminatory measures by the government and the effective delivery capabilities of our strong healthcare infrastructure. Our vaccination drive exceeded WHO targets. However, as a developing country, we were highly vulnerable to the economic fallout of the pandemic. The virus has opened a window to the future, which we must exploit, highlighting the importance of multilateral cooperation through global health networks. Mr. President, permit me to briefly turn to the aspect of climate change. As a climate-vulnerable country, climate change has had the potential to adversely impact the Sri Lanka's socio-economic progress as well as the food security and livelihoods. Sri Lanka has pledged to meet the targets of Paris Agreement and our updated national determined contribution submitted to the UNFCCC last year with the aim of reducing emissions to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We firmly believe that these commitments should not adversely impact the green economic development objectives. We also appreciate that meeting NDC targets and executing the corresponding energy transition towards renewable and sustainable energy and energy efficiency measures will require significant climate financing. Mr. President, you will appreciate that we cannot do this alone. We believe that in tandem with our own efforts, the world's largest emitters of greenhouse gases must fulfill their commitments and assist developing nations in adaptation and mitigation of measures under a common but differentiated framework. We need to work towards a just, sustainable, resilient and inclusive recovery from the adverse impact of climate change and the energy transition. Turning to the ocean, Mr. President, you will appreciate that as an island nation, we are acutely concerned about and sensitive to the impact of pollution and climate change on the oceans. With rapid pressure on land resources, the world is turning towards the ocean for sustenance, not only for food security, but also as a source of raw material for industry and energy. We are committed to the sustainable use of the ocean and its resources in consonance with May in this year. We were pleased to have led a small but significant nature-based solution to mitigate the impact of climate change that led to the UN declaring 1st March as World Seagrass Day. Seagrasses are an important carbon sink and absorb significantly more carbon than the tropical rainforest. Mr. President, there is a likelihood that the world will not reach the scheduled milestone to achieve zero hunger by 2030. It is predicted that food and nutrition security will be at great risk. Sri Lanka is paying serious heed to these warning signs. Sri Lanka supports sustainable transformation of agriculture to a modernized sector and encourages enhanced food production to ensure food security. Sri Lanka has initiated National Food Security Program with the dual objective of ensuring that no citizen should suffer for the want of food and no child should be a victim of malnutrition. Adequate nutrition is a sine qua non and vital to ensure that children of all socio-economic backgrounds can enjoy good health. The provision of the quality education and health care for all is at the core of Sri Lanka's social protection policies and provided the foundation upon which Sri Lanka was able to mitigate the effects of global learning crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic. Rapid conversions to digital system of delivery of education threatened universal access. Participation and survival in the education system, especially in the children of low-income households. Sri Lanka aims to bridge the digital divide and ensure that child challenges, we will endeavor to maintain the significant progress we have made towards achieving 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Our efforts have placed us in a leading position in the Asia-Pacific region for SDG data availability, thus enhancing Sri Lanka's capacity for evidence-informed policymaking for SDGs in future. We recognize that investment in human capital is an indispensable essential for the future of our country. It is no surprise, Mr. President, Sri Lanka is ranked in the high human development category, occupying rank 73 out of 191 countries globally and is the highest in the region. Having said that, we are nonetheless concerned that the current challenges have disrupted progress. The UN Secretary General has in a serious warning made reference to rescuing the Sustainable Development Goals. This warning is followed by an observation by the UNDP that for the first time in 32 years, the Human Development Index has declined globally for 2 years consecutively. Mr. President, let me say a word about global security. Geopolitical tension among nations have heightened, creating insecurity and polarization among states. Agreed framework for arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament have become fragile. At the 10th Review Conference of the NPT concluded recently, which remains the centerpiece of global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime, we were regrettably unable to arrive once again at a consensus outcome. While we address contemporary challenges, Mr. President, we must not forget the lingering issue of Palestine. While restating Sri Lanka's consistent and principled position that Palestinian people have a legitimate and inalienable right to the natural resources in their territory and to statehood, we further recognize the legitimate security concerns of both Palestinian and Israeli people, and an urgent resolution of the matter on the basis of UN resolution on the attainment of two-state solution need to be pursued immediately. Mr. President, the absence of a regulatory supervisory regime concerning the use of new technologies in cyberspace and in artificial intelligence need to be addressed urgently. Their ability to cause large-scale disruption, disinformation, and undermine the scientifically established finding is of a real concern, a danger we all face. Sri Lanka, which is implementing the nation's first information and cybersecurity strategy, has identified the importance of establishing a partnership-based approach to protect cyberspace in order to confront multinational cyber threats. Mr. President, I must make a brief reference to the scourge of terrorism. Sri Lanka was a victim of terrorism for several decades. Terrorist choice of targets, methods of financing, and radicalization, as well as the use of new technologies as weapons, has been constantly evolving. Legislative measures and law enforcement mechanisms must be put in place to counter radical ideologies leading to violent extremism and to curb the terrorist use and abuse the internet and social media platforms. At the same time, it is necessary to develop the critical thinking capacity of youth, strengthen community bonds, foster a sense of civic responsibility, and build community resilience to mitigate the effects and influences of violence extremist ideology leading to terrorism. Mr. President, as our contribution to maintaining international peace and security, Sri Lanka looks forward to enhancing our participation in UN peacekeeping operation with professional men and women to serve as UN peacekeepers. I take this opportunity to honor the thousands of men and women who, for decades, have helped countries navigate the difficult path from conflict to peace under the blue helmet. We have taken many measures to ensure that Sri Lankan peacekeepers with a wealth of experience in counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency operation are trained and equipped with theoretical and practical knowledge of all necessary functions of peacekeeping, including the promotion and protection of human rights. Mr. President, it is indeed a watershed moment for the international community, a moment of great challenge and opportunity. A complex and interconnected crisis that we face cannot be resolved by nations acting on their own. It is an opportunity to demonstrate global solidarity, diplomacy, and collective efforts, leveraging the ideas and talents of all our people and all segments of our society to find transformative solutions which leave no one behind. Multilateralism, Mr. President, is a tool for diplomacy that rises above such challenges. Conflicts, disasters, and crises will not stop at passport control. Multilateralism is not without its shortcomings, and undoubtedly it provides a solid framework for resolving contemporary challenges. Mr. President, this, I would say, is the mission of this August Assembly, and perhaps the singular reason for which it was established 77 years ago, and that perhaps is the reason why Sri Lanka and many others applied to be members, to participate, to be visible, to be heard, to embellish this organization with our own flavors, perspectives, history, and knowledge to this fine amalgam and grow from common work discussions and disputes that we join issue with. I might wind up by citing the observation of one of our late prime ministers who committed Sri Lanka to the way of socialist democracy, to non-alignment, and to independent foreign policy based on friendship with all countries, irrespective of differing ideological and social system, when he said, I quote, "We have to build up a new society for ourselves, one, as I have said, which best suits the genius of our country. We should like to get some ideas and principles from this side and some from the other, until a coherent form of society is made up that suits our people in the context of a changing world today. That is why we do not range ourselves on the side of this power bloc or that." Mr. President, permit me to make an observation that the 193 nations represented here jointly share the responsibility to establish justice, to maintain peace, and ensure progress in a world that is in trouble as never before. We have a charter and a formidable body of international law, inclusive of our supreme law, the Constitution of the Republic, and other local statutes. We are acutely conscious of the fact that notwithstanding all these sophistications, multi-pronged challenges remain. The government of Sri Lanka is committed to overcome these challenges. It is to that commitment that Sri Lanka pledges today, in the sincere hope that we will exploit the crisis that is at hand, build back better, leaving no one behind, and rise to new horizons of freedom and progress. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Carlos Rafael Faria Tortosta, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Carta del presidente Nicolás Maduro Moros para los pueblos del mundo. Buenas tardes a todos los presentes desde la República Bolivariana de Venezuela y en nombre del presidente constitucional Nicolás Maduro Moros, extendemos un saludo de hermandad a los presidentes, jefes de gobierno y primeros ministros de los 193 países que conforman la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. Del mismo modo, saludamos al secretario general Antonio Guterres e igualmente al doctor Csaba Korosi, presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, y demás autoridades presentes en esta 77 Asamblea General Anual, deseándoles todo el éxito en el desarrollo de este importante debate de ideas para la acción oportuna y colectiva de cara a los problemas comunes. Aprovecho el tiempo que nos corresponde hablar en este foro en nombre de los 30 millones de venezolanos y venezolanas para enviar una carta abierta a la humanidad, pues no creo que sea otra la destinataria ni otra la finalidad que dé sentido a las palabras de un gobernante del siglo XXI, sobre todo en un momento tan crucial para el mundo cuando se necesita mayor protagonismo de los pueblos en crear alternativas para transformar la realidad. Y es que nunca estuvimos tan conscientes de ser una sola comunidad, una y múltiple a la vez, como en esta coyuntura que ha puesto en vilo aquello que compartimos y nos iguala, la vida. Esta misiva sale del corazón de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, un país del que muchos han oído hablar y del que, paradójicamente, poco se sabe en relación a su verdad política, su identidad histórica y su realidad concreta. Ciertamente se ha tejido una perniciosa campaña mundial de descrédito y estigmatización contra nuestro pueblo, nuestras instituciones republicanas y contra nuestra revolución democrática, por el simple hecho de desafiar en las postrimerías del pasado siglo al régimen de pensamiento único que se impuso al mundo bajo la máscara de la economía de mercado y la globalización neoliberal. Un modelo que en nombre de la libertad se convirtió en la versión moderna de la colonización. El objetivo de esta campaña contra Venezuela no es otro que el de crear las condiciones objetivas para asfixiar política y económicamente cualquier intento por crear alternativas a un sistema imperialista y depredador como ha resultado ser el capitalismo en todas sus fases históricas. Imponiendo su relato falso, nos acusan de ser una dictadura y un Estado fallido para ocultarle al mundo la verdad. Durante las últimas 2 décadas se han celebrado en mi país 29 elecciones libres que han ido defendiendo a nuestro modelo social, económico, político, al que hemos denominado socialismo bolivariano. Esta es la razón por la que hemos sido agredidos de múltiples maneras. Deben saber los pueblos del mundo que a Venezuela se le han aplicado todos los manuales para desestabilizar su democracia. En lo político, el imperialismo viene empleando fallidamente e ilegal el método de cambio de régimen. Han propiciado intentos de magnicidio, de invasión, han creado movimientos sediciosos contra la Constitución y hasta han inventado un gobierno paralelo, ficticio, que rayó en lo ridículo. En lo económico, pocos saben que sobre este pequeño pero digno país pesan 913 sanciones ilegales, que en resumidas cuentas le impiden a mi pueblo vender y comprar lo que produce y necesita para el desarrollo y el goce de nuestra existencia individual y colectiva. Esto se traduce en lo concreto en sufrimiento, en privaciones y agresiones sistemáticas que coartan la vida y los derechos colectivos de mi país, por lo que no dudamos en denunciar estas medidas crueles como crímenes de lesa humanidad. Esta guerra económica, cuyas pérdidas para mi nación superan los 150.000 millones de dólares en los últimos años, se incrementó durante el periodo más grave de la pandemia mundial, imposibilitándonos comprar insumos médicos, medicinas y vacunas. La estigmatización ha servido además a Europa y a los Estados Unidos de coartada para ejercer el expolio más descarado que se haya cometido contra nuestro patrimonio y activos en el exterior. Más de 31 toneladas de reservas de oro venezolano depositados en el Banco de Inglaterra, calculadas en 1.300 millones de dólares, se mantienen secuestradas. El robo de la empresa Citgo Petroleum Corporation, valorada en más de 30.000 millones de dólares en febrero de 2019, es otro ejemplo que se suma a la más de 10.000 millones de dólares de depósitos y fondos venezolanos en bancos extranjeros bloqueados ilegalmente. Pero estas sanciones ilegales jamás han podido torcer la voluntad de un pueblo, sino que la afianzan del mismo modo en que se fortalece la conciencia y la determinación a ser libres. Tampoco nos han desviado de nuestro camino hacia la justicia social. Aún en las peores circunstancias, nuestro modelo protege y prioriza al ser humano en sus derechos sociales, el acceso a la vivienda, a la educación, a la salud, al trabajo y a la cultura. Este acto de piratería contra nuestra patria, sin embargo, ha dejado heridas profundas en la sociedad. Entre ellas, la migración inducida, de la cual hacen alarde en los medios de comunicación con fines políticos y propagandísticos quienes lo han propiciado y aupado con promesas falsas y bloqueo de sus condiciones de vida. Nada se dice acerca del 60% de la población venezolana que emigró, que ha retornado voluntariamente al país, huyendo de las condiciones de esclavitud y explotación, así como de los malos tratos y la persecución de la que son objetos en muchos países del mundo. También se le oculta al mundo que el Estado venezolano es el único que dispone de una política de repatriación a través de su aerolínea Conviasa, que es permanentemente boicoteada por las sanciones ilegales. Preguntamos a los organismos multilaterales, ¿dónde ha ido a parar los millonarios recursos supuestamente destinados a apoyar a los migrantes venezolanos? Sería útil una rendición de cuentas para despejar las opacidades con las que se ha llevado a cabo tales asignaciones. Del mismo modo, exigimos a los organismos multilaterales garantizar los derechos de todos los migrantes del mundo. Lo hacemos con la autoridad moral de ser un país que por más de 100 años ha sido receptor de buenas prácticas hacia la población migrante. En este orden de ideas, alertamos a los pueblos del mundo ante el rebrote de la xenofobia y aporofobia, los discursos y crímenes de odio y la intolerancia en general, incubada por movimientos neofascistas y neonazis que se encuentran cobijo en partidos y gobiernos ultraconservadores y de extrema derecha. La humanidad que hoy nos ve y nos escucha tiene derecho a saber que en las condiciones más extremas aquí resumidas, nuestro pueblo no se ha rendido. Muy por el contrario, ha construido su camino para la consolidación de la paz social, la recuperación económica y el fortalecimiento de la democracia. Conocemos en carne propia la adversidad y los milagros que pueden hacer la voluntad y el esfuerzo propio. Por eso, desde la experiencia concreta, hemos construido consensos en torno a la paz social y política. Hemos puesto en marcha un plan económico para enfrentar el bloqueo, creando nuevas fuentes de riqueza como el turismo, la industrialización nacional, el emprendimiento y el desarrollo agrario. Por primera vez en 120 años estamos produciendo el 80% de lo que consumimos, con lo cual podemos afirmar que estamos en condiciones de sumar esfuerzos para enfrentar las grandes amenazas que se ciernen sobre el mundo. Siendo una de las principales potencias mundiales en materia petrolera y gasífera, Venezuela puede y quiere ser útil como miembro de la OPEP en esta emergencia energética que se viene arrastrando desde hace una década y que afecta profundamente al sistema de precios y suministros e impacta a los países más pobres y también a los más ricos. La pandemia del COVID-19 y el conflicto entre Ucrania y Rusia agravan la situación de manera dramática. Pero más allá de esta postura histórica de garantizar como productor insustituible el equilibrio energético que demanda la comunidad internacional, nos ocupa el impacto de los diferentes conflictos mundiales en la seguridad alimentaria. Venezuela posee 30 millones de hectáreas cultivables y estamos convencidos de que solo un retorno a la agricultura sustentable puede servir para ayudar a superar el hambre y la pobreza mundial. Ponemos sobre la mesa nuestras potencialidades y nuestra firme convicción de trabajar activamente en la búsqueda de soluciones globales. Sin lugar a dudas, a todas las naciones nos acechan diversos problemas, cada cual de una complejidad y gravedad tan profundas que sería difícil jerarquizar. Tal vez de todos ellos, uno de los más imperiosos sea el de la paz y la seguridad mundial, hoy severamente horadadas, acontecimiento al que han hecho mención todos los que me han antecedido en la palabra. Independientemente de las posturas ideológicas, debemos convenir en la necesidad de priorizar el restablecimiento del camino diplomático, del diálogo político, por encima del enfrentamiento militar. La humanidad no sobrevivirá a una guerra mundial. Por tanto, a nadie conviene una escalada bélica en ninguna parte del mundo. Para mi país, un pueblo que jamás ha participado en un conflicto armado internacional, no existe otro camino que la paz, la justicia y la confianza, el respeto del derecho internacional. Suscribimos, por tanto, la propuesta del presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, que aboga por la creación de una comisión internacional para facilitar el diálogo soberano entre Rusia y Ucrania, y nos ponemos a la orden para facilitar sus condiciones. Rechazamos todas las provocaciones militares y sanciones económicas injerencistas que se han tomado contra Rusia, así como la campaña de odio desatada en detrimento del pueblo eslavo por considerar que estas acciones, lejos de sumar a la paz, azuzan el fuego de la guerra. No existe, a los ojos de mi patria, y estoy seguro de coincidir con el juicio de los pueblos, guerras buenas y guerras malas. A partir de la invasión de Estados Unidos a Afganistán en el 2001, se quebró la confianza internacional y se agudizaron las contradicciones propias de una lógica imperialista y supremacista. Desde entonces, hemos visto la sangre correr impunemente por Irak, Yemen, Haití, Somalia, Libia y Siria, por solo nombrar algunos hitos de esta vergonzosa tragedia que está dando al traste con el indispensable derecho internacional. No obstante lo dicho, en Venezuela tenemos razones para ser optimistas, y es que hemos aprendido a confiar en los pueblos, en su inteligencia, en su benevolencia, en su apego por la justicia y la verdadera vida. Pero es preciso reconocer que el orden mundial dominante enfrenta múltiples crisis que compiten en su potencial letal, confluyen y se articulan entre sí. La crisis climática agrava la crisis alimentaria. La crisis sanitaria profundiza la crisis social, la crisis energética recrudece la crisis económica y esta última pone en peligro la paz mundial. Y transversalmente a todo ello opera la no menos perniciosa crisis de la verdad, hoy acrecentada por la contaminación informativa y las fake news. Nos enfrentamos a un régimen de representación, tergiversación y supresión de la realidad, que impone el algoritmo de las nuevas tecnologías de la comunicación a conveniencia de los más poderosos. La manipulación de la información y de las emociones es solo parte del problema. Asistimos a un estado global de vigilancia y control digital que violenta los derechos ciudadanos a la privacidad, a la información veraz, convirtiendo nuestras democracias en infocracias. Como afirma el filósofo surcoreano Byung-Chul Han en su más reciente libro. La muerte de la verdad es el síntoma más claro del declive de una civilización y el preámbulo de la conflictividad perpetua. No permitamos que sucumba la verdad en el momento histórico que más posibilidades tenemos de aplicarla junto con la razón y la sensibilidad como antídoto al colapso. Los pueblos de América, de Europa, de Asia, de África y Oceanía, sabemos que en esta crisis multidimensional, por su carácter trascendente y definitivo, nos corresponde enfrentarla con humanidad, yendo al fondo del problema. ¿Dónde está la falla telúrica que hace temblar el edificio del orden imperante? En la crisis del modelo civilizatorio occidental supremacista, imperialista, que niega, ataca e intenta suprimir al otro, a la diferencia, y que no reconoce otros modelos, otros paradigmas políticos, económicos, religiosos ni culturales ajenos al suyo. A despecho de la arrogancia occidental, estamos viviendo un cambio de la época postimperial y el norte del mundo tiene que reconocer que el orden reinante unipolar y colonialista no está capacitado para responder satisfactoriamente a los problemas y necesidades que él mismo ha creado en perjuicio de la humanidad, de la vida animal y del planeta. Este último es, desde nuestra cosmovisión originaria, el ser vivo más explotado, vulnerado y destruido por el capitalismo en todas sus fases históricas. No estamos haciendo una reflexión ideológica nada más. La crisis climática ya es irreversible. Podría ser la constatación de que es inminente cambiar el modelo. El norte del mundo tiene que aceptar el surgimiento indiscutible de nuevas potencias y nuevos liderazgos como el de China, Rusia, India, Irán, Turquía. Tienen que abrirse a la posibilidad de hacer parte de un mundo multipolar, pluricéntrico y libre de hegemonismos. Es urgente un cambio ético en las viejas potencias a favor de la construcción de un nuevo mundo común, sin colonizados ni colonizadores, donde se trabaje conjuntamente en las soluciones de nuestros pueblos. No hay tiempo para la prepotencia, no hay tiempo para las confrontaciones y escaramuzas inútiles. Hace 207 años, en circunstancias muy singulares, el libertador Simón Bolívar, en la profética Carta de Jamaica, invocaba la sensatez de Occidente. Cito: y la Europa civilizada, comerciante y amante de la libertad, permite que una vieja serpiente, por solo satisfacer su saña envenenada, devore la más bella parte de nuestro globo. Y seguía interpretando Bolívar: ¿está la Europa sorda al clamor de su propio interés? Y en este sentido el presidente Nicolás Maduro se pregunta: ¿está sorda la dirigencia europea y norteamericana? Nos preguntamos hoy nosotros al borde de una crisis que podría ser la última para la humanidad. Venezuela hace votos para que en esta asamblea se escuche a la razón, a la sensatez, a la prudencia. y se reconozca y respete los derechos de los pueblos del mundo y se enmiende la injusticia que se comete contra el pueblo saharaui y el pueblo palestino al negárseles el derecho de tener una patria. Hacemos votos para que se ponga fin a las ilegales sanciones económicas y persecuciones políticas en contra de Nicaragua, en contra de la hermana Cuba, de Irán y de Rusia. Hacemos votos porque se repare al pueblo argentino y se le restituyan sus derechos sobre las Malvinas, arrebatadas a sangre y fuego por la lógica imperial que venimos denunciando. Solo el diálogo puede, solo la palabra y la razón compartida entre iguales podrá construir y levantar los puentes que necesitamos para zurcir las heridas y dejar atrás los abismos que causan vértigo y temor en la humanidad. Con esa fe escribo este mensaje, no para cumplir el protocolo de la cumbre, pues tengo la mirada puesta a las calles donde los hombres y mujeres de a pie de Nueva York, de Estambul, de Londres, de Damasco, de Ramalá, de Teherán, de Ciudad del Cabo, de Moscú, de Beijing, de Managua, de La Habana, no respuestas, sino el llamado a ser parte de la construcción de una nueva humanidad. Y porque creo en el poder de la palabra y porque creo en ese hombre, en esa mujer que se niega a renunciar a la esperanza, confío en que esta convocatoria no caerá en el vacío. Tengamos la sensatez de reconocer el fin de este modelo global hegemónico y armémonos de entusiasmo necesario para fundar un nuevo mundo multicéntrico, pluripolar, intercultural y equilibrado. Cambiemos lo que tenga que ser cambiado y tengamos el coraje de renacer de cara a los nuevos tiempos y los nuevos desafíos. Otro mundo, otra vida, no solo es posible, sino que hoy más que nunca son urgentes. En Caracas, a los 24 de septiembre de 2022, Nicolás Maduro Moros. Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vladimir Norov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi on his election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid for the successful leadership during 76th session. Mr. President, the world today is facing a deep crisis of trust at the global level and intensification of numerous challenges to stability and security, growth of geopolitical confrontation, and increase of risk of bloc mentality. The expansion and aggravation of armed conflicts in various parts of the world are destabilizing international trade and economic ties that have not yet recovered from the consequences of the pandemic. The challenges of ensuring food and energy security are aggravating. The global climate shocks, the growing shortage of natural and water resources, the spread of infectious diseases, all contribute to the aggravation of conflicts and the emergence of humanitarian crisis, as well as threaten the foundation of life. Clearly, no country can avoid global risk and challenges or tackle them alone. Constructive dialogue and multilateral cooperation based on consideration and respect for the interests of all countries are the only way out of the dangerous spiral of crisis. Effective international cooperation is essential if the world is to become more stable, predictable, and prosperous. Under the current condition, we strongly believe it is important to strengthen the central role of the United Nations in addressing global and regional challenges. The UN should evolve for it to respond effectively to transformation taking place. The establishment of inter-civilizational and intercultural relation and dialogue is also extremely important in finding the coherent approaches and solutions, relieving global tensions and uncertainty and unpredictability. With this in mind, at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Samarkand on September 16th, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, put forward the Samarkand Solidarity Initiative for Common Security and Prosperity. Its goal is to contribute to the restoration, mutual trust, and stability in international relations, as well as to strengthen solidarity through establishment of broad dialogue free from geopolitical rivalry, ideological contradictions, and disputes. We propose to jointly exchange views on the practical implementation of this initiative at the Samarkand Forum in 2023 with the participation of UN representatives, political leaders, public, business community, and academia. Dear friends, this year we adopted the development strategy for New Uzbekistan for 2022-2026, aimed at deepening the democratic process, ensuring the rule of law, and improving the living standards of people. This strategy is based on the outcomes of the reforms carried out in our country over the previous 5 years and is designed to advance comprehensive implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, by 2030, we intend to halve the level of poverty, increase the effectiveness of the social protection system to respond all those in need, strengthen food security, and become one of the world's upper middle income countries. Currently, Uzbekistan is on the eve of important political event, a constitutional reform. The key goal of updating the constitution is to ensure sustainability and irreversibility of the process of fundamental transformation of state system and public administration that shall respect and protect the honor and dignity of a person, guarantee her inviolable rights and freedoms. The idea for human honor and dignity shall be deeply enshrined in the Constitution. The norms on the complete abolition of the death penalty, Miranda rule, and habeas corpus, as well as the environmental human rights, shall be introduced to Constitution. The constitutional amendments should become directly applicable, aimed at guaranteeing and protecting the interests of people of all backgrounds. In particular, the prohibition of the use of forced labor and other worst forms of child labor, or the employment refusal for pregnant women or women with the children will be guaranteed on constitutional level. Furthermore, it is also proposed to introduce the norms that ensure openness, transparency, and accountability of state agencies. The amendments to the Constitution were reviewed by public and will be put to referendum. Ladies and gentlemen, we fully endorse the initiative of Secretary General Antonio Guterres to hold a summit of the future in September 2023. Uzbekistan highly appreciates the successful outcomes of the historic transition, which has demonstrated the commitment of the international community to join efforts for the speedy restoration and modernization education system by increasing funding and innovation. Uzbekistan has already achieved tangible results in this area. Over the past 5 years, enrollment in higher education has increased from 9 to 29%, and children with preschool education from 27 to 67%. It is the youth that should play a key role in the process that are directly related to their fate and future. To this end, Uzbekistan plans to convene the first meeting of the Youth Council of the countries of Central Asia and South Asia in 2023, which will become a platform for new ideas and specific initiatives. We count on the support of the UN in holding this important forum. On November 14, 16, 2022, jointly with the UNESCO, we will host the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education in Tashkent. The forum will facilitate the exchange of best practices to ensure universal, equitable, and quality education. We invite ministers of education from your countries to participate at this high-level forum. Dear participants, today, thanks to the joint efforts of the Central Asian states, a fundamentally new political atmosphere has been created in our region. Launched at the initiative of Uzbekistan, the mechanism of consultative meetings of the heads of state of the region has become a vivid symbol of a new era of regional cooperation. At the last consultative meeting held on July 21, 2022, a truly historical treaty of friendship, good neighborliness, and cooperation for development of Central Asia in the 21st century was agreed upon. The international recognition of deepening partnership of the countries of the region is reflected in a number of resolutions adopted by the UN General Assembly in support of strengthening peace, stability, and regional cooperation in Central Asia. We rely on further support from the international community for the process of rapprochement and cooperation between countries of Central Asia and integration of the regional into global economic and transport ties. We express our gratitude to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for supporting our initiative to hold an international conference on the implementation of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy in Central Asia, which took place in March 2022 in Tashkent. Taking into account the outcomes of the forum, we propose the establishment of the UN Counterterrorism Regional Office in Central Asia in order to successfully implement the global strategy and continuously monitor the implementation of the updated Joint Action Plan. Mr. President, the prospects for the development of Central Asia are inextricably linked with the ensuring peace in neighboring Afghanistan. We are concerned about the decline in international attention to this country, which is experiencing a deep humanitarian crisis. We consider it extremely important to prevent the isolation of Afghanistan, leaving it alone with the existing problems. This will undoubtedly have negative consequences for regional and international security. The International Conference on Afghanistan held in July in Tashkent with the participation of the delegation of the interim government showed the interest of the world community in the development of coordinated approaches toward this country. We are convinced the general priority of the international community should be restoration of the Afghan economy, its integration into interregional economic processes, the implementation of infrastructure and socially significant projects. To solve this problem, the support of the UN, international financial institutions, and donor countries is needed. Uzbekistan is making a feasible contribution to the international efforts to assist Afghanistan. Uzbekistan has established the international transport and logistic hub in border city of Termez, which is actively used by UN agencies to provide humanitarian assistance to the country. We propose to create a special humanitarian support fund for Afghanistan in Termez and send its financial resources to overcome the social crisis, implement educational programs for the youth, as well as healthcare projects. The UN General Assembly resolution on strengthening connectivity between Central and South Asia adopted in July 2022 at the initiative of Uzbekistan prioritizes the involvement of Afghanistan in economic cooperation and its transformation into a bridge connecting the two regions. The practical implementation of these ideas will be facilitated by the implementation of trans-regional infrastructure projects such as the construction of the Termez, Mazar-e Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar Railway. The solution to the problems of involving Afghanistan in the regional trade and economic ties will be facilitated by the proposed establishment by Uzbekistan with the support of the UN of the Inter-Regional Center for Connectivity in Tashkent. Dear participants, today the negative consequences of climate change are acutely manifested in our region. We stand ready to actively participate in the multilateral effort. Uzbekistan has taken on an additional obligation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions under the Paris Agreement and is implementing a comprehensive strategy for the transition to a green economy and the development of renewable energy. In 2021, President of Uzbekistan launched a massive initiative called Yashil Makam, Green Land, on planting 1 billion trees and shrubs across the country over the next 5 years. The RLC is the biggest environmental crisis in our region. Over the past 5 years, 1.7 million hectares of forest plantations have been planted on the drained seabed. I take this opportunity to thank the General Assembly for adopting the resolution on declaring RLC region a zone of ecological innovation and technologies. This year, we plan to host the first RLC International Forum under the UN auspices in Nukus. In 2023, for the first time, we will host the 14th conference of the parties to the UN Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, as well as a meeting of the Committee to review the implementation of UN Convention to combat desertification in Uzbekistan. We invite the member state and the UN agencies to take part at this event at the high level. Mr. President, this year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of Uzbekistan membership in the United Nations, which is the only universal structure for maintaining international peace and security. We reaffirm Uzbekistan's commitment to the Charter and express readiness to deepen multifaceted cooperation with the United Nations. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Anne-Marie Brown, Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago congratulates you on your presidency of the 77th session, and we commit to you our full support. I also express gratitude to your predecessor, whose leadership and dedication demonstrated that to be a great leader, you don't have to come from a large country. Mr. President, in our maiden statement to the General Assembly as a newly independent nation in 1962, our first permanent representative, the late Sir Ellis Clark, declared that Trinidad and Tobago embraces the solemn responsibility that comes with membership of this organization. I stand before you today in our 60th year of independence, on the anniversary of the day on which we became a republic, to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's unequivocal acceptance of our obligation to honor the responsibility of membership. Over the decades, Trinidad and Tobago has anchored its multilateral engagement on the founding purposes and principles of the United Nations. We have nurtured these principles by maintaining a strong tradition of democratic governance, which respects constitutionally enshrined fundamental human rights and freedoms and promotes strict adherence to the rule of law. Trinidad and Tobago, accordingly, is bound by duty to uphold these principles unconditionally and to defend them whenever there is evidence of breach. This is why Trinidad and Tobago cannot accept or ignore any unilateral attempt to violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state. The violation of Ukraine's internationally agreed borders constitutes a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and of international law. It is a clear threat to international peace and security, and the only credible solution is to end this aggression immediately. Therefore, we call on the Russian Federation to immediately abandon its action and to resume negotiations with the Ukrainians in good faith to find a peaceful and durable resolution. Mr. President, our collective experience over the last 7 months has laid bare the urgent necessity for the Security Council to be reformed to reflect current geopolitical realities. And as the international community celebrates the 20th anniversary of the entry into force of the Rome Statute, which established the International Criminal Court, evidence and events around the world confirm that if in fact the court did not exist, it would have to be created in order to ensure accountability for growing acts of impunity. Trinidad and Tobago is proud of our long-standing involvement with this court through the pioneering work of our distinguished former Prime Minister and President from the little island of Tobago, the late Arthur N.R. Robinson. The mission of the International Criminal Court and its record as an independent tribunal engenders the fullest support of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, as the war in Ukraine rages, fuels such as coal are having quite a resurgence, and the commitments made in Glasgow are at risk of being severely derailed. At the same time, climate commitments made by developed countries are definitely not on track. Droughts, wildfires, floods, and cataclysmic hurricanes and typhoons are realities that small island states know all too well. At the same time, slow onset events such as the deterioration of coral reefs and the influx of sargassum seaweed threaten our fragile ecosystems and the livelihoods of our people, especially our fisherfolk and those dependent on tourism. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago calls for the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. A dedicated facility to address loss and damage under the UNFCCC financial mechanism is an absolute necessity. These actions must be prioritized because what is at stake is the very existence and viability of small global inflation and the crises of food, fuel, feed, and fertilizers have placed extraordinary strain on our economies and our people, further imperiling our ability to achieve sustainable development across the globe. On the critical issue of achieving food security for all people, the international community must work together to accelerate global food production. On this issue, CARICOM leaders have not just been calling for action, but have been acting in solidarity and with decisiveness. In August, Trinidad and Tobago was pleased to host the second CARICOM Agri-Investment Forum and Expo as part of our region's commitment to reduce its food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is firmly committed to working with CARICOM and other partners toward restoration of peace and stable democratic governance in Haiti. Our objective must be to work with the Haitians to secure their long-term progress and future. We therefore urge the United Nations system and the international donor community to urgently strengthen their role and engagement with Haiti. We encourage them to provide the necessary assistance to quell the ongoing and devastating gang violence and to urgently improve the humanitarian situation in that beautiful country. Mr. President, in the Caribbean, our efforts to build safe and peaceful societies are being completely undermined by transnational organized crime, human trafficking, the illicit trade of drugs, and a steady flow of illegal firearms from source countries far beyond our region, all contributing to unacceptably high levels of gang violence within our communities. We are further committed to strengthening our cooperation with regional and international partners to address these challenges, which threaten the very stability of our societies. Violent extremism, international terrorism, and the use of technology for criminal purposes remain clear and present dangers. In combating these phenomena, Trinidad and Tobago attaches the highest value to collaborating with the United Nations and other international partners. We must bear in mind that in addressing extremism, there must be no compromise to the constitutionally protected rights and freedoms of our citizens. Mr. President, in all of these complexities, we must recognize the critically important role of women as agents of positive change. And to that end, Trinidad and Tobago will once again table the biennial resolution on women, disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. We encourage all member states to co-sponsor and support this forward-looking resolution. But, Mr. President, while we assiduously work to encourage and ensure the inclusion of women in places and spaces of decision-making, we must continue to insist that the rights of women and girls are fully respected at all levels of society. Violence against women and girls continues to be a menace, destroying lives and impeding overall progress toward balanced and inclusive sustainable development. Addressing this must be a priority, and in Trinidad and Tobago, a growing number of stakeholders, including the private sector, have now joined the national effort to make our society safe for women and girls. Mr. President, the last 2 years in particular have demonstrated that the structure of the international economic and financial system is not fit for purpose. The system, as designed, actually undermines developing countries in their pursuit of sustainable development. It cannot be business as usual. A transformative global agenda, such as the 2030 Agenda, necessitates a transformative economic and financial framework that is compatible with the achievement. Without such a shift in the global architecture, even the best efforts at the national level will not produce the results that we need in the global south. Trinidad and Tobago calls on the international community to adopt tailored measures and solutions to address the fundamental financing challenges that developing countries face, with particular attention to LDCs and SIDS. One such measure is the adoption of a multidimensional vulnerability index, which we consider to be an utmost priority. Mr. President, our history cannot be rewritten or erased. We therefore continue to call for reparatory justice for the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement of African people, for the historical crimes of native genocide visited upon the indigenous people of this world, and for the exploitative legacy of colonialism that has directly resulted in the persistent underdevelopment of Caribbean nations and so many others. We continue to call for the abandonment and the destruction of all nuclear weapons as the only means of guaranteeing the avoidance of total annihilation of humankind. We continue to call for the unconditional lifting of the unjust economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed on the people of Cuba, and for the full integration of Cuba into the international economic and political system.
We also continue to call for a long-lasting and mutually agreed two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, which will guarantee Palestinians a permanent homeland and recognize Israel's right to exist in peace and security. Mr. President, to get to the 2030 agenda, to get it back on track, all stakeholders, whether big or small, powerful or otherwise, must embrace the value of multilateralism. Clearly, we are not quite there as yet. In this regard, I echo the words of one of Trinidad and Tobago's greatest calypsonians, David Rudder, who, in his iconic song, Rally Round the West Indies, said, "Soon we must take a side or be lost in the rubble, in a divided world that don't need islands no more. Are we doomed forever to be at somebody's mercy? Little keys can open mighty doors." Mr. President, this world needs little islands. We bring a perspective that is valuable and beneficial and necessary. Trinidad and Tobago continues to offer the point of view of a small, sovereign, democratic nation harboring a big ambition, namely to unleash the creativity and resourcefulness of our diverse people, especially our youth, to make the most positive contribution to society, community, and the world. Mr. President, as a relatively young nation, Trinidad and Tobago's people are our greatest source of power and energy. You can feel it in the rhythm of our beautiful tassa drums and in the melodies of our national instrument, the steel pan. Our achievements stand in testimony of what can be achieved when a small nation punches above its weight class. Our citizens have served as judges on the ICC, and with respect to the law of the sea, we have given the world experts of the caliber of Lennox Bala and Anthony Luckey. We have contributed extensively to the work of the United Nations, serving on the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, and a range of subsidiary bodies and organs. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago looks forward with enthusiasm and optimism to our next 60 years of membership of the United Nations. We continue to deepen engagement and partnership with our neighbors in the Caribbean and with all members of the international community to achieve our common objectives and thus to strengthen international peace and security. As we write the next chapter in our nation's history, I can share with you that Trinidad and Tobago offers itself to serve as the President of the General Assembly during the 78th session. Being tasked with such a defining role by the Assembly would truly be an honor and a responsibility that the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago shall embrace with commitment and impartiality. In the best traditions of multilateralism, let us therefore join our strengths for the benefit and upliftment of all humankind. Let us build a truly global community where no one is left behind. In closing, Mr. President, I offer this General Assembly the inspiration found in the words of the national motto of Trinidad and Tobago, which declares, "Together we aspire together we achieve. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Thordis Kolbrun Reford Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by congratulating Mr. Kasapa Karosi on his election as the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I would also like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his leadership, as well as those whose daily work is dedicated to the ideals of the United Nations. Mr. President, we meet in critical times. This hall, the venue for so many historic events, is in and of itself a testament to some of the ideas that this organization, one of the most important in world history, is built on. In this hall, during this session, we are equal. Whether we represent a global superpower or one of the more than 70 member states, like mine, that have less than 1 million inhabitants. In this room, we all have the same number of seats at the table, we each have a vote, and we all have a voice and the right to let it be heard from this podium. And at the hand of the President of the General Assembly, there is a gavel, a simple wooden hammer, an instrument so light and non-threatening that it could hardly be of any use as a weapon to hurt. Nevertheless, the person who holds it can take control of the deliberations of the most powerful women and men in the world. The striking of this small hammer against a simple block of wood compels respect for the rules that the members of these United Nations have agreed to abide by in this chamber. It is a symbol of order, and it is therefore fitting that the inscription on the gavel says, "Með lögum skal land byggja." It is in Icelandic, as the gavel is an article that Iceland donated to this great organization. It means that society shall be built on the pillars of law. It is a quote from an ancient Icelandic text of law, and the next line elaborates with a statement that the land will indeed be desolated if lawlessness or unjust law are allowed to take hold. In the global context, we are all acutely aware, not least the smaller states of this world, that a world not governed by rules will be a world dominated by force. Mr. President, we meet at a time when a powerful country, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has decided to challenge the norms and international laws that have served the world so well since world leaders, with the horrors of 2 world wars vivid in their memory, decided to save succeeding generations from the swords of war and the untold sorrow that it brings to mankind. The post-World War order has not prevented problems and conflicts from arising. Mistakes and questionable decisions have been made. The sorrows and horrors of war and conflict have indeed been a part of too many lives in too many parts of the world. But, by and large, wars of territorial expansions have simply not been allowed. In my part of the world, my generation does not hold memories of the horrors of a global war. We have grown up believing that peace among nations can almost be taken for granted. Well, it cannot. However, the global system has provided an answer to the critical questions of how problems are solved. This construct is now under a threat, and it is our duties as leaders, not least those of us who are young, to make sure that the fortunes of the past decades do not lead us into dangerous complacency. We must advocate for the multilateral system at every opportunity and convince the peoples of the world that despite its flaws, it is vastly and completely superior to any other method of resolving issues and disputes between states. Of course, we must continue to reform our organization and make it more fit for purpose and more representative to meet growing and more complicated new challenges. Iceland fully supports the vision of the Secretary General put forward in our common agenda on how we can revitalize our work and strengthen the multilateral system so it can best serve future generations. Mr. President, the unlawful and brutal full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine came as a shock, a rude awakening to how the world might look if the ability to destroy, rather than the capacity to create, is allowed to determine the fate of nations. The absolute and sickening brutality that Russia has shown, as evidenced in newly liberated areas, is beyond comprehension. It represents an absolute breakdown of civilization. Therefore, before I will say anything else about world's affairs, I will say that for the sake of humanity, Ukraine must win. Russia's aggression must be defeated, and the crimes perpetrated in its name must be accounted for and punished. The irresponsible words of Russia's president these past few days are a chilling reminder that giving in to bullies and rule breakers will only encourage more bullying and further rule breaking. For the sake of humanity, this madness must stop. Mr. President, the number of people who are faced with food insecurity, poverty, and hunger is increasing at a terrifying rate due to the lingering effects of the pandemic and the pandemic response, armed conflict, and climate change. Those facing acute food insecurity have soared to 345 million this year, with no end in sight. Natural catastrophes that are linked to climate change are becoming more relentless and severe, as evidenced, for example, by the recent flooding in Pakistan and the droughts in the Horn of Africa and the Sahel. Iceland has been and will continue to increase its funding for humanitarian assistance, working primarily with UN entities. Iceland is committed to shoulder its responsibility, as demonstrated by our increase in humanitarian and development assistance. We face a climate crisis that will not go away on its own. It is paramount that all countries step up every effort to accelerate our fight towards a better climate resilience. Iceland is committed to doing its part and has set ambitious targets of achieving carbon neutrality and full energy conversion no later than 2040. We have increased our contribution to climate finance with a strong focus on balanced approach to mitigation and adaptation, and are committed to do more. There is a crisis in public health in many countries. The COVID-19 pandemic showed how fragile the healthcare system really are when tested. This is a problem that will not go away on its own, as the demographic realities of many countries paint a quite serious picture. In many places, there is also a crisis of mental health. The pandemic exposed many faults in the way we tackle global crisis, and we will be dealing with the consequences for a long time. While rich countries were able to vaccinate their entire population, that protection was denied those most vulnerable in the poorer regions in the world. Meanwhile, it will be a matter for future historians to judge if the economic sacrifices made during the pandemic were worth the benefits, or if the widespread curtailment of individual liberties that we saw, with increased social isolation, were the wisest responses to the crisis. Mr. President, it was said in an English poem published almost 500 years ago that no man is an island. Indeed. But not only is no man an island, no country is an island. Not even the countries like Iceland that actually are islands. The decision made in one part of the world can have great consequences, intended or unintended, across the globe. Of course, this applies in particular to the oceans that cover 70% of our planet's surface and whose waters do not respect any national boundaries. For Iceland, sustainable fisheries and a dynamic blue economy are critical. It is our responsibility to ensure sustainable use and health of our oceans for the benefit of all. Tackling marine pollution is a priority, in particular plastic waste, and we welcome the important steps taken in Nairobi earlier this year. Allow me also to highlight the renewed spirit that the Lisbon Ocean Conference brought us, including increased recognition of the importance of food from the ocean in our food systems and for achieving Agenda 2030. For 40 years, our Constitution of the Ocean, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, has served a solid foundation for the international cooperation on everything related to the oceans. It is a prime example of diplomatic success that has stood the test of time and continues to serve us well. With the new environmental challenges, along with increased awareness and scientific knowledge of the importance and vulnerability of the ocean, the time is ripe to conclude negotiations on a new agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of the marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Iceland welcomes the progress made during the negotiation last month and is determined to do its part to reach an agreement. The role of UN and its institutions in these crises is therefore of utmost importance. While the current and impending crisis we are facing must be dealt with, we must not neglect the Sustainable Development Goals. The year 2030 is fast approaching, and yet we are nowhere near the realization of the Agenda 2030. Iceland aims to shoulder its responsibility as demonstrated by the increase in official development assistance, and we must also not give up on our aim of a world free of nuclear weapons. The failure to reach a consensus on advancing the implementation of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty only a month ago in this very hall is a further testament to the irresponsible behavior of the Russian Federation, a lone opponent of the final document and the only state that has lowered the threshold for using nuclear weapons by explicitly threatening to resort to these weapons of mass destruction. Mr. President, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The world cannot afford to deny anyone the opportunity to contribute to the solutions that we collectively need. Too widely, we are witnessing an increase in repression of religious and ethnic minorities, racism, anti-Semitism, and violent nationalism. Autocratic tendencies and voices that seek to intensify political polarization are on the rise. Iceland remains committed to countering the regression we have witnessed in the rights of women and girls in too many places around the world. The rights of LGBTI people across the world have either never been secured or have regressed. The values and the principles embodied in the UN Charter, international law, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are not only important in and of themselves, they are absolutely critical if we are to harness the individual creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and innovative mindset that we so desperately need to rely in our quest for man-made solutions to our man-made problems. These ideals are another example of how the method of solving problems is a more pressing matter to resolve than any individual problem. And we know that the answer to humanity's challenges lies in the human spirit itself, if it is allowed to live out its truest potential. Mr. President, the job of leaders is not easy when the times require sacrifices. We are all aware of the challenges that open societies face. Freedom of expression means that it is possible to spread lies and false information. This is a real problem that we need to address. Free societies need to become more resilient, with a strong, well-educated, and well-informed public being the first and the best line of defense against those who seek to manipulate with lies, conspiracy theories, and hate-mongering. However, when we worry about the misuse of the freedom of expression in open societies, let us not forget that the truly terrifying misuse of information is when governments claim a monopoly on truth. Relentless propaganda and brainwashing by official sources in corrupt governments with evil intentions can lead to a truly terrifying result. This is what we have seen in Russia, where all forms of public debate and independent thinking has been criminalized. A society where people hesitate to criticize or even ridicule authority, the official truth, or the established narrative is not truly free. For the peoples of the world to be able to find the transformative solutions that the world so desperately needs, people must be able to challenge the status quo. They must be free to express their opinions and debate freely on even the most sensitive issues. They must also be free to create art, even if the art is distasteful. These are the values that the defenders of Ukraine want to secure for their children. These are the values that Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya is demanding for the people of Belarus. These values are being denied to Afghan women and girls under the Taliban regime. These are the values that do not accept that Mahsa Amini is beaten to death in Iran for wearing a hijab incorrectly. And let us not forget that the Russian government is not only guilty of horrific abuses on the international scene. Brave Russian resistors to Putin's system, or the thousands that showed up on the street of Russia earlier this week, are all subject to harsh punishments, wrongful imprisonment, persecution, and often worse. The almost 500-year-old little poem by John Donne I quoted before includes another famous line, as it discusses how interconnected the world was in 1524. It says, "And therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls," meaning that we should view it as our duty to respond to common challenges and not look the other way or wait for others to act. We must answer the call. Even if the challenges we face were not created by the younger generations, and they were not created by the poor of the world, nevertheless, all of humanity will have to take part in solving them. So whether we like it or not, whether we deserve it or not, it falls to the leaders of today and tomorrow to face our common reality. And whether we like it or not, and whether we deserve it or not, this we must do together. We must all answer the call. We must answer the call to stand with Ukraine. We must answer the call to defend the multilateral system. It is also us who must answer the call to defend our nature and fight back against climate change and fight poverty and deprivation. And finally, we must answer the call to defend the rights of individuals and give them the opportunity to contribute to the solutions that are so needed. If we do not, we have failed. Mr. President, I am thankful for the opportunity to address this 77th General Assembly and once again be reminded that the possibility for nations to come together and exchange ideas and opinions in a civilized manner remains the norm in international relations, and that those who break the rules are almost universally condemned. The noble aim of this organization, to spare the world from the sorrows of war, is maybe more relevant than ever before. Order in the world must be restored. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Za Victor Zinio, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Haiti.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres et ambassadeurs, distingués délégués, chers compatriotes, permettez-moi de commencer par vous transmettre les chaleureuses salutations du Premier ministre de la République d'Haïti, son Excellence Dr Ariel Henry, qui a dû annuler à la dernière minute sa participation au débat général en raison de la situation sociopolitique dans le pays. J'ai donc l'honneur de lire l'intervention qu'il devait présenter à cette tribune. Je voudrais adresser mes félicitations à son Excellence, M. Ksaba Korissi, président de la 77e session ordinaire de l'Assemblée générale. Je souhaite que, sous sa conduite éclairée, les travaux de cette Assemblée connaîtront le plein succès. Je tiens à saluer également le secrétaire général, son Excellence M. Antonio Guterres, pour son dynamisme à la tête de l'Organisation mondiale et son engagement renouvelé à la cause d'Haïti, en dépit de nombreux problèmes épineux et autres conflits qui affectent le monde. J'ai l'honneur aujourd'hui de m'adresser devant cette auguste Assemblée dans un contexte particulier de défis majeurs que nos États affrontent de manière récurrente, défis auxquels nous devons constamment faire face et trouver des solutions appropriées pour le bien de l'humanité. L'ONU, dont la mission est de préserver les idéaux de paix et de sécurité internationale, est le forum indiqué dans le cadre de la diplomatie multilatérale pour aborder et relever ces défis conformément aux principes du droit international et en vertu des valeurs véhiculées par sa charte, tout en respectant le droit à l'autodétermination des peuples. La paix et la sécurité mondiale sont menacées. J'appelle les protagonistes de tous les conflits qui bouleversent et font souffrir les citoyens du monde à un cessez-le-feu et à trouver des solutions négociées à leurs différends. Trop de victimes, trop de destruction, trop de conséquences pour les autres pays, trop de dommages collatéraux. Il est urgent de revenir au respect des règles communes du droit international et du vivre ensemble. La montée vertigineuse des prix des denrées de base sur le marché international fragilise l'économie de beaucoup de pays, surtout les pays en développement, et enfonce dans la précarité et l'insécurité alimentaire des centaines de millions d'êtres humains à travers le monde. La tentation est grande pour chaque pays de chercher à accaparer pour l'approvisionnement de sa population les ressources disponibles. Nous avons vu les résultats de ces comportements pour le contrôle des vaccins pendant la pandémie du Covid-19. Dans ces périodes difficiles, la règle doit être la solidarité entre les peuples. Mon pays, comme beaucoup d'autres dans la Caraïbe, dans l'océan Indien et ailleurs, demeure très vulnérable aux aléas climatiques, à la montée du niveau des océans et aux catastrophes naturelles de plus en plus violentes et de plus en plus fréquentes. Le passage d'un seul cyclone peut anéantir les efforts de dizaines d'années de dur labeur et d'investissement. Mon pays a fait, hélas, la douloureuse expérience de tremblements de terre et des cyclones dévastateurs. C'est une préoccupation pour les pays de la sous-région. Et au niveau de la CARICOM, nous avons une réflexion sur le sujet. Il est impératif, que dis-je, urgent que la communauté internationale fasse preuve d'imagination, d'abnégation, d'altruisme pour engager notre planète et nos pays respectifs dans un nouveau type de relations internationales. Nous sommes tous interdépendants et les problèmes des uns peuvent rapidement entraîner des conséquences immédiates pour les autres. Par exemple, des conflits entre deux pays ou une trop grande misère dans d'autres provoquent des mouvements migratoires importants qui peuvent déstabiliser plusieurs pays limitrophes ou même plus éloignés. À ce sujet, le thème de la 77e Assemblée générale des Nations unies, un tournant décisif, des solutions transformatrices face à des défis intriqués, prend tout son sens dans le cas de mon pays. Et c'est pour moi une occasion de vous entretenir du haut de la tribune des Nations unies sur les défis auxquels Haïti est confronté dans un contexte de crise institutionnelle et de vous parler des efforts et des réponses de mon gouvernement pour les affronter et les relever. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, j'interviens à un moment où mon pays traverse une crise multidimensionnelle dont les conséquences menacent la démocratie et les fondements même de l'État de droit. C'est une crise sociopolitique sur laquelle s'est greffée une insécurité, ce qui complique davantage la situation du pays et ébranle la superstructure de l'État. Elle demeure un sujet de grande préoccupation pour mon gouvernement et pour la communauté internationale. Haïti se trouve à la croisée des chemins, à un carrefour extrêmement difficile, mais décisif pour son avenir. Mon gouvernement est en face d'une équation assez complexe qu'il s'agit de résoudre et cela nécessite le soutien effectif de nos partenaires. Il s'agit pour mon gouvernement comme priorité de restaurer sans délai la sécurité et l'ordre public, trouver à brève échéance un élargissement du consensus autour d'un accord politique avec un maximum de secteurs en vue d'aboutir à une gouvernance apaisée. Il faut créer un climat propice à la tenue des élections générales dans le meilleur délai en vue de remettre le pouvoir à des élus librement choisis par le peuple haïtien en vue de restaurer les institutions démocratiques. Il faut adresser les questions économiques et sociales en vue d'améliorer les conditions d'existence de la grande majorité de la population. Sur la question de la sécurité et la restauration de l'ordre public, je n'apprendrai rien à personne ici en vous disant que les activités des gangs armés créent un climat délétère qui empoisonne le quotidien de la population haïtienne. Il s'agit d'une situation intolérable qui a pris des proportions inquiétantes. Les affrontements entre gangs rivaux ont causé un nombre élevé de victimes dans la population qui ont été obligés de fuir leur lieu de résidence pour échapper à la terreur des hors-la-loi. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, en ma qualité de chef du Conseil supérieur de la police nationale d'Haïti, face à la complexité de la situation, j'ai pris des mesures visant à rendre la police plus efficace et mieux préparée à combattre l'insécurité. J'ai procédé dans la mesure de nos moyens au renforcement des capacités opérationnelles de l'institution policière et à l'amélioration des conditions de travail des policiers. L'intensification des opérations policières a permis d'obtenir quelques bons résultats, ce qui a réduit les exactions des gangs armés, notamment dans la zone métropolitaine. Cependant, il reste beaucoup à faire pour combattre et en finir avec ce fléau. Ceci a été reconnu dans le dernier rapport du secrétaire général S-2022-481 sur les activités du Bureau intégré des Nations Unies, BINU, en Haïti, qui souligne que les efforts déployés par la police nationale d'Haïti ont permis l'arrestation de plusieurs individus soupçonnés d'être impliqués dans des cas d'enlèvement ou de meurtre. Le rapport reconnaît également les limites de la police nationale, ainsi que le manque de capacité et d'expertise du BINU, tel que constitué actuellement, en termes de nombre d'experts et de degré de spécialisation pour faire face au niveau sans précédent de la criminalité dans le pays. Je veux réaffirmer ici ma détermination à mettre hors d'état de nuire ceux qui veulent maintenir le chaos et empêcher la normalisation de la situation. Mon gouvernement, au prix de lourds sacrifices, a dégagé les ressources nécessaires pour fournir à la police les moyens appropriés dont elle a besoin pour accomplir efficacement ses missions. La livraison de véhicules blindés et d'équipements qui lui font défaut tarde. Je regrette vraiment que les commandes passées pour mieux équiper la police nationale aient pris tellement de retard pour être livrées. La police nationale est en mesure d'effectuer le travail, mais elle a besoin d'un accompagnement robuste de nos partenaires et de la formation adéquate sur le terrain avec l'aide de partenaires de la communauté internationale en vue de donner un coup d'arrêt à cette situation. Je saisis l'occasion pour saluer la résolution 2645 du Conseil de sécurité qui interdit le transfert des armes légères et de petit calibre et de leurs munitions à des acteurs non étatiques et d'en empêcher le trafic et leur utilisation à des fins illicites. Par ailleurs, plusieurs États membres ont promis un appui bilatéral à la police haïtienne, y compris une assistance financière. À cet effet, un basket fund a été créé pour lui venir en aide dans sa lutte contre la violence des gangs. Je salue les gouvernements qui ont déjà contribué à ce fonds et nous encourageons d'autres partenaires à le faire. Nous avons plus que jamais besoin que vous continuiez à manifester votre solidarité. Je voudrais en cette occasion exprimer ma gratitude envers nos principaux partenaires internationaux qui ont pris des engagements lors des différentes réunions de haut niveau sur la sécurité en Haïti. Je les remercie ouvertement au nom du peuple et du gouvernement haïtien. Monsieur le Président, les circonstances de mon accession à la direction des affaires de mon pays imposait que j'engage immédiatement un dialogue avec tous les secteurs de la vie nationale en vue de construire un consensus suffisant autour d'un accord politique pour une gouvernance apaisée et efficace de la période intérimaire. J'ai la conviction que le dialogue franc, sincère et inclusif reste la meilleure formule pour parvenir à une solution durable à la crise actuelle. Malgré les divergences politiques qui persistent entre les acteurs politiques, je continue à encourager le dialogue. Des initiatives impliquant divers segments de la société sont en cours. J'espère voir aboutir dans un proche avenir tous ces efforts. Ils concernent essentiellement le rétablissement d'institutions démocratiques pleinement opérationnelles par le biais d'élections libres, transparentes et inclusives, ainsi qu'une entente sur une démarche commune vers la réforme constitutionnelle. À propos du dialogue politique déjà engagé, Haïti souhaite un accompagnement international afin de rendre le processus plus crédible et de renforcer la confiance des acteurs. En ce sens, je suis pleinement favorable à ce que la communauté caribéenne, CARICOM, et l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, OIF, apportent leur expertise et s'engagent à nos côtés en vue d'un dénouement de la crise avec le soutien discret mais efficace des Nations Unies. L'ONU a une grande et longue expérience sur le terrain. Elle doit continuer à appuyer le processus politique et électoral en tenant compte des réalités du terrain et en priorisant les solutions nationales. J'ai entendu les cris de la population et les demandes formulées par mes compatriotes qui protestaient contre la cherté de la vie. C'est un droit constitutionnel de manifester et de faire passer ces revendications de manière pacifique. En revanche, je condamne avec vigueur les pillages, les actes de vandalisme et les attaques perpétrées contre des églises, des écoles, des universités, des hôpitaux, des responsables politiques, des acteurs économiques, des missions diplomatiques et des organisations internationales. Je condamne aussi celles et ceux qui ont commandité, organisé et financé tout ceci. Tôt ou tard, ils devront répondre de leur forfait devant l'histoire et devant la justice. Les acteurs doivent comprendre qu'il faut faire la politique autrement. C'est pour cela que je reste disponible et ouvert pour poursuivre le dialogue avec toutes les forces vives du pays afin qu'ensemble, nous trouvions le chemin vers la réconciliation en vue de recoudre le tissu social déchiré et de trouver une solution durable à la crise qui tire le pays vers l'abîme. La bonne gouvernance marche de pair avec la lutte contre la corruption, la contrebande et les trafics de toutes sortes. Mon gouvernement a pris des mesures en ce sens. Notre discipline budgétaire et nos efforts en matière de bonne gestion des recettes publiques ont permis récemment la signature d'un staff monitoring programme avec le Fonds monétaire international. Mon gouvernement a engagé une réforme d'envergure au niveau des douanes qui commence à porter des fruits et des résultats. Ceci a permis de renforcer les contrôles et de procéder à des saisies d'armes, de munitions, de fausses monnaies et de drogue. Dans la foulée, nous avons vu les recettes douanières doubler en un temps record. Cette stratégie n'a pas plu à tout le monde et nous avons de bonnes raisons de croire que l'agitation et les tentatives de déstabilisation sont une riposte des fraudeurs qui voient leur marge de manœuvre réduite considérablement. La UNODC, cette institution des Nations Unies, cette agence des Nations Unies, a mis à notre disposition des experts qui assistent l'administration des douanes dans cette réforme. Ils ont besoin davantage de moyens pour être plus efficaces et contribuer valablement à la modernisation de notre système douanier et à la pérennisation des réformes engagées. Monsieur le Président, concernant la question de la justice et des droits de l'homme, mon gouvernement est installé dans un contexte politique délicat à la suite de l'assassinat crapuleux et tragique du président Moïse le 7 juillet 2021. Il faut que justice soit rendue à lui-même, à sa famille et au peuple haïtien. Je veux ici saluer les propos du président colombien Gustavo Petro, qui à cette tribune a présenté ses excuses au peuple haïtien pour la participation de mercenaires colombiens dans le meurtre du président Moïse. Il s'agit d'un crime transnational impliquant des ressortissants de plusieurs pays. L'enquête est difficile et complexe. Je veux remercier tous les pays concernés qui y collaborent. De nombreux autres crimes et massacres sont restés jusqu'ici impunis et des assassins sont encore en liberté et certains ont le culot de venir parader les armes à la main à la tête des manifestations de ces derniers jours. Je suis également conscient des cas de violation des droits de l'homme, de paisibles citoyennes et citoyens haïtiens. Ce sont les conséquences directes du climat d'insécurité qui règne dans le pays. Le respect de la dignité humaine constitue le socle des droits fondamentaux de tout individu. Je suis déterminé à respecter et à faire respecter les engagements internationaux et régionaux relatifs à la préservation des droits humains. Dans le même esprit, la lutte contre la détention préventive prolongée restant une priorité. Beaucoup de détenus sont en attente de jugement et subissent cette situation. Il s'agit d'une illustration de la faiblesse de notre système judiciaire qu'il importe de réformer. Je salue en ce sens les efforts des acteurs de la société civile et du BINU qui continuent de faire un plaidoyer à travers leur concours pour une meilleure distribution de la justice dans le pays. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, contrairement à ce que disent certains de mes adversaires, je n'ai nullement la volonté de rester au pouvoir plus de temps qu'il n'en faut. Le souci principal de mon gouvernement est le retour à l'ordre constitutionnel et la remise de la direction des affaires du pays à des élus librement choisis par le peuple haïtien dans le cadre d'élections libres, transparentes et inclusives. Je continue à encourager le dialogue afin de trouver un accord politique pour l'organisation d'élections présidentielles, législatives et locales libres aussitôt que les conditions minimales le permettent. Il est indispensable que les élections se réalisent dans un climat de sécurité et d'apaisement social. C'est une condition essentielle pour assurer un taux de participation aussi large que possible des personnes en âge de voter, seule et unique façon de garantir une légitimité certaine aux nouveaux élus et d'assurer la stabilité politique. J'ai entamé des discussions qui devraient bientôt aboutir avec les différents acteurs concernés autour de la mise en place de l'organe chargé de l'organisation des élections. Il devrait être en mesure de proposer rapidement aux acteurs politiques un échéancier pour les consultations populaires concernant la réforme constitutionnelle et l'organisation des élections. Dans cette démarche, l'appui technique et l'expertise de nos partenaires habituels seront fortement appréciés dans le respect, bien entendu, de la liberté et de la souveraineté des Haïtiens. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, Excellences, concernant les questions économiques et sociales, je le dis souvent, la misère, la précarité, l'absence de perspectives d'avenir pour notre jeunesse constituent entre autres des causes profondes des crises à répétition. Il est important même de temps que mon gouvernement est appelé à assumer des responsabilités, d'adresser les questions économiques et sociales en vue d'améliorer les conditions matérielles d'existence des Haïtiennes et des Haïtiens. La solution durable au phénomène de l'insécurité passe aussi par le développement socio-économique et à long terme. Il y a une relation directe entre le niveau de la criminalité et la situation de pauvreté extrême. Il faut également redonner une espérance à notre jeunesse par la création d'opportunités d'emploi stables et décentes de manière à lui offrir des alternatives pour planifier et construire leur futur sans être obligés de se risquer dans des voyages clandestins et illégaux. Une migration sûre et légale peut être profitable au développement économique des pays, comme indiqué dans la déclaration intitulée « Partenariat pour la migration », à laquelle 20 gouvernements de la région, Haïti y compris, avaient souscrit le 11 juin dernier à l'occasion du 9e sommet des Amériques. En plus de la crise sociopolitique et du phénomène de l'insécurité, les catastrophes naturelles constituent un handicap majeur au développement d'Haïti. le dernier séisme du 14 août 2021 a été un nouveau coup dur pour l'économie nationale. Les mauvaises performances de l'économie durant 3 années consécutives exposent le pays à une grave crise humanitaire. 4,9 millions de personnes, soit 46% de la population, a besoin d'une aide humanitaire cette année. Avec l'appui de nos partenaires, le gouvernement a pu venir en aide à plus de 450 000 personnes dans 3 zones touchées par le séisme. Les dommages et les pertes causées par le tremblement de terre ont été évalués à plus de 11% du PIB du pays. Le gouvernement espère la concrétisation des promesses de nos partenaires lors de la conférence internationale des bailleurs sous le haut patronage de l'ONU et du gouvernement à Port-au-Prince en février dernier. L'insécurité, l'instabilité politique, les désastres naturels ont grandement contribué à la mauvaise performance de l'économie nationale, qui a connu une croissance négative durant 3 années consécutives. Cette présentation non exhaustive de la situation explique la dégradation des conditions d'existence de la majorité de la population, qui voit ses droits sociaux et économiques constamment violés. La population haïtienne, particulièrement la grande majorité qui vit dans la précarité, a droit à une vie décente. Il est vrai que l'aide humanitaire n'a jamais contribué au développement d'un pays. Il nous faut créer les conditions pour attirer des investissements. C'est la responsabilité de mon gouvernement d'œuvrer à améliorer cette situation. Nous en sommes bien conscients et nous y travaillons. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, Haïti est à la croisée des chemins, à un tournant décisif de son histoire. Nous œuvrons à des solutions transformatrices pour faire face aux défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Du haut de cette tribune, je veux associer ma voix à celle du président Biden, qui a une bonne compréhension de la crise haïtienne pour lancer un appel solennel à la communauté internationale et lui demander de se tenir aux côtés d'Haïti et des Haïtiens. Je dis merci à tous les chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la grande famille des nations qui ont exprimé leurs préoccupations à propos de la situation qui prévaut dans mon pays et qui ont offert leur soutien à Haïti. Il reste beaucoup à faire pour sortir de la crise et avancer vers le progrès social et économique auquel aspire le peuple haïtien. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Haiti. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bernard Gomo, Prime Minister, Head of the Government of the Republic of Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Bernard Gomo, Prime Minister, Head of the Government of the Republic of Guinea. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs, à l'entame de mes propos, je voudrais transmettre les chaleureuses félicitations de son Excellence, le colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, président du Conseil national du Rassemblement pour le développement, CNRD, président de la transition, chef de l'État, chef suprême des armées, pour votre brillante élection à la présidence de la 77e session ordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies et rendre un hommage mérité à votre prédécesseur, son Excellence, M. Abdallah Shahid, pour la qualité du travail accompli durant son mandat. Je voudrais en outre exprimer l'appréciation et la profonde gratitude des autorités guinéennes au secrétaire général des Nations unies, M. Antonio Guterres, pour son dynamisme dans l'exercice de son mandat. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la participation de la délégation guinéenne à la présente session permet d'apporter des informations sur la situation nationale et d'apprécier celle internationale. La République de Guinée, après avoir donné le ton des indépendances en Afrique, notamment dans les pays francophones, a cependant connu des moments difficiles dans sa gouvernance et, malheureusement, durant la dernière décennie, le régime qui était en place n'a pas dérogé à la règle. Cette période a été particulièrement marquée par une politisation en outrance des instances de l'État, des violations de l'État de droit et la gabegie financière. Enfin, le changement constitutionnel supprimant la limitation du mandat présidentiel à 2, opéré par le précédent président, a été le facteur déclencheur de troubles sociopolitiques dans une nation dont le développement était déjà paralysé, bien qu'il soit en passe d'être le premier producteur de bauxite au monde. Face à cette situation désastreuse et la nécessité de parer aux dérives du pouvoir, les forces de défense et de sécurité, unies au sein du Comité national du Rassemblement pour le développement, CNRD, ont, dans un élan de solidarité et de patriotisme, décidé de prendre leurs responsabilités le 5 septembre 2021 en vue d'établir une gouvernance vertueuse, profitable aux populations guinéennes, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, avec pour objectif un développement inclusif et durable. La population a adhéré à ces idéaux et exprimé ses attentes lors des concertations entre le CNRD et les forces vives de la nation. Un état des lieux a été réalisé afin de convenir des solutions appropriées aux défis identifiés et de relancer le pays, avec pour objectif la rectification institutionnelle pour bâtir des institutions fortes et légitimes pouvant résister au temps et à la tentation des hommes. La refondation de l'État pour moraliser la vie publique et restaurer l'autorité de l'État. Le redressement visant à rompre avec les anciennes pratiques en vue de réformer, de moderniser et de rajeunir l'administration. Le rassemblement du peuple dans son entièreté dans la conduite des affaires publiques en toute transparence. Le respect de tous les engagements au niveau national et international. Dans cette dynamique, les progrès suivants ont entre autres été réalisés. L'élaboration et la publication de la charte de la transition, la formation d'un gouvernement de transition civile, la mise en place du Conseil national de la transition, CNT, l'établissement de la Cour de répression des infractions économiques et financières, CRIEF, pour lutter contre la corruption et les détournements de biens publics, afin de rétablir la confiance entre la population et les gouvernants. Puis, la récupération des biens spoliés de l'État. Toutes ces procédures engagées reposent sur l'indépendance totale de la justice. C'est pourquoi le président de la transition a martelé à la prise du pouvoir que la justice sera la boussole dans la vie de notre nation. L'organisation des assises nationales, dénommée Journée de vérité et de pardon, dont le rapport a été remis le 24 août 2022. À cette occasion, le chef de l'État m'a chargé de sa vulgarisation, ainsi que de la mise en œuvre du suivi des recommandations issues de ces journées. La mise en place du cadre de concertation inclusive, CCI, avec l'appui des partenaires techniques et financiers. Il s'agit d'une plateforme permettant aux forces vives de la nation d'échanger sur la conduite de la transition. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, dans le souci de mener la transition dans un cadre inclusif et apaisé, les institutions mentionnées plus haut ont, dans l'exercice de leurs mandats respectifs, déployé des missions à l'intérieur et à l'extérieur du pays pour recueillir les avis des citoyens guinéens sur la gestion de la transition et le devenir du pays. Ainsi, la proposition d'un chronogramme a été obtenue de façon consensuelle, en vue d'éviter au peuple de Guinée de retomber dans les transitions cycliques. Concernant la durée de la transition, point de négociation central entre la République de Guinée et la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, il faut souligner que le contenu de la transition présentée en 10 points comprend un recensement général de la population et de l'habitat, ainsi qu'un recensement administratif à vocation d'état civil. Ces deux opérations nécessiteront 24 mois pour leur réalisation et 12 mois supplémentaires seront nécessaires pour la tenue des 3 scrutins programmés. Je n'insisterai pas assez sur le caractère impérieux de la réalisation de recensements de qualité pour l'établissement d'un fichier électoral incontestable qui garantira les processus électoraux transparents et les résultats acceptés de tous. Il faut rappeler à ce niveau que la question du fichier électoral a toujours été le point de discorde et de contestation des différents scrutins de ces dernières années. Au vu des résultats issus du cadre de concertation inclusive et suivant sa politique de la main tendue, le président de la transition a créé le cadre de dialogue inclusif interguinéen. Placé sous mon autorité, nous fondons l'espoir que les acteurs réticents, dans un sursaut de conscience patriotique, se joindront à ce cadre. Aujourd'hui, donc, aucun obstacle ne se dresse sur le chemin du dialogue inclusif en Guinée. Il est important de souligner que, sans aucune pression, les membres du CNRD, du gouvernement et du CNT ont décidé de leur propre gré qu'ils ne seront pas candidats au cours des différentes échéances électorales prochaines. Cette décision est constamment réaffirmée. En matière de justice et de droits de l'homme, le gouvernement guinéen, respectueux des droits humains, a, outre les réformes du procès des événements du 28 septembre 2009, au cours desquels il y a eu des victimes, une priorité nationale. C'est à ce titre que le président de la transition a pris la décision de faire organiser, après 13 ans d'attente, jour pour jour, l'ouverture de ce procès en collaboration avec la Cour pénale internationale et le Conseil des droits de l'homme. Sur le plan économique, les mesures fortes ont été prises dans le sens de la stabilisation du cadre macroéconomique pour renforcer la résilience du pays. L'élaboration du programme de référence intérimaire 2022-2025 contribuera à coup sûr à l'amélioration des conditions de vie de nos populations. C'est le lieu de rassurer tous les investisseurs publics et privés de la volonté de notre gouvernement de garantir les conditions favorables pour un meilleur climat des affaires. L'assainissement des finances publiques et les réformes engagées dans le secteur minier, notamment la fixation du prix indiciaire de la bauxite, permettront aux populations de bénéficier des dividendes de la croissance de ce secteur. Nous nous engageons à ce que les problèmes auxquels le peuple de Guinée a été confronté soient examinés judicieusement afin de leur trouver des solutions durables. D'où l'impérieuse nécessité de mettre en place l'état de droit et des institutions fortes pour une transition réussie, gage certain de la stabilité du pays et, par extension, de la sous-région ouest africaine. Nous continuerons également à coopérer avec tous nos partenaires dans le respect de nos engagements, dans un esprit ouvert, empreint de respect et de confiance mutuelle. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la 77e session ordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies se tient à un moment où le monde est confronté à des défis de plusieurs ordres sociopolitiques et économiques, caractérisés par l'avènement d'un nouvel ordre mondial multipolaire. Le thème choisi pour la présente session, un tournant décisif des solutions transformatrices à des défis intrigués, interpelle tous les pays du monde à plus d'unité d'action et de solidarité en vue de résoudre des défis complexes générés par la crise du Covid-19 et des crises affectant des zones d'approvisionnement en produits alimentaires de base, en intrants agricoles et en produits pétroliers. À cet égard, mon pays apprécie les initiatives lancées sous l'égide du secrétaire général relatives à la paix et à la sécurité internationale, ainsi que la voie à suivre pour atteindre les objectifs du développement durable à l'horizon 2030. Il rappelle également la nécessité de redoubler d'efforts pour y parvenir, en faisant recours à la diplomatie préventive, au respect des droits humains, à la solidarité internationale en matière de lutte contre les changements climatiques et de remise de dettes au bénéfice des pays les moins avancés. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, mon pays partage les préoccupations de la communauté internationale sur les questions de paix, de sécurité, de développement et de droits humains examinées par notre organisation. Il renouvelle sa position traditionnelle sur la recherche de solutions pacifiques et consensuelles à ces questions. C'est l'occasion pour ma délégation de souligner, au titre des opérations de paix que la République de Guinée a déployées depuis 1961 et continue de déployer des contingents militaires, ainsi que du personnel de police et de gendarmerie dans différentes missions de paix à travers le monde. C'est fort de toute cette expérience que le président de la Guinée, le colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, panafricaniste avéré, a décidé, en plus du contingent guinéen de la MINUSMA, opérant depuis 2013 à Kidal, au Mali, de déployer un contingent additionnel en remplacement de celui du Bénin, dont le mandat arrive à expiration en 2023. Par ailleurs, mon pays réitère son engagement et insiste dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques et la migration irrégulière. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, Nous sommes convaincus que notre organisation demeure indispensable à notre monde. Toutefois, elle mérite d'être réformée afin d'être plus juste, plus inclusive et apte à répondre aux légitimes aspirations des peuples du monde. Elle doit s'adapter aux réalités du monde, relever de nombreux défis auxquels l'humanité est confrontée et maintenir son rôle central dans la gouvernance mondiale. Dans ce contexte, la République de Guinée attache du prix à l'application du consensus Exil-Veni et à la déclaration de Sirte qui détermine la position commune africaine, telle que déclarée par le président, son Excellence Macky Sall, président du Sénégal, président de l'Union africaine, sur la réforme du Conseil de sécurité. La République de Guinée a adopté dans la même perspective que notre organisation universelle, comme principe conducteur pour cette transition, le dialogue inclusif, y compris avec la CEDEAO, le renforcement de l'état de droit, la promotion des droits humains et la reddition des comptes pour recoudre un tissu national fragilisé. Au nom des populations guinéennes, nous remercions nos partenaires pour leurs appuis dans ce processus, notamment le système des Nations Unies et les bailleurs de fonds bi- et multilatéraux. Enfin, mon pays réitère son soutien au multilatéralisme, au multilinguisme, à la revitalisation des organes des Nations Unies, un autre atout pour une coopération internationale, mutuelle, avantageuse, inclusive et solidaire au service de l'humanité et du développement durable tant sollicité et voulu par les États membres. Que Dieu bénisse la Guinée, les Guinéens et les Guinéennes. Que Dieu bénisse notre planète. Je vous remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Head of the Government of Republic of Guinea, for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Reem Ibrahim Al-Hassemi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، أشكر معالي عبد الله شاهد على إدارته المتميزة لأعمال الدورة السابقة، وأهنئ معالي سابا كروسي على ترأس أعمال هذه الدورة مع تمنياتنا لكم بالتوفيق والسداد. ونحن على أعتاب مرحلة جديدة للنظام الدولي، خيارنا في دولة الإمارات أن يكون شعار هذه المرحلة هو السلام والتعافي والازدهار ضمن إطار نظام عالمي منفتح قائم على شبكة متينة من العلاقات الدولية التي ندشن فيها مسارات جديدة للتعاون المشترك في مجالات الاقتصاد والتنمية المستدامة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة والبحث العلمي. فهذا هو النهج الذي تتبعه بلادي في تنفيذ سياساتها الخارجية، والذي يحكم علاقاتنا الثنائية ومشاركاتنا في الأطر متعددة الأطراف، وهو أيضاً النهج الذي يلهم توجهاتنا خلال عضويتنا الحالية في مجلس الأمن. ولكننا ندرك حجم التحديات الجسيمة الماثلة أمامنا اليوم، وما نراه من استقطاب متزايد يخيم على النظام الدولي إثر ارتفاع وتيرة الأزمات وظهور بؤر جديدة للنزاعات حول العالم، يصاحبها تصاعد خطير لأنشطة الجماعات المسلحة في الوقت الذي تعصف فيه أزمات الغذاء والمناخ بشعوب العالم، مهددة بتقويض مكتسبات الحضارة الإنسانية، ناهيكم عن شدة وقع هذه التهديدات على الدول الفقيرة والنامية وقدرتها على تلبية احتياجات مواطنيها. وفي حين أثارت هذه القضايا جميعها تساؤلات حول مدى فاعلية النظام الدولي الحالي، إلا أن هذا النظام الذي بني على أنقاض الحرب العالمية الثانية ساهم في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار الدوليين إلى حد كبير. ولكن ما نحتاجه اليوم هو إعادة الثقة بهذا النظام الدولي وبشرعية مؤسساته عبر تعزيز كفاءاته وقدراته على معالجة الأزمات الراهنة وتجاوز التحديات الوجودية للقرن 21، حيث تؤمن بلادي بأننا نمتلك نحن الدول الحاضرة في هذه القاعة القدرة على فعل ذلك إذا ما عقدنا العزم وسخرنا ما لدينا من إمكانيات لرسم مستقبل أفضل لشعوبنا. ومن هذا المنطلق أود التأكيد على جملة من المسائل التي ينبغي أن نركز عليها في الفترة المقبلة. أكدت مجريات الفترة الماضية على الحاجة لاحترام القانون الدولي، لا سيما ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وأن يتم تطبيقه باتساق وبدون معايير مزدوجة أو انتقائية، باعتباره أساساً لا غنى عنه لضمان وجود نظام دولي مستقر وآمن قائم على احترام سيادة الدول واستقلالها ووحدة وسلامة أراضيها. ونجدد في هذا السياق مطالبتنا بإنهاء احتلال إيران للجزر الإماراتية الثلاث، طنب الكبرى وطنب الصغرى وأبو موسى، والتي يثبت التاريخ والقانون الدولي سيادة بلادي عليها. ونؤكد أنه ورغم عدم استجابة إيران لدعوات بلادي الصادقة لحل النزاع بالطرق السلمية على امتداد العقود الخمسة الماضية، إلا أننا لن نتوقف يوماً عن المطالبة بحقنا المشروع في هذه الجزر، إما من خلال التفاوض المباشر أو محكمة العدل الدولية. كما ينبغي بذل قصارى الجهود لتجاوز حالة الخمول التي باتت السمة الأبرز للنهج الدولي الراهن في التعامل مع الأزمات، والانتقال نحو إيجاد حلول دائمة وشاملة وعادلة للنزاعات المسلحة المتصاعدة حول العالم، ومعالجة التداعيات الناجمة عن الاضطرابات في المشهد الدولي. ولذلك تتطلب المرحلة المقبلة اتباع وسائل مبتكرة تعزز من فعالية نظامنا الدولي وتحول الدول والمناطق التي تعج بها الأزمات إلى جهات لها دور بناء في معالجة تحديات العصر. وفي حين كان للعالم العربي والقارة الأفريقية خلال العقود الماضية حصة الأسد من تلك الأزمات، إلا أن ذلك علمنا دروساً صعبة ودروساً مهمة حول ضرورة تغليب الحلول الدبلوماسية والحوار وخفض التصعيد، وأهمية تدارك التوترات لتفادي ظهور بؤر جديدة للصراعات ولمكافحة التيارات المتطرفة. وتعد التحركات الإيجابية الأخيرة في منطقتنا لبناء الجسور أمثلة بارزة لطي خلافات الماضي وبناء شراكات جديدة قوامها التعاون في شتى المجالات ودعم القطاعات الهامة كالصحة والتعليم والصناعة وتعزيز دور المرأة. ونؤكد هنا على موقفنا الثابت والداعي لإقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة على حدود 4 يونيو لعام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وفقاً للمرجعيات الدولية المتفق عليها. ونرحب بما جاء في بيان رئيس المنبر بشأن دعم رؤية حل الدولتين. وكما نتطلع هنا إلى النهوض بكافة العمليات السياسية في منطقتنا وتذليل الصعاب أمام مسارات السلام فيها، ولكن ينبغي أن يرافق ذلك تعزيز للموقف الدولي الموحد الرافض للتدخلات في الشؤون الداخلية للدول العربية، والتي تقوض جهود حل النزاعات وتغذي التطرف والإرهاب، وتشكل انتهاكاً صارخاً لسيادة الدول ووحدة وسلامة أراضيها. وفي ظل تزايد وتيرة الأزمات، أصبح من الضروري تفعيل دور المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية عبر التشاور معها ومدها بالأدوات والموارد والخبرات التي تمكنها من المساهمة بفعالية في الاستجابة للتحديات أكثر إلماماً بالسياقات المحلية، ولها من المقومات ما يمكنها من دعم جهود الوساطة، مثل ما لمسنا في مساعي العديد منها، بما في ذلك الاتحاد الأفريقي، والذي نشيد بمبادراته وندعمها. وكما نعلم جميعاً، تتطلب حماية السلم والأمن الدوليين العمل على الوصول لعالم خال من أسلحة الدمار الشامل، خاصة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشبه الجزيرة الكورية، وتعزيز الحوار لخفض التوترات ومعالجة الشواغل الإقليمية والدولية بهذا الشأن. لا يمكن الحديث عن نظام دولي آمن ومستقر في ظل غياب موقف دولي حازم يرفض الإرهاب بجميع أشكاله ومظاهره، ويلتزم بمحاسبة مرتكبيه ومموليه. لقد شهدت الفترة الأخيرة زيادة في تدفق الأسلحة لمناطق النزاعات والزج بأفراد من خلفيات متعددة، وكذلك ظهور جماعات بقدرات قتالية وعسكرية عالية، وما يتلو ذلك من عودة المقاتلين إلى مواطنهم دون وجود آليات لضبطهم. ويزداد الوضع خطورة مع استخدام الإرهابيين للصواريخ والطائرات المسيرة لشن هجمات عابرة للحدود، إذ تعكس هذه التطورات الطبيعة المتحورة للإرهاب، والتي تقتضي الحيلولة دون أن تصبح مناطق النزاعات ملاذاً آمناً للإرهابيين، والسعي لتحديث وتطوير سبل الردع، واعتماد قواعد وأنظمة دولية تمنع الإرهابيين من الحصول على الأسلحة المتطورة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة. لقد برز هذا التهديد في أوضح تجلياته من خلال الهجمات العدوانية الآثمة التي شنتها جماعة الحوثي الإرهابية مطلع هذا العام على عاصمة بلادي أبو ظبي، وكذلك على المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة، في الوقت الذي تسعى فيه الجماعات الإرهابية الأخرى كتنظيم داعش والقاعدة وحركة الشباب لتطوير قدراتها وإعادة تنظيم صفوفها، الأمر الذي يشكل تهديداً مباشراً للمكاسب التي تحققت نتيجة التعاون الدولي في الحرب ضد الإرهاب. وكحكومات علينا أن نبادر بالخطوات التي تمثل خير نموذج لشعوبنا في ترسيخ قيم التسامح والمحاولات المتصاعدة لنشر خطاب الكراهية حول العالم. وبناء على حتمية المصير الواحد للبشرية، علينا الإقرار بضرورة العمل المشترك وتسخير كل ما نملكه من إمكانيات وطاقات لتطبيق حلول واستجابات شاملة ترقى لمستوى التحديات الوجودية التي نواجهها اليوم، والتي لا تقتصر على دولة أو منطقة بعينها. وليس من مثال أوضح على هذه الحقيقة من تداعيات التغير المناخي، حيث تتعرض العديد من شعوب العالم اليوم لاشتداد الفيضانات المدمرة وموجات الحر والجفاف التي تتعاظم معها الأزمات الإنسانية والتهديدات الأمنية، لا سيما في المناطق الأكثر عرضة لتغير المناخ. إن هذه الوقائع جميعها تؤكد بأن مصير كوكبنا على المحك، والذي يفرض علينا بناء الشراكات وتعزيز العمل المشترك، كما يتطلب ذلك التزامنا جميعاً بدعم العمل المناخي عبر تبني أجندة الطاقة المتجددة وتوفير التمويل الكافي للعمل المناخي ودعم الدول النامية لبناء قدرة مجتمعاتها على الصمود. لقد بات جلياً أن الاستثمار في الطاقة المتجددة يعني الاستثمار في الاقتصاد والسلم والأمن الدوليين ومستقبل الأجيال القادمة، وعلينا في هذا الصدد استغلال الفرص المتاحة لاستنباط حلول عملية ومنطقية ومدروسة لأزمة المناخ، بما في ذلك خلال الدورة 27 من مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ المزمع عقدها في جمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة في نوفمبر المقبل، إذ نحث جميع الدول الأعضاء على المشاركة الفاعلة في هذه الدورة. وفيما تستعد بلادي لاستضافة الدورة 28 العام المقبل، فإننا نعمل على بناء الشراكات وضمان الشمولية والتركيز على المجالات التي ستحقق نتائج هادفة للتصدي لهذه الظاهرة. كما أن التركيز على العمل المناخي سيخفف من أزمة الأمن الغذائي حول العالم، حيث تسعى مبادرة الابتكار الزراعي للمناخ التي أطلقتها بلادي مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية إلى تحسين الإنتاج الغذائي وتخفيف مستويات الجوع حول العالم. وفي الوقت ذاته ينبغي علينا تكثيف المساعدات الغذائية للشعوب والحفاظ على استمرار التدفقات العالمية للمواد الغذائية، مع البحث عن وسائل عملية لتأمين سلاسل الإمداد في ظل الخلافات الجيوسياسية الراهنة. وبالرغم من خطورة التحديات وأهمية معالجتها، علينا ألا نغفل عن ضرورة استشراف المستقبل لنضمن استدامة الاستقرار والازدهار. ومن هذا المنطلق تبني بلادي اقتصاد معرفي ومتنوع قوامه التقدم العلمي والتكنولوجي ومجتمعات سلمية وآمنة. ومع مرور عامين على الاتفاق الإبراهيمي للسلام وما رافقه هذا العام من مبادرات لتعزيز التكامل الإقليمي وتطوير التعاون في مجالات التنمية والاقتصاد في منطقتنا، فإننا نشهد اليوم نشأة مجتمع من أجل التقدم في منطقة الشرق الأوسط سيشكل دعامة للعمل المشترك حول الأولويات العالمية الكبرى. ونرى في الشباب خير محرك لهذه الجهود، فقد أثبتوا خلال الأزمات الراهنة قدرتهم على الصمود والابتكار، وأبدوا شغفاً منقطع النظير في التواصل مع أقرانهم حول العالم لإيجاد حلول مستدامة للتحديات العالمية. لذلك لن نحيد عن رهاننا عليهم واستثمارنا فيهم ليكونوا عماد المستقبل وقادته. وكذلك نؤمن أن المشاركة الكاملة والمتساوية والهادفة للمرأة في مختلف المجالات تساهم في نهضة المجتمعات وضمان استقرارها اليوم وغداً. وختاماً، تؤكد دولة الإمارات أنها ستواصل مسارها سواء على الصعيد الإنساني أو الدبلوماسي أو التنموي في دعم الشعوب المتضررة من الأزمات والكوارث دون أي اعتبارات دينية أو عرقية أو سياسية أو ثقافية. وسنواظب على العمل مع كافة الأصدقاء والشركاء لبناء قدرات وكفاءات الحكومات والشعوب في مختلف المجالات لتحقيق الخير للعالم أجمع وسيظل ذلك المسار نبراساً لجهودنا في كافة المحافل. وشكراً سيد الرئيس.
I thank the Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate on Monday, 26th of September at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.